Today is all about the 2-year-olds over at the Meadowlands today. In New York, though, we're fast and firm. 2 stakes, including the rescheduled Glen Cove, as well as that 2-day Pick 6 carryover over 100,000. So be sure to get involved there. Today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farms. I'm pleased to welcome in New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. As Andy, it was tough to come up with a lot of winners yesterday, and not the easiest sequence for the Pick 6 today.
It's almost interesting. I think it might have chalked out in the last 2 races, and still there was nobody hitting that Pick 6. There were some 4 or 5s alive. It was a tough sequence. We'll see if things change today. It does start out with a scratch-laden 4-horse field, making it a little bit easier, perhaps.
Well, good luck if you are playing and taking part in that Pick 6 carryover today. We certainly hope that you are, but we'll kick off our live racing action here in New York with the first race, a race rescheduled from last Friday when we did have a forced cancellation. This one, a New York bred, 2 other than allowance, 6.5 furlongs on the main track for 3-year-olds and upward. And no surprise, Andy, the 4 Vetriano, after trying the grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins last time out, currently your heavy favorite.
Well, he ran 2 very big figures since he came back off the layoff for trainer Brad Cox. And obviously you can, even his last race is possibly good enough to win this race anyway. He's going to have to stalk outside of the big speed of excellent timing and be able to put that one away and hold up some closers. Both you and I are trying to beat him, you with the 5 Agalos the Great, me with the 6. What you talking about?
That's a look, though, at Joel Rosario, who will be aboard the 1 big prankster. Fist bumps all around as we get the call. 4 riders up for the opener. But first, as we mentioned, coming up today, we have the eliminations for the Breeders' Crown. All about the 2-year-olds, and live with us at the Meadowlands is Jessica Otten. Jess, give us a little bit of a rundown what these elims mean today and tomorrow and why this weekend is so important.
Well, usually it all comes down to the Breeders' Crown, and that's the case for this weekend. We have plenty of wide-open divisions for the year-end honors here in harness racing. Today, we are going to feature the 2-year-olds, and I think this is a perfect time of year for 2-year-olds. You know, a lot of horses only have 3, maybe 4 starts coming into today. They have to race well, make their eliminations worth it so that they make it into the final next weekend going for the big money. But there's lots of money to be made at the end of the season, and the 2-year-olds and 3-year-olds will be peaking, you know, at the right time. More so the 2-year-olds. I think it's interesting. Today we'll see, you know, plenty of horses, like I said, with just 2 or 3 starts under their belt, coming from Kentucky back up to the Big M here. It's going to be a great day of racing. It's a little windy here at the Big M. A beautiful day on tap. Excited to bring you guys the action and dive in deeper all day long.
Jess, thank you. We look forward to hearing your insights throughout the afternoon this weekend and on to next weekend as well. As she mentioned, it all comes down to the Breeders' Crown. On the thoroughbred side, New York bred stepping onto the track. Andy, let's meet the field for the opener, starting things off with Joel's mount, the 1 big prankster.
Has speed down the inside, but he'll be outrun in all likelihood by excellent timing. It feels as though he's okay in the dirt, but probably not good enough.
Here is Acoustic Ave, also going turf to dirt.
Yeah, off the claim for Mike Maker, and probably arguably he's equi-talented in both surfaces, but are either one of them good enough to win here?
Speed from excellent timing.
He's going to be the speed in here, and he does have some fast races, but he's not very reliable.
Your heavy favorite, Vetriano.
Yeah, we mentioned how good he's been, and if he runs his best race, he's going to be very hard to beat.
Cut back in distance for the 5, Agalos the Great.
He's a new gelding as well, and I like the cut back, as do you. I'm just not sure he's good enough.
And big layoff for the 6. What you talking about?
We'll talk a little bit more about him, but I think he's a horse that ran fast enough as a 2-year-old with routine improvement. He could put himself into the position to be able to run with Vetriano. He might be the only one, and I took a slight chance that he can get it done off the layoff.
Well, that's the field for the opener here at Belmont at the Big A. We welcome in for the first time today, Maggie Wolfendale here with us. Maggie, what are you seeing from Vetriano? Can he get back on track?
Well, it's easy when you're dropping from a grade 1 to New York bred company, as the board would reflect that, Acacia. And looking at him, the last time I saw him was 2 back, and I actually thought he didn't look great in his coat. If I was, you know, nitpicking a little bit in that he was a very heavy favorite that day, but he won so convincingly by 6 open lengths that day. And against this field, he stacks up favorably, and if anything, he looks better than what he did 2 back here today on this occasion. So he will be tough. layoff, as the 1-2 backing would suggest. Now, a horse coming back off of a layoff is number 6, What You Talking About. He's one that I actually noted first time out while he debuted as a very early 2-year-old, just looked really heavy. But that's kind of typical of Wesley's horses. They give you that appearance of looking maybe 80 to 90% fit, but they're just so well educated that they tend to get the job done at first asking. And he did beat a horse who went on to have a fairly decent 2-year-old campaign that day in Antonio of Venice. Now, I do question the overall quality of what he beat in that New York Breeders' Futurity, and now he's coming back off that long layoff. Now, if I didn't know him, I'd say that there's no way this horse can be effective because he just looks so heavy. But he is a heavy-bodied, wide-bodied type of horse where that's going to kind of run parallel with just who he is. I still would like to see him a bit more defined. It's like that top line needs to come up again. He's just kind of dropped in his barrel, in his flank. So I would take the wait-and-see approach with him. But I do like number 5, Agalos the Great. He's one I've liked throughout his career, and not that he ever gave off the indication that he necessarily needed to be gelded, but I always like to see that, especially for a horse who is a little bit on the bigger side, not necessarily heavy, but just really tall, and so therefore there's a lot of him. He did get a little hot, maybe 3 back when he was coming off a layoff, but that's to be expected, and he still won that day. I love the warm-up. I liked him in the paddock. I liked him even more watching him warm up on the racetrack, and he got a big one from Flavien Prat, which you like to see with horses turning back in distance, which I think he should be effective getting back to these sprints, Acacia.
Maggie, thank you. Agalos the Great cutting back, and we'll see what he can do. As you mentioned, Andy, he does need to take a step forward as far as his speed figures are concerned. But to Maggie's point, his last race sprinting was his first one off a layoff.
Yeah, he also got a absolutely perfect trip that day, and this is not sour grapes. I bet him that day. He was extremely fortunate to win there. His big prankster probably ran the better race, frankly, forcing the pace down on the inside. Listen, he's a big price, and I have some reservations about Vetriano as well. And I can understand. I love the turn back. I get all the things about him. It just worries me. You know, some may look and say, well, the horse you picked, Andy, isn't necessarily any faster, except my horse does have a faster figure, albeit on a wet track at Finger Lakes. But that was 2-year-old form, form that could easily improve 10 to 15 points, going from 2 to 3, and Wesley Ward's layoff numbers are solid. So it's not like I'm that worried. And also, I thought it was interesting, this ace was already carded last week, as you mentioned. Wesley Ward, it's a fickle guy. He could easily have not come back in this race. He clearly wants to run in the spot. Now, he may want to run because the horse is ready to go and there's no other spot for him, and it's a New York bred non-winners of 2, et cetera, et cetera. So he's kind of got to run. But I think he's the one that has a real chance to have sort of routine improvement that give him a chance to beat the favorite. I see your thinking, you and Maggie, with Agalos the Great. I wish I thought he was a little bit faster.
See if he could take a step forward in here with some of those changes, the cutback in distance and the new gelding. As far as the pace is concerned, we've seen Vetriano be aggressive. He's not a need the lead type, but with the presence of excellent timing and even big prankster, how did you expect it to play out in here?
Well, excellent timing is going to, I mean, always assuming a clean break, and, you know, excellent timing is one of the faster horses on the ground, frankly, and he's going to be in front. But I think it makes Vetriano's job a little bit harder. It's not that he can't rate, because he can rate, but he's got to put away excellent timing. Now, if excellent timing that we saw last time runs, he'll put him away in a heartbeat. But if excellent timing is able to at least hang around for a while, it's going to sap some of his energy, and that'll set things up for a horse like Agalos the Great, or even my horse, What You Talking About. So if you like you do, Maggie does, the 5, I like the 6. If you like an alternative, you're hoping that at least excellent timing runs well enough that he forces the favorite, Vetriano, to work hard to try to get by him and sap a little bit of his energy and help the closers late in the race.
A good point to see how that pace will play out. Does it kind of force the hand of your 1-2 favorite, Vetriano, so impressive against New York bred company? And I mean, look, when you have a horse that's winning an allowance by 6 lengths and you want to take a shot in one of the more prestigious sprint races in the Alan Jerkins at Saratoga, certainly understandable to take a shot in there.
I agree with that, but I'll say something else about it. It's a decision that I would make.
Yeah.
Because there's so much upside, and I think you agree. On the other hand, this is a horse that missed a year and 3 quarters. So he wasn't working the party circuit. He's got issues, as they all do, but real ones. So you wonder a little bit if they're thinking with him, how long are we going to keep him running? And you kind of wonder is how much you trust him to continue to move forward. Is he going to be able to run as well as he did over the spring and summer? Is he still that horse? Did a race like the Allen Jerkins perhaps sap him a little bit? And he's 2-5. We understand why he's the likely winner. The questions you ask yourself is, why do you think he could be vulnerable?
At this short a price, maybe an opportunity to take a little bit of a shot against, as we all are, though I think nobody saying he's a toss-out. A lot of respect for your favorite Vetriano.
Yeah, no, he's way the horse to beat, but handicapping and betting are two very different things, number one. And you have to ask yourself every race, what is a price that I'm willing to take on a horse, or what price makes a horse attractive enough to me? And anybody who plays this game seriously has and will make bets on horses they consider their third or fourth likeliest winner, but it's a horse they thought would be 6 or 8 to 1, is 18 to 1. You have to bet those horses. You have to believe in yourself if you have a good enough opinion that you have a somewhat of an understanding. Complicated computer models can try to figure out what the horse's actual chance of winning are. But I think you could look at certain horses. I don't think Vetriano's a good bet at 2-5. Doesn't mean he won't win, but I think he's probably less likely than that to win. And I think both the 5 and 6 are more attractive bets at better prices.
About to load in for race 1, New York Bred Allowance is Vetriano. There he is, your favorite. Getting back to New York Bred Company, we'll look to pick the 3rd victory of his career as he takes a drop in class out of Grade 1 Company. New York Bred's in the spotlight to start off the day. Race 1, Belmont at the Big A. Here's Chris Griffin with the call.
Heavily favored Vetriano's in. Agalos the Great. And what you talking about? What you're talking about is in. All set. And they're off. Very slow start for excellent timing, the early trailer. Speed towards the inside here is Big Prankster. Right up front and Vetriano in between horses. Now Vetriano is a half length in front of what you talking about towards the outside. Who's taken second at the rail is Big Prankster, who's back to third. Moving forward quickly is Excellent Timing. Was off slowly, is 4 lengths off the lead. Then at the rail, that's Acoustic Ave in 5th. The trailer, Agalos the Great, 22.49 for the opening quarter mile. And the heavily favored Vetriano works into the far turn, is doing it easily. What you talking about is ranging up towards the outside. Big Prankster has asked the question. In between horses, Acoustic Ave is still in 5th with Excellent Timing, a wide run. The trailer, Agalos the Great. They're chasing Vetriano, and Vetriano is approaching a quarter mile left to go, and Vetriano doing it easily. 45 and 3 for that half mile time. What you talking about? Ready to pounce towards the outside. Big Prankster is all in. Not much running from the back yet as Vetriano just dives down towards the rail. Has a furlong left to go. Is extending the margin. What you talking about? Continues to give game chase. Is starting to cut into the margin once again. A 16th left to go. Vetriano trying to put it away. What you talking about is very resilient, but Vetriano does enough and wins it. Vetriano over What you talking about, Agalos the Great, and Acoustic Ave in 1 minute 15.44 seconds.
Vetriano gets the win, delivers as the favorite in race 1, though we did see the overall complexion of the race, Andy, change right at the beginning.
The race was gift wrapped for the favorite when the 3 Excellent Timing, a horse who's never had gait problems in the past. I've seen this horse run a lot of races. I've never seen him get left before. He got left today, and when he got left, he got the winner waltzed around the track, and you say, well, it was 22 and 2 and 45 and 3. They won 115 and 2, those 6.5 furlongs, and he won by 3/4 of a length. He was not going fast early, and so it put him in a situation where he could dictate on the front end, and the 6 had to be in a more of a chasing mode in the outside, as opposed to getting a little help from Excellent Timing. Am I sure the 6 would have won if the 3 hadn't gotten left? No, but being that I bet him, I'm feeling like he would have won. Vetriano at 2-5 shot gets it done, but if you think that's winning like a 2-5 shot should, I think you're wrong.
And taking a look at the start, it just looked like he was off sluggish. It
Never
didn't
seen it
seem
happen
like
before
anything
once.
went wrong. He didn't seem to stumble. So take a look at the head-on. Keep your eyes on the number 3. It just looks like, yeah, maybe a little bit of a stutter step. But, I mean, this is a horse, just to put it in comparison. They went 22-2 for the opening quarter. Excellent timing is one who, a couple races back, went 21-1 for the opening quarter. He's a very fast horse, so really kind of taken out of his game, which allowed Vetriano, your favorite, for much more of a breather.
Yeah, I really do believe that what you're talking about would have won this race if the 3 had broken in here. But listen, that's just racing, and that's why when you say, someone's on the speed, you always try to say beforehand, assuming they get out of the gate.
Happened twice yesterday. It was either a favorite or the second choice that stumbled and lost the rider at the start.
A favorite
you
and a
never know
second
what's
choice.
gonna happen.
2 races early in the pick 6,
Yeah.
100%.
Well, it was the favorite to deliver here in race number 1, 2-5 on Vetriano. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit more about the Breeders' Crown eliminations coming up from the Meadowlands.
The best 2-year-old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Hit back, $1.5 million.
Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home. Could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche.
You're watching America's Day at the Races as we just saw Vetriano get the win back against New York bred company. Able to control things on the front end as he's obviously a horse with plenty of talent. It certainly had a race shape that was changed as far as the dynamics, but if he was your horse, where would you go from here, Andy? Would you take another shot in Stakes Company?
Well, now he's eligible for non-Wars one open company races, which he obviously would be a relatively short price,
Right.
and we're certainly competitive. I mean, what else do you do? We're running stake races next week. He's not going to run in there. I doubt he goes to the Cigar Mile off a race like this, but we'll see what they choose to do with him. He's sort of between a rock and a hard place right now. I do not think this was a great effort by him, but we'll see. They did put a lot of distance between the winner and the third horse, so maybe it's just a very fast race, and maybe the 6 really did improve an enormous amount.
One of the beauties of having a New York bred, as well as Andy mentioned, you go through your New York bred conditions, you can then start over pretty much against open company. So some options for New York bred at Vetriano. Race 2, here's a look at the field. Right now, it's the number 3, Beach Boy Al, who's the favorite. That surprise you?
Yeah, I guess a lot of Owls are betting right now. By post time, that horse will be distant third or fourth choice. Jake Rock's an enormous favorite in doubles around even money with Super Chief, a clear-cut second choice.
Jake Rock's a horse who's been in some better form, maybe not the winningest type, but we'll see if he can get back to the winner's circle today. Over at the Meadowlands, as we mentioned, Breeders' Crown eliminations coming up today and tomorrow. Today, all about the 2-year-olds, much like we see in thoroughbred racing with the Breeders' Cup with Future Star Friday for the 2-year-olds on Friday. Jessica Otten still with us, Gabe Pruitt joining her, and guys, really excited about the races today and tomorrow. What are some of those stars that we can look forward to seeing potentially making some big moves on to next weekend?
You know, there's a lot of stars coming up on today's card, and I mentioned this earlier, Gabe. You know, it all comes down to the Breeders' Crown, but for these 2-year-olds, our stars are kind of still unknown here. There's a few horses that are just peaking. There's, you know, horses with just 2 or 3 starts under their belts. Plenty of racing left in the season for them, but the Breeders' Crown is kind of where they peak.
Yeah, we're about to kick off the first of 9 eliminations here for the Breeders' Crown this afternoon. You have to try and punch your ticket, so to speak, guys. The next weekend's $7 million plus. They are the year-end championships, very comparable, of course, to the Breeders' Cup on the thoroughbred side. Some of these races today, you have to be in the top 5, some of the top 3, depending on how many originally entered those events. So, you know, this is the day. You have to punch your ticket into next weekend's big show.
Absolutely. And 2 horses that we're not going to see on today's card are probably 2 of the more standout horses in Maryland and Champagne Problems.
Yes, and they received a bye, virtue of a couple of wins, a win in your in races for next weekend's big events. So they're just watching the action today, and we'll see who gets to step up and tackle those 2 next week.
I will say, too, pay attention to the Ron Burke barn. They have a lot of homebreds, but a lot of horses that they purchased as well. I mean, he's stacked in the 3-year-old Colt Pace division and the 2-year-old Colt Pace division and the 2-year-old Philly division.
Yeah, and he is harness racing's all-time leading trainer, well over 15,400 wins. That's the all-time leading trainer in the history of horse racing. In fact, I think Steve Asmussen, the leading thoroughbred trainer, at about 10,000. So that tells you the volume of Ron Burke, over $340 million in his career, and they just keep rolling and rolling. He has all sorts of firepower today, tomorrow, and I'm sure next weekend as well.
And another star that we're going to see on today's card is, you know, a lot of fans of the show will remember Atlanta. We were able to cover her for a couple of years. Her first baby, Deja Blue, is going to be racing today.
Yeah, she is, and she's been off to an incredible start. She has obviously high expectations to live up to. Atlanta, one of only a handful of fillies to win the Hamiltonian, the sport's most prestigious race, in the first Saturday of August. She made over $3.5 million. This is her first foal that we're going to see in action today. Deja Blue, she's been very good so far. She's going to be one of the favorites in our eliminations.
You know, a couple of horses coming up from Kentucky as well, Blueprint and Rose, just to mention those. How do you think horses kind of fare coming from Kentucky back up to New Jersey?
Well, one thing I'll say about it, it's a little bit of a Chamber of Commerce day here in East Rutherford, New Jersey. We're in the upper 60s, guys. Little breezy, wind gust up to 20 miles per hour. We'll see if that headwind has an effect on the horses in the stretch, but it is a little bit different surface, Jess. You know, the Red Mile is a red clay surface, very fast track. You know, you're moving over to a different surface here at the Meadowlands. Some horses can handle it. Some horses, you know, we'll just have to take a look, but that is something to keep in mind. The good news is we can gauge these horses today at their elimination races over the track as we head into the big dance here next weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Beautiful day for October, the end of October. Best bet on today's card.
Oh, I love the 4th race, guys, the 8 Sound Judgment, 10 to 1 in the morning line. By the way, that's not a hunch play. No one's ever accused me of Sound Judgment, but I think this horse is going to be forced to leave the gate from post 8. You have to be in the top 3 to make the final next week. Trainer Jim Oscarson has been driving Sound Judgment. He turned over the lines to a professional, so to speak, there last time, Todd McCarthy. She had sort of a breakout win. I think today she's poised for a big effort here. I don't think we're going to get 10 to 1. I'll settle for half.
You know, wagering on elimination races can be a little tricky sometimes, but I feel as if, you know, those top 3 races that you have to make it into the final will cause for some mix-up and some prices.
Yeah, there's no question about that. Again, the races where you have to be the top 5, but the good news is, Jess, there is a huge incentive to win, not only for today's purse money, but if you're the winner of one of your elimination races for next week's huge money final that are going to go for $600,000 or $700,000, you are guaranteed to draw post 1 through 6. So, again, a huge incentive to win. You certainly don't want to be a runner-up today and then have to be slammed with post 10 for the big money on the line next week.
And a price play for today.
And a price play, I'm going to go to a race that's actually not on the broadcast, but you can watch it at NYRABets.com. 12th race, one of the lesser races. It'll be the race right after our Breeders' Crown elimination. Worley Yankee, double digits. I think this is a field that does not like to finish. This horse likes to finish. Post 10 will play the price. That's race number 12 today.
We have plenty of action yet to cover on today's card. All the 2-year-olds on tap for the Breeders' Crown elimination. We'll send it back to you guys.
Jess and Gabe, thank you so much. We are looking forward to it. A lot of excitement, and good luck to Gabe with his best bet. You know, there was a night we had in Saratoga where Gabe was giving out like these $40 winners left, right, and center. So he pay attention. With
Gabe has a big following, and he's doing a great job in the shows, so I'm a little interested.
All right, we look forward to that. And then part of tomorrow's card, we're calling it a Super Saturday because we're basically going, is the show 24 hours or not quite a 24-hour show?
I think the less I say in this topic, the better.
It starts off early in the day from 9 to 11 a.m. on FS1 with British Champions Day. Then we switch over to FS2. Greg Wolf will be on the for the FS2 portion. We'll show Aqueduct and Far Hills. I'm heading over to Far Hills with Richie Migliori and Joe Clancy for the steeplechase meet there, and then the Breeders' Crown elims 7:30 at night. Justin Gabe will be there live from the Meadowlands. I believe it's Chris Griffin hosting with Paul Vidarosa tomorrow evening. So we have the whole crew on.
And then some.
And then some, yeah.
We're going to bring in Johnny Kakamis, our cameraman, maybe to come on?
You know, he's watched enough of these shows from the back of the camera. He's got to have an opinion. The early pick 4 from Aqueduct coming up after this. There's Beach Boy Al. We'll see if he can get back-to-back wins.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Fair down 25, fair down 25, fair down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With NYRA Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with NYRA Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NYRABets.com.
Marshalier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us as we take a look here at Aqueduct. Race 2 coming up next. We're in the Belmont at the Big A meet. It's a $10,000 claiming race. 6.5 furlongs on the main track. Horses here in the paddock, but we'll welcome in for the first time today. Our team keeps growing. We have Paul Vidarosa joining us here. If we have some harness racing on, we have to have Paul and his expertise. Looking forward to the eliminations coming up.
Yeah, it's always a great time when we get to this time of the year, going for the big money next week, but you got to get in first. So we're looking at the 2-year-olds today, some great action and some great horses. Looking for some great performances too, because again, it helps you to win these, but you still want to run well because you have to get in first before you can worry about your draw for next week.
Worrying about the finals next weekend for the Breeders' Crown, which will take place at the Meadowlands. But first, we have race 2 coming up here, and still early on, the money coming to Beach Boy Al. But Andy, as you mentioned, Jake Rock's likely to be the favorite in here and the one to beat, though he does have some questions. It's been a long time since he's seen the winner's circle.
Yeah, and he's going to be a heavy favorite. Make no mistake about that in the even money range. He's got a lot more thirds than he has wins. He is a horse that runs well. He's been in good form. He's got back-to-back good figures that make him dangerous in here, though he runs for the bottom level claiming tag as an 8-year-old. And I just wonder how reliable he is. And despite running those big figures, he's not winning races, though he did finish second to a horse that just ran out of his skin last time out.
Thought it was interesting, too, that he was a reclaim for Rob Atras, who had him last year. And while he hasn't won since being back in the barn, he has run stronger figures, maybe, than what he's run recently.
He's just never really been a winning type. Even back in the day when he was okay, he's a horse that likes to run second. He may win, but it is inevitably short price. I'm going to try to beat him.
Paul, is he a horse you find trustworthy?
I feel like I'm a little responsible for his resurgence last year. I picked him a few times when he won.
Wow.
And I remember you telling me, Andy, on Talking Horses once, you said if
Paul's
he wins...
taking a stand very early in today's show.
I mean,
he's responsible for how horses are running by how he picks them.
Well, I remember you telling me, though, saying that if he won that day, Rob should have had me in the winner's circle, which he probably should have. But I just feel his last two were better. I mean, as you said, the horse he ran against absolutely ran out of his skin. I took him in here today. I'm not 100% confident on him, but I think it's a step in the right direction for him.
He's the horse to beat.
Yeah.
He's going to be a heavy favorite, and he's the horse to beat.
Has now ticked over to favoritism. Maggie, as far as Jake Rocks is concerned, what are your thoughts on him? Can he step forward and get out of that second or third itis?
I remember when he was claimed away from Rob Atras, I joked with Rob saying that, well, we'll never see him win a race again, because when Rob took him, he was 2 for 30, I think, and Rob got him to win 3 races, or more than that, I should say. And he just looks the same today, now third off that reclaim, as what he did when Rob had him. You know, earlier this year, he just wasn't carrying his weight as well. He's always been a very laid-back customer. He definitely doesn't possess that killer instinct, which would reflect his record. But I do think he is trending back in the right direction, and feel like Rob Atras and his team really have the keys to this horse's ignition. Moving on to another horse who just really looks the parts, number 8, Super Chief. He was wired last time by the favorite, Natural Harbor. He broke well, and he was kind of 3 wide early, and then he got shuffled back around the turn just to stay on evenly through the stretch in what arguably was a tougher spot than what he faces here. So I really like the appearance of this horse. I know he's a little light on form, only running 14 times and 3 wins as a 6-year-old, but looks incredibly well here for Ilkay Countermasi. Just a great coat to him, good energy, and I think he had some excuses in his last, and he gets the drop in class, Acacia.
See if that helps him to take a step forward. Maggie, thank you. Meeting the field, starting off with the 2 Bronx Bomber.
Well, last time out wasn't that great. Kind of was on the chase today. He's going to have to get better to compete today.
Here's Beach Boy Al, that horse that was taking the early money.
Yeah, I don't get it. Did have a decent enough win at Finger Lakes, but is going to drift up. I think it has to do with the name a little bit.
Emerald Forest trying to turn things around in a big way.
Yeah, the last couple have not been pretty for this horse. It was a little wide last time out. Did finish behind Jake Rocks.
Here is Afternoon Heat, a horse that David Jacobson actually reclaimed.
Listen, with David Jacobson, I'm never surprised they pop up and run their good race, and he has some going back that give him a chance if you like him.
Jake Rocks, who we've discussed.
Yes, the horse to beat in here picks up Kendrick today. We'll see what happens. Much improved the last 2.
Second off the layoff for the 7, Always Charming.
Yeah, I like Always Charming this race. Got a good prep off the layoff, off an 10-month layoff last time out. Showing speed in the race Jake Rocks comes out of. He's got some good back form. I think he's very interesting second off the layoff.
And Super Chief on the drop in class to the outside.
Yeah, drops in class, and, you know, out of those conditions, having won the non-winners of 3 a couple of starts back. So this is probably the right spot for a horse looking for a better trip today than in the last race.
7-2 right now on Super Chief. Let's talk about the 7 Always Charming. Andy, I know you have interest in him as he does get a chance to make his second start off the bench. But first, quick reminder, follow along, get all of the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all the races on today's show. We want you to have all that information so you can make an educated guess. Now, I turn it over to Andy.
Yeah, I think both favorites, the 6 and 8, are vulnerable in here. I've mentioned my problems with the 6, and Super Chief's a horse that might make her drop down precipitously, and while he got it done that day, he's been over his head in his last 2 starts. It makes a lot of sense dropping down here, but he's dropping. And these drops are for a reason, so I find these horses a little bit suspect. As far as Always Charming, you don't have to go back that far, and he had very, very good form. Now, his form just completely left him late in the Saratoga meet of 2023. He was over his head, obviously, in the race up there, but the next 2 races were bad. So what did the trainer do? Gave his horse a long, prolonged layoff. Came back, now ran to lower level, so obviously, not thriving coming out of it. But you know what? I thought he got a useful prep that day, and I don't have a lot of confidence he's going to get back to his very best figures, but I think we can get close to them, and he has a chance here. And he's just the best alternative I could come up with for 2 horses I didn't want to take at a short price.
There's Always Charming warming up. Second off the layoff should be the key in here. Paul, we touched on the 8 Super Chief on another drop in class, and he absolutely could take a step forward. But is the additional drop something that gives you a little cause for pause?
A little bit, but again, he's an older horse, and he's had a couple of efforts that weren't as good against better today. His last 2 starts, and now today dropping in class here. 3 starts back, he ran well. Again, it was his non-winners of 3 condition, so I guess this is the right spot for a horse like him right now, and I hope the outside post will give him a clearer trip today as opposed to last time getting shuffled around a little bit.
Running on to his credit, did face brighter days ahead. 2 starts back, he ran a very fast figure to get that victory. And the last time out, Natural Harbor, kind of one to beat as well. For more on this field warming up, though, let's go back to Maggie Trackside.
Taking a look at number 7, Always Charming in here, second off of layoff. I wasn't in the paddock for that comeback race, but a horse that has always been a little bit weak across his top line, isn't the most robust type of animal. So he looks fine in that respect. Wish he looked a bit stronger, just, purely for my preferences, but warmed up really well. He kind of underwhelmed in the paddock, but once I saw him warming up, he kind of collected himself nicely, and Francisco Martinez really allowed him to develop that warm-up. Started off collected and a little bit slower, and then extended it out once he got to the back stretch, just to really kind of loosen him up. So and I get what Andy's saying, that he could be a horse that obviously needed his last start, which I have thought about him in previous times, coming off a little bit of a layoff. So I think he does make a good deal of sense, and he's a generous price at 6-1. I just couldn't get over how well number 8 Super Chief looked, and I didn't mind him with the drop in class. Acacia.
All right, Maggie, thank you. We'll see if Always Charming can take a step forward in here. I know that you felt he's going to continue to drift up, but anything to pay attention to, Andy, with the 3 Beach Boy Owl taking some money?
Well, I guess you could use the same argument that I'm using a little bit for my 7, in that I think both the first and second choices are vulnerable here, while still the 2 horses to beat. And his last race wasn't that bad looking at it. I think the figure stacks up, and he's run some good races in the past, but he's also a horse that doesn't really have any speed. And both the 6 and 7 have speed in a relatively paceless race. So even if he was good enough, Paul, isn't he going to be compromised by the way the race is run?
Yeah, I don't know if there's going to be enough speed to set this horse up in here. Even if you go back to the allowance race that he won in the mud here back in January, they went fast early in that race, so they gave him something to run into. Last time out, I think he was the best horse in the race, and even though he ended up having to go really wide in there, he still was the best horse in the race.
In a 4-horse field.
In a 4-horse field, right. So I think it's going to be a little bit tough for him. Now he's 5-1. I can see him going up a little bit more from that. But as you said, he's a viable alternative if you don't like the 6 and the 8. You have your questions about the 7, second off the layoff.
Yeah, I think it's a question. And the thing about trying to beat both the 6 and 8 is it's one thing to try to go in against one horse that you think is unreliable. Obviously, when you sort of relying on 2 not showing up. Now, to be fair, I think that the 7 could beat the 8 even if Super Chief shows up. It's not like his races are that good recently, and I think the 7 has plenty of races that can beat him. And Jake Rocks is just not a winning type, and that's one of the things I'm relying on.
I actually like the fact that I know he was fresh even off that long layoff, but it was nice to see the 7 actually show that speed that he's had in the past, you know. So I think that was a big help and probably looked like he was back in some kind of right form and right feeling. So today I wonder, I mean, I'm assuming he's going to be forward again. You're going to use his speed in here in this race. I mean, he doesn't have to. He's not going to necessarily be on the lead.
Well, why wouldn't he be on the lead?
Oh, I'm just saying if he just
if he's allowing Jake Rocks to get the lead, it's just a bad ride.
Yeah.
Now I understand he has a bug rider, and maybe he just won't get the best of rides. But if he was my horse, I would tell the rider, you got to go to the front. Assuming a clean break, obviously, and if you go to the front and lose, so be it. But with the scratch of the 1, it would be idiotic not to be aggressive and try to take advantage of your speed.
I would imagine Bob Caceres, too, wants this horse to be forward.
Bob's pretty smart.
Yeah.
I can rely on him. And I think the point would be you've got the speed. Use it. And also, don't let Jake Rocks have some sort of advantage on you. He's the worst to beat. You have an advantage on him.
Oftentimes, when you see horses off a layoff, show speed, fade, they are going to be stronger and better second time off the bench. We'll see what Always Charming can do. His favoritism now squarely on to the 6, Jake Rocks. Over at the Meadowlands, race 3 will be the first live race that we show. This is the 1 mile pace elimination for the 2-year-old fillies. And right now, Paul, it's the 8. Mickey and Minnie, no surprise here to see that she's the favorite. What are her merits coming into this?
I like the fact that, you know, she's figured it out now. You know, she can chase horses and she runs them down late, so that's definitely in her favor. The post isn't ideal for her, but again, she's got that style where she can sit, wait, pounce, and run now, and she's got 4 in a row coming into this race.
Here at Belmont at the Big A, we'll have race 3 coming up, race 2 coming up, and then in just a few minutes after that, very quickly, we will bounce back over to the Meadowlands for their 3rd race. 3-2 on the 6, Jake Rocks here in New York as we get ready to kick off the early pick 4 here. Any final thoughts, Andy?
It'll be interesting to see if the 6 and 8 separate later, as the double pools don't include, they do include CAW, whereas the win pool doesn't. And so it's not as reliable. The 6 is a much, much shorter price than the 8. In the double, I think it's $3 for $1 versus $6 for $1. So it's a big difference, and there really isn't much difference in the board. We'll see if that mitigates when they leave the gate.
Jake Rocks, maybe the horse to beat. Can he get the job done and find the winner's circle for the 8th time in his career? Loading in for race 2, Belmont at the Big A, Chris Griffin has the call.
Jake Rocks goes in. Always Charming and Super Chief. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Broken a very even line. It's a scramble on for the front end. They all want the front, and here comes afternoon heat from in between horses, and they move quickly early. Always Charming is in that early mix. Out wider is Super Chief joining them. Also in between runners now trying to move forward. There comes Jake Rocks with the early action. These 4 across the racetrack. Got the rail comes Beach Boy Owl is settled towards the inside. Is now that shared 5th and 6th with Emerald Forest. The trailer, Bronx Bomber, 22-4 for that opening quarter mile, but it was very pressured and they work into the far turn. Jake Rocks has got the lead. Here comes the run from Always Charming in between horses, and Super Chief is ranging up 3 wide, and Super Chief is on the move. Beach Boy Owl was sitting off the early action, is now taken 4th as afternoon heat tries to re-rally from 5th. Emerald Forest still a touch wide. The trailer, Bronx Bomber, 45-4 for that half-mile time, and at the rail, Jake Rocks is back in front. It's Jake Rocks who's trying to press on. Center of the racetrack is Super Chief, trying to catch them both as Beach Boy Al grandstand side, and afternoon heat's looking to split rivals. It's Super Chief and Manny Franco up by 1.5 lengths. Afternoon heat is splitting rivals now, has some momentum. Super Chief to the outside. Afternoon heat catching with every stride. Super Chief wins it. Afternoon heat 2nd, then Jake Rocks. Finishing 4th was Beach Boy Al in 1:16.5 seconds.
Super Chief with the win. That extra drop in class puts him in the right spot on what was a scramble early on, Andy.
Yeah, it felt like there ended up being more speed than we expected, and Super Chief was sort of always poised. Jake Rocks looked like he was completely done on the turn in a full-out drive. He had persevered to run third, but Super Chief got it done.
Super Chief holding off a late run from the number 5 Afternoon Heat, Paul, who looked like he was actually getting the best trip.
Yeah, he actually sat a nice trip and actually tried to split these horses right here. It did, and almost got the job done at the end of the day. It was a much improved effort for this horse, actually, than we've seen recently.
I'm sure it'll make a big difference next time the horse runs.
Number 8, Super Chief with the win, though, on that drop in class. 8.56 under the wire in race 2. Went off at 8-5. Super Chief back over at the Meadowlands. As we have the third race, again, this is a 1 mile pace elimination for the 2-year-old fillies. 2 elimination races in 3 and 7 here for the 2-year-old fillies. The top 5 in each elimination advance to the finals, and the elimination winners have the opportunity to draw 1 to 6 in the finals. So it does help, Paul, as far as your post position is concerned.
Yeah, and it all depends on the luck of the draw at that point, right? I mean, you know, you're going to see varying strategies. Don't get me wrong, you want to win this race, but there are some times where you're kind of, if you know you're in a position and you're going to get into the finals, you're going to just make sure you hold your position and get there for next week and roll the dice and take your chances. But they are 2-year-olds. You never know what's going to happen when they run, whether on the pace or the trot. So it'll be interesting to see how this shakes out this afternoon. And I think now you're starting to see the board go to the horse that I would expect to be favored in the 1, Looking Good Lulu.
Quickly, top pick for you in this race?
The 1.
The 1.
Looks good in Lulu for me.
Current favorite right now, as once again, there's how it works with this 2-year-old filly pace coming up. Let's check in with Gabe and Jessica.
Well, Gabe, the first of 9 eliminations are on the track. We're going to kick it off with those 2-year-old filly pacers. And like we had mentioned earlier, the first 5 in the official order will head to the finals. Good group we have here. I think it's very competitive. Of course, we're seeing a couple of horses come in off of wins and a couple of horses coming in off of losses. Let's start with Mickey and Minnie, though. I think this filly has progressively gotten better, and she's not been worse than second all season.
Yeah, that's the thing. From post 8 here, and I will mention she is hooked up with the 1 Looks Good in Lulu, the current favorite, 2 times. She has defeated her 2 times. However, today you're seeing a little bit better price on the board. Same connections here, Jess, as Twin B Joe Fresh, the likely horse of the year. We'll see her tomorrow night at the program. Mickey and Minnie started off with 4 losses, 4 runner-ups. She's won 4 in a row since. She's razor sharp. She won a $400,000 final by a nose down at the Red Mile over the 1 Looks Good in Lulu. I think there's lots to like here, lots of upside potential for Mickey and Minnie.
Yeah, and like you had mentioned, every time she's met up with Looks Good in Lulu, she's beat her. And I think Looks Good in Lulu put in, maybe a few not so great starts, but she's finally rounding back into herself.
Well, I'll say it's awfully flattering to enter today's race as the co-fastest 2-year-old filly in the history of harness racing. Fresh off her last win, just 148-3. I think that's why she is taking a ton of action there. That's an awfully flashy win there. Again, the co-fastest 2-year-old of all time in her last stakes win.
Breeders' Crown eliminations are going to get underway. The first of 9 today. 2-year-old filly pacers. Ken Workington, Hall of Fame announcer, has your call.
Lulu. Fresh off a world record equaling mile. 5-2 on the 8, Mickey and Minnie. 7-2 on 6, Rodeo Drive Deo. On gate, third race, here they come. They're off. Mickey and Minnie from the far outside with My Sweet Lily away fast. Rodeo Drive Deo. And Looks Good in Lulu on the rail, leaves sharply into the first turn. Cowgirl Hanover cuts the corner into the top 5. And then it's Giggling on the Beach. Settles in 6th there as they head to the quarter, followed by Millie May Hanover. Then at the rear of the field, we find Point Breeze, and Chakra is the trailer. 2 wide at the opening quarter. Mickey and Minnie presses on with Dexter Dunn and takes over. Mickey and Minnie 26 2/5, and surging My Sweet Lily and Louis Wah. My Sweet Lily will take the lead. Mickey and Minnie back in the 2nd spot now. Looks Good in Lulu already back to 3rd. Cowgirl Hanover is 4th. Rodeo Drive Deo is 5th, approaching the half mile. Then Giggling on the Beach is 6th, followed by Millie May Hanover and Point Breeze. And Chakra is the trailer at the half. My Sweet Lily in front there. Long shot at 55-1 and a dazzling 53-1. Fired up My Sweet Lily by 2. Mickey and Minnie in the second spot with 3 hits to go on the final turn. Looks good in Lulu off the speed in third. Looking to gear up as Rodeo Drive Deo gathers momentum on the outside and flushes around. Cowgirl Hanover fifth on the inside. Giggling on the beach, looks to rally off the speed as they turn for home. Mickey and Minnie on the outside coming after My Sweet Lily. 3/4 1:21 and 1 into the stretch. A scorching pace here. Mickey and Minnie catapults to the top. Looks good in Lulu, has dead aim on the outside and lets her have it. Rodeo Drive Deo trying to reel them in. Looks good in Lulu, forges to the lead at 3-5. Looks good in Lulu. Then Rodeo Drive Deo, Mickey and Minnie giggling on the beach, and Millie Mae Hanover in 1:48.4, a track record performance.
Well, you heard that in Ken Workington's call. Track record performance for the one. Looks good in Lulu, who was able to run down the pace setter, Paul, who was not stopping. This was a nice effort from this 2-year-old filly.
Yeah, I mean, she ran really well in here when you look at this race. And, I mean, caught that nice trim, got flushed out when the 6 came to the outside, but they ran in this tightest track, putting up fast times here. She's a nice horse, though. I mean, you cannot take it away from her. The only clunker she had was when she had post 10 and ran at night. So we'll see what she can do next week at night, and hopefully she'll have a better draw since she draws 1 through 6.
Am I wrong that I know back in the day, I feel as though they ran faster times in the day. Am I wrong about that? Is that like a...
No, sometimes it is. You're right. Sometimes during the day they do it fast because the track is tighter and the conditions are better. It's not as...
I have some memory of this from my days of following harness racing, that when they ran the afternoons. I could be totally wrong.
It would make sense, though. It would make sense. Looks good in Lulu with the victory, though. Ron Burke, in fact, 1-2 as Rodeo Drive Deo checking in second for trainer Ron Burke, but looks good in Lulu with the victory in this first elimination round for the 2-year-old filly. Pacers, prices, and more when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
Down, 350. Here we go. 3 here, 50, down 4, 8.5 in the back. 1,400,000 stands way in the back. Thank you.
$1,005,000 and $1,006,000. $150,000, $1,550,000 and a half. $1,500,000. Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
You're watching America's Day of the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Are you excited for Halloween? Yes,
I'm dressing up as you occasionally at Halloween.
You got the blonde wig.
Be shocked at how similar you look.
Nobody will know. $5.50 winner at Aqueduct Super Cheap, getting the victory on that drop.
We'll be together on Thanksgiving. What are you talking about? We'll be in California
We
together.
will be, yes. We'll be at the Breeders' Cup together. Well, everybody better have their glasses
If
on
you
to
see
make sure they
two
can tell us
occasions, you
apart.
just won't be able to know which one's which.
You'll know. I should dress up as Lafitte.
And show up at the event the night before.
That's
he's
right.
Getting
He's getting
the Jim McKay Award.
Jim
We're
McKay
very-
Award.
We're very proud of
Absolutely.
Lafitte.
We're very proud of Lafitte, the guy. As we take a look at the field for race 3, maiden special weight coming up, mile and a 16th on the turf. And right now the entry taking quite a bit of attention, Andy, as you and I were discussing. One a first-time starter and one making the U.S. debut. So some real unknowns here.
So the question is, do you want one of them or do you want both of them? And we talked about Bernablues after the mighty Colonel Liam, who, if he could have stayed sound, was a very, very good turf horse. He's a Liam's Map, was a good turf influence. This one's a Copper Bullet. Now, Copper Bullet, the story hasn't been written yet. He is a more than ready. It doesn't inspire confidence, but it's possible. And Peretti ran some synthetic races over in Europe. The chances they're both good are pretty small. Which one do you want, and who's getting bet, and is this a value play at 2-1? Not for me.
It's a little short for me, too, to take on an entry at 2-1. I mean, I kind of prefer
Two
the
unknowns.
1A a little bit. Yeah, 2 unknowns, too, but I kind of prefer the 1A a little bit, just simply because, I mean, I know that horse is bred for the surface, and I mean, not that the 1 isn't, but I just feel like, too, a couple of races underneath the 1A's belt as well. So, I don't know. It's just too short of a price to take on an entry for me.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, but the 1A Peretti is a Loop de Vega, and obviously Loop de Vega has been a very hot sire.
Absolutely. As that one sold as a yearling at the Goff sale for the U.S. equivalent of about $172,000. Over at the Meadowlands, we saw Looks Good in Lulu get the victory in this first elimination round for the 2-year-old filly. Pacers in track record fashion. Rodeo Drive Deo for the same barn, checking in second, and a late rally Paul for Mickey and Minnie.
Yeah, Ron Burke's got an embarrassment of riches. You're going to hear that name a lot over the course of the next 2 days and next week, too. So looking forward to seeing the Burke Brigade perform well. And a couple of long shots snuck in there because Giggling on the Beach was 4th, and also the 4, Millie Mae Hanover, checked in 5th. So they punched their ticket as well into next week's final.
Here is a look at the 2-year-old filly Trot, which is coming up next in the 4th at Meadowlands. The top 3 in each elimination round will advance to the finals. Now, Champagne Problems receives the bye into the finals. What does that mean, Paul?
Means that she gets to sit out this week and watch everybody else scramble because she earned her bye earlier on in the season with a race that she won. So she will draw between 1 and 6, and we will take the top 3 from the remaining.
That's how it works. They get the inside posts if they
will draw for spots 1 to 6. She can be no worse than 6th. And any of
if
the
you run
eliminators
1,
as
2,
well.
3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so they'll be able to draw in. And taking a look at the board here, I'm on the favorite again. I didn't think this horse would take a ton of money, Delaney Hanover. I was hoping to get a bit of a price, but I'm going to give Delaney Hanover a swing in here. I mean, she looked really good in her first 2 career starts. I don't hold that New Jersey Classic final against her because she was kind of overloaded and a horse broke stride right in front of her. So it kind of just threw her off as they were turning for home. I know she was the favorite in the Doherty. She didn't get the right trip, but now she's home today at the Meadowlands, so I think a little home cooking is going to do her well.
2-year-old filly Trot coming up. There is a look at the entry, though, in the paddock for race 3, Belmont at the Big A. More on both of those races after this.
Liam's Map, a 2-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple-digit buyers, including a 114 to win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He's already taking the lead as a sire, with Grade 1 winners Basin, Wicked Whisper, Colonel Liam, and Juju's Map, plus multiple 6-figure yearling sales and 2-year-old sales up to $1.2 million. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Liam's Map, only at Lane's End.
Racelens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. Racelens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level. Took the lead. 8 main 2. Internet, you're out. 250. 8 2. Down to get down 250. Down to get down to get down 50. Guess not. Here to get down to get down to get down 50. Internet wants. Here to get down to get down to get down. They know down. But at a very one to get twice. Here to get down to get a third and final call. 2 main 250 and a half. Roger, you win today. 2 main 2. Thank you.
9.5. Thank you. We're going to get 9 in the back. $1,900,000. Thank you. $1,700,000. Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by NYRA Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at NYRABets.com as we take a look at Citi Field, as I'm sharing the desk with a couple of Mets fans up here.
The Mets have been so much fun this year, and such a terrific year. And anybody who's disappointed because they're down 3-1 to the mighty Dodgers is kidding themselves. It's been a great year for the Mets.
Yeah, and it's house money right now they're playing with. Just don't lose today, though, at home. I would rather see the Dodgers clinch at home than clinch at Citi Field.
My route is that when we get back from Saratoga in September, I can watch some Mets games with the hope that they're going to be okay and make the playoffs. And we got more than that this year.
Much more than anybody expected.
They've been super fun.
There's
Dodgers are great. I mean,
there's a look at part of the entry here for race 3 coming up. That's Bernabeu, the one with the big pedigree, half-brother to multiple Grade 1 winner Colonel Liam, 6-time turf winner. Second dam wonder again as well, so plenty of pedigree on this son of Copper Bullet. For more, though, let's head down and get a paddock report from Maggie.
And I think they bought him, I don't want to say purely with that pedigree in mind, but a horse that's not that correct. So there's some confirmation faults with number 1 Bernabeu in here, and he should like the turf. I have no problems there. He looks fit. He looks strong. Great coat on him, but do I want to take a short price on this horse? No thanks. As his entry mate, Peretti, who does have that experience and really should love getting to the turf, as the guys were mentioning with that pedigree, really flat hoof to him, really slack pasterns, is a little bit more on the smaller side. And in Ireland, he was running 7 furlongs or a mile. And while that translates well to these 1 16ths here in America around these tighter turns, I wouldn't want to see him going too much further than that. One that I presume hasn't really done that much growing in the interim from 2 to 3, but does come back here well prepared from a fitness standpoint. As a horse who really impressed me now in his debut is number 7, Western Run. He is a son of Justify. He's not taking much money, but Shug McGahee, he's not known to necessarily win with first-time starters, but this guy looks ready for Shug. He is incredibly fit and strong, and there's a pedigree there for turf, that's for sure. Obviously, Justify is a good influence. The second dam, she was graded stakes place on the turf, and also the dam, a 3/4 sister to a graded stakes winner on the turf as well. And he screams this surface, but just really caught my eye. Beautifully put together, is quite eager and keen here in the paddock, but I kind of don't mind that because he just looks as though mentally he's ready for this debut too, Acacia.
That's a good sign, Maggie. Thank you. Western Run, he is intriguing. Plenty of pedigree, as Maggie touched on, for that debuting son of Triple Crown winner Justify. There's a look, though, at the 8 Mr. Flowers. Looks like he is getting a shoe repair in there in the paddock. We'll give you an update. No, sorry, just hanging out in the saddling stalls. But taking a look at his last race, Andy, this is a horse who has run in some maiden claiming races. Seems like he just runs no matter the company that he's facing.
Yeah, on the other hand, I thought he had just a very easy trip, sort of sucking along on the inside and Well, he ran fine. He was a little bit second by default, given how the racetrack was playing. So he's not impossible here. I just thought his overall body of work was weaker than some others in this race.
And we see Mr. Flowers just hanging out in the stall. What's going on, Maggie?
Well, he's a horse that I've never witnessed being a bad actor, but Acacia, he does wear an iron halter, as we like to say, over to the paddock. So what that is literally a round piece of iron that goes around the horse's nose, where a noseband would, attached with a piece of leather that goes over their poll, and it just has a hook on the front of it that just a snap shank goes on. So it really gives a lot of control for their handlers, and they're keeping him in there as he will go out last. He hasn't turned a hair, nor did he turn a hair last time, but obviously one that has the propensity to be a bit of a bad actor.
Thank you for that insight, Maggie. Mr. Flowers, his connections taking all the steps to keep him calm and quiet before his race. There's a look at Chow Chuck. Andy, I thought that this horse on paper looked like the one to beat, and he's a generous price right now.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a significant change in the odds. I'm not really sure how much I would trust the board right now. And the 6 is favored in pick 3s and narrow second choice in the doubles. I thought he ran well in this race, and he lost a horse that was ready to run off a layoff. I thought this was a reasonable field. Vintage Vino is probably the horse to beat in the first race tomorrow or Sunday. One of those 2 days. I think Sunday. He wants to go longer. I thought he's run fine in his races, and he's had real trips in some of his races as well, especially the 2-turn routes, not the mile and 3/8 3-turn race.
Those 2 races down in Florida with some significant trouble in there at the start of his career as 7-1 right now. Over to the Meadowlands, race 4, 2-year-old filly Trot coming up. Paul, top pick for you in this first elimination round?
I'm going to go with the 3, Delaney Hanover in here. She looked good in her first 2 starts. I mean, she ran well, and I think if you're going to hold the New Jersey Classic final against her, you're kind of barking up the wrong tree, because she was overloaded and just Conversano just broke right in front of her as they were turning for home. And she ended up taking money in the Doherty. She was the favorite in there. She just didn't get the right trip in there. She was first over, and I know she didn't do much down at Lexington either. She'll turn it around. It's home cooking now. She's back home, so she should be all right in here. I'll take a shot with her.
2-1 right now on Delaney Hanover. Justin Gabe still with us. Guys, we saw a track record in the 2-year-old filly Pacers elimination. What are we going to see with the 2-year-old filly Trotters coming up?
I'm not quite sure, Acacia. And it's weird, too, Gabe, because it's windy here, but the wind's coming from everywhere.
Yeah, it really is. I thought at the beginning of the morning, Jess, there was really a headwind of the stretch, but breezy, swirling winds, we'll call it at this point. But looks good in Lulu, guys. 1/5 off of her own world record there that she established last weekend at Lexington at 148.4. Usually you don't see that type of chaos in the elimination races, but that outside lever from post 9, that made up for that torrid tempo.
All right, the 2-year-old filly Trotters are on tap next for the Breeders' Crown eliminations. Top 3 finishers plus Champagne Problems, who got that bye from the Jim Doherty, will head to the final next week. You love sound judgment. Hey, Todd McCarthy jumped aboard for the first time in Lexington. Speed at both ends of the mile. David Miller in the bike here this afternoon. I think it's going to need to have some sort of same trip scenario.
And she got by a good filly there, Jess. That's Atlanta's first foal that we mentioned earlier on the show, Deja Blue, that she gunned down to the final strides. Hey, she's 10-1 in the morning line. I asked earlier, can we please get half? We are right now. She's 5-1 on the board. I'm happy with that. Trainer Jim Oscarson is a very patient conditioner. He raced this filly her first 7 starts. He drove her. Jim only drives a handful of horses each and every year. He turned over the drive there to Todd McCarthy last time. She was under very aggressive handling. Second start right back this week with a professional catch driver with Dave Miller. I think you have to be in the top 3, guys. Your hand is forced here. You're going to have to be aggressive at an outside post. I think that tells me sound judgment is going to be put in play early here, and I absolutely love her at this good of a number.
Santa Katrina, post 7. I think this is another one who's drawn nothing but outside posts in her last 3. She closed well in that New Jersey Classic final from post 7. She's got post 7 again here this afternoon with Dexter Dunn back in the bike.
Yeah, getting a little sneaky play. Second time Dexter Dunn in the bike. That's always going to attract a little tote attention, Jess. A good runner-up last time, Champagne Problems. That's the filly we mentioned has the bye to the big dance next week. I thought she was just okay in Lexington. I still think 4-1, a little short in terms of Wageburg, in my opinion.
Miss Belmar making just her 4th lifetime start here. I thought it was a really, convincing step in the right direction.
It was a huge step in the right direction, but here's the trouble, Jess. These are 2-year-old trotting fillies. They're just learning, only a handful of starts. In fact, this is just her 4th start. She's not very handy. You have to race her sort of off the pace. You have to be cautious. Some of these horses make breaks in stride, so I think Andy McCarthy is going to have to be very patient with Miss Belmar. I think that could put her at a bit of a tricky early spot, but she does have talent.
2-year-old filly Trot, first Breeders' Crown elimination behind the gate. Ken Workington has the call.
Wide open betting board at 5-2, 3 Delaney Hanover, 3-1 on the 5 Miss Belmar, also 3-1 on the 7 Santa Catarina. Race 4, ready for start. Here they come. Fillies are off and trotting. Santa Catarina, sound judgment from the far outside, pushing hard. Kendra and Royal Mission on the rail into the first turn. It's Royal Mission. Kendra looks to take the lead. Sound judgment swoops down on the outside and goes for the lead now to challenge. Delaney Hanover just floated away in 4th position with the She's a Shoe in 5th. Backing away with Santa Catarina. 6th past the quarter, followed by Miss Belmar. She's spotted near the rear of the field with half a dozen. Opening quarter, 27-4. They wheel off the turn. Sound judgment at 5-1 for the Buckeye paves the way. Kendra trotting in 2nd, going after command. Now here comes Delaney Hanover and Todd McCarthy 3rd and gaining quickly. Royal Mission back to 4th on the inside. She's a Shoe in his 5th. It's Santa Catarina on the helmet 6th as the pace slows. Then it's Miss Belmar looking to get underway. Shooting through on the inside is half a dozen. Delaney Hanover took the lead at 2-1 off a half of just 56-4, 29 seconds. It's now Delaney Hanover in front as they hit the far turn. Sound judgment on the inside 2nd. Kendra on the inside 3rd as they continue to round the far turn. Uncovered and inching in is She's a Shoe in, was 4th, now 3rd and gaining. Live toe for Santa Catarina, 5th on the outside. A shuffle here and pinned in now is Kendra. No room for Royal Mission on the inside. Miss Belmar 3rd over, excess cover and needs to fan out now. Half a dozen is the trailer and rough gated. 3/4, 126-4. A tight pack as they turn for home. Coming after Delaney Hanover, looking to finish it off. It's Sound Judgment looking to shake loose under some urging. Miss Belmar towers up late on the far outside. Santa Catarina between horses on the rail. Kendra in deep stretch. Delaney Hanover inching in. Sound Judgment looking for the upset. Sound Judgment trips out here over Delaney Hanover and Miss Belmar and Kendra in 1, 54-4.
Sound Judgment with the victory as Gabe's best bet comes through with a nice late rally.
Yeah. Very impressed.
Yeah.
Very impressive.
Well done, Gabe.
Yeah,
Nice
really.
job.
I should have played that exactly straight up, me and Gabe. Delaney got a little tired late, but good run from Sound Judgment in there.
A nice call.
A lot slower than the other. Were they same division, same
One
horses?
was Pacers, one was
yeah.
Trotters.
Oh, okay. Then I'm correct. They're not the same horses. Okay. Trotters are slower. I know that too.
More on the Meadowlands in a moment, but back over to Belmont at the Big A. Horses finishing up their warm-ups. Let's check back in with Maggie Trackside.
And Acacia, we'll take a look at number 6 in here, Chow Chuck. And while I did land on the 7 because he just continued to impress me throughout, I would gladly take 6-1 on Chow Chuck as I think he looks phenomenal. I know last time maybe he could have gotten the job done setting a tepid pace, but it was his first start back, and he is a little bit of a heavier type, and he is that much more tucked up, defined, and he was a little bit fresh in the prelims last time, and he's just a lot more relaxed and calm and composed. So I think that is, as it continues to drop, but still very good price on a horse who looks the part and could have possibly just needed his last effort. Moving on to number 3, Duration, who is taking some money for Chad Brown, switching to the turf. Matoli is an okay influence, but actually the majority of his turf success has come going shorter. The dam, she never tried the turf, but all the other families much better sprinting on the main track. Is the second dam, Salty Strike. She was the greatest stakes winner, and of course, multiple Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare sprint winner Goodnight Olive is Smile Moore's half sister. maybe he'll like the turf. He's not that convincing, but he's not that convincing to not like it either. He's just not that athletic looking. He's got a bit of a roach back. He doesn't carry that much muscle mass. So he's kind of the other short priced horse that you're taking just because of connections with really no sound evidence, at least from what I see, that he's going to like this surface change. Acacia?
Some questions to answer. Maggie, thank you. Yeah, Duration does come out of it. What was a very live race in the dirt, but he's the total wild card. He didn't take any money and didn't do any running first time out.
In my opinion, he's a horrendous gamble at 7-2. I mean, listen, it's Chad Brown. We've seen these horses win. He doesn't have much turf pedigree. You want to bet this horse, you're supposed to be taking about 12-1. Why would you really, realistically want this horse over the 7? A first-time starter with tons of strong turf pedigree.
Yeah, that actually has pedigree, too. I mean, I wouldn't understand, too, why you didn't give the 3 another shot on the dirt, to be honest, too. I mean, but
it's probably a negative, or maybe he's trying to cross off options late in the season. You know, we're only in the turf for about another month, hard as that is to believe, but, you know, maybe he wants to do that. I agree with Maggie. I think he's, and I want us to collect, I root for the Klarovich horses, but this horse, I'd like to book this horse at 7-2.
He's a short price right now as goes to load into the gates at the entry, still 5-2. The number 8 Badge of War 9-2 quickly. We did not touch on him, Andy. He's a bit intriguing, cutting back in distance.
The 9.
The 9, excuse me, Badge of War.
I agree. I like the cut back and getting back here. I thought he ran okay with a tough start and a little bit of a trip, 2 races back. And you were kind of interested in the 5 Creek. I didn't really see it, but he's another horse could be interesting in here. There's a lot going on here, and that's also the reason that taking 7-2 and the 3 makes no real sense. He can win, but 7 just feels like a terrible payoff if he wins.
Yeah, especially when you can make a case for about 5 of them.
Yeah, I mean, you're only taking 7-2 because it's Chad Brown and Flavien Prat. You're not taking 7-2 based on anything else.
Right.
And that's a little crazy.
A very intriguing race coming up here in the third. 1 out for this maiden special weight. Here's Chris Griffin.
All set. And they're off. Breaking inward was Western Run, but now Western Run does pick up some momentum as towards the back end of the field. At the rail, there's Salacious, and Salacious has the front, is now up by a neck. Badge of War, and Jose Lescano going to join this leader and now takes command. It's Badge of War and Salacious 1-2. Just behind them comes Chow Chuck, who's going to stalk from third. Then Mr. Flowers is in the 4th position. Tightly at the rail will be Duration, is comfortable enough in the 5th position. In between horses there comes Party with Smarty. Western Run is now a bit keen. Down towards the inside is trying to settle. Really wants to go. Is going to be mid-pack with Peretti, who's out in the center of the course, 3 wide. Second to last is Creek and the early trailer, Bernabeu. They're up the backstretch, 22-4. The posted opening quarter mile for Badge of War. And Badge of War is uncontested early. It's Badge of War who's up by a length and a half. Salacious is comfortable down towards the inside. And Chow Chuck has now taken the 2nd position away as Salacious is back to 3rd. Moving forward on the far outside, here comes Mr. Flowers is taken 4th. Duration is in behind Salacious, is in that 6th position with Party with Smarty. In between horses, out wider Peretti. They went 48 seconds flat for the half-mile time. Badge of War trying to take them all the way. Chow Chuck says hello, is up on the outside, and here comes Chow Chuck ready to confront Badge of War, who's still got ahead in front. Chow Chuck is trying to push on by and does. Here comes Mr. Flowers on the grandstand side as well. It's Chow Chuck who's trying to sprint for home now. Mr. Flowers is in pursuit, and up on the far outside, here comes Peretti with a late rally too. It is Mr. Flowers, Dylan Davis, they put ahead in front. Mr. Flowers, Chow Chuck. Mr. Flowers wins it. Mr. Flowers over Chow Chuck, then came Peretti. Duration, Bernabeu is in a photo as well with Western Run. In 1 minute 42.56 seconds.
Mr. Flowers outgains Chow Chuck down to the wire. Dylan Davis picking up the victory as he breaks his maiden in start number 8.
Seems like every horse Dylan rides is getting a perfect trip these days. And this horse worked on an absolutely perfect trip for an outside post, aggressive 9. Chow Chuck had to rate a little bit. Got a good trip overall and just got run down by a horse who maybe had a slightly better trip, Paul.
Yeah, I mean, the year of Dylan Davis continues because that was a good ride. But, I mean, even looking back at this horse's last race, I mean, closed last time out, and the race did come up fast.
I didn't like this horse at all.
It's funny because when you go back and look at that race, too, the winner got one of those trips that sometimes doesn't work out, but it was a winning ride. And I thought this horse ran okay last time, but I wasn't expecting this kind of effortless. I mean, I was in the Chow Chuck camp, so kind of a little bit of heartbreak there, but still, Dylan gave this horse a nice ride.
Yeah. Tough beat at a very generous price at 4-1. Being a bigger price than the 3 is absolutely ludicrous on the entry with distant third.
And that's what we talked about, too. I mean, I know it was 9-2, 4-1, but talking about horses that were 5-2 and 7-2 that weren't really anywhere at the end of the day.
I mean, I did not like the winner of this race, so there's nothing I could have done here. I played the 6 with the 7 and 9, but I wasn't winning this.
Mr. Flowers gets the win, though. Dylan Davis picking up another one after a 4-win day yesterday. 8, 6, 1A, 3 in race 3. Belmont at the Big A. Prices and more when we come back.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
We're back on America's Day at the races. Glad to have you with us as we're taking a look over at the Meadowlands. Gabe Pruitt's best bet of the day, Sound Judgment, delivering at, what, 5-1?
Yeah.
Nice price there.
Yeah,
in that elimination round of the 2-year-old filly Trot.
I'll say that this last race that the horse picked off Deja Blue to start before that and paid $81 was not a fluke. Came back and paid $12 today. So, but we'll be in the finals next week, along with Delaney Hanover and Miss Belmar, who took money, who I was not crazy about. Still ran third at 2-1 though.
Top 3 advancing into the finals of that 2-year-old filly Trot. As we take a look at what is coming up next, it will be the 2-year-old Colt and Geldings 1-mile trot. Here's a look at what's at stake. The top 4 in each elimination round, races 5 and 7, will advance to the finals, and the 5th place finisher, that will be determined on earnings. Maryland, the same situation as what we talked about, receiving buys, so already qualified.
Yeah, Maryland's monster, so he'll be waiting for them next week, and they better have their running shoes on if they're going to take on Maryland. But there's some good horses in here, too, that are going to try and give them a run next week for sure.
Here's a look at the field for this 1-mile trot. The Colts and Geldings And right now it's Emoticon Legacy, who's currently the favorite.
Yeah, 7-5. And actually, if you look at this horse, the only 2 losses came at the hands of Maryland. So when this horse is good, this horse can explode with a lot of late trot. So we'll see what Louis Philippe Roy can do from a post 7 today.
Back over Belmont at the Big A. Dylan Davis in the winner's circle. It feels like deja vu all over again. Mr. Flowers, he'd been knocking on the door and seemed like we kind of knew what he was, but he finished strong today, Andy.
Yeah, no, this horse got a nice trip, but still they did, and they put a lot of distance between themselves and the 3rd and 4th place finishers and everybody else really in here. Clearly the best 2 in here, and both ran well to win. Didn't like Mr. Flowers. I was with you with Chow Chuck, Paul, and we just took a lousy beat.
Yeah, it was a tough beat, but still a good race from the top 2 finishers, and at least the half of the entry I liked ran a distant 3rd here. But
that's the most important thing.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Listen, that's what I'm taking from the entire, not just today, but from the entire week.
It's the little things.
Yeah, it's
the little things in life.
I'm glad you brought that up because I had forgotten that.
There's your mic drop moment, Paul. Race 4 coming up next. 9 winners of 2 in life for 16,000 fillies and mares, and it's kind of that kind of race. 3-1 right now on Dashing Della. I thought the class droppers, Andy, would be kind of the ones to take a little bit more attention in here.
Yeah, you and I discussed this race at length last week when it was scheduled to be run on last week's Friday card, and we're just excited to get a chance to talk about it a little bit more today because in this race, it is truly, Paul, the lesser of the evils because there is absolutely nobody in here that you go, she's really coming to this race in great form.
Yeah, don't worry. I'm not making any bold predictions on this race.
I want to know your 3rd pick. Yeah, I just want to know.
My 3rd pick?
I want to know who you expect to be exactly 3rd.
Can I wait on that, or you need it now?
You can tell us after the race like you just did before. So that's
that's not true. No, come on. Hold on.
Come on.
All right, fine. All right, that's not true. But
I
that's all right.
just say Andy was feeling salty today.
Hey, listen, I can take jokes. That's fine. But come on. Listen, if you want to ask me who finished 8th, that's a different story. But
I'm pretty good at that.
Yeah, I know. But no, this race, I have nobody to hang my hat on in here. I just think this one you could throw a dart at.
Years ago, there used to be a contest in the Pretz box in Saratoga. This is quite a few years ago, where a number of people would enter. A lot of people entered, and you had to pick the horse you thought was the least likely winner of the race. And there's one person who I'm not going to say his name that finished the meet with a flat bet profit.
Oh no!
Wow.
We have live action from the Meadowlands coming up. We will have more harness racing action after this. The 2-year-old Colts and Geldings in the spotlight.
The classic looks of a 2-turn type, yet the precocious brilliance of an undefeated G1 2-year-old.
Maxfield, a breathtaking run at the top of the stretch.
Maxfield. He took it to the max in his chosen field. Now you need a mini Maxfield in your chosen field. His first yearlings are selling now. Maxfield. Classic looks and precocious brilliance. Darley.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With NYRA Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with NYRA Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NYRABets.com.
How magnificent was Full Count Felicia? Never in doubt.
Coming down to the finish, First World War. Fort Washington on the outside.
Goliath, razor sharp to score in the Thunder Road.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Fasig-Tipton, Kentucky October Yearlings. 2 catalogs stacked with quality yearlings by the nation's most prolific sires. Recent Grade 1 winning grads include Kentucky Oaks victor Torpedo Anna, Breeders' Cup champions Goodnight Olive and No Balls, and Vanderbilt Handicap winner Nakatomi. The grand finale of the yearling sales season. Fasig-Tipton, Kentucky October Yearlings. October 21st through 24th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
We're back on America's Day at the Races as we have the 5th at the Meadowlands coming up. This is the 2-year-old Colt and Geldings 1 mile trot. Paul, top pick for you in here?
The 5, Hidalgo, the technically other of the Burke Bregegas tactical dynasties, taking more of the money, but you know, he's had his moments of running well through the Sire Stakes rounds and even the Kindergarten Series. Just hasn't been able to like seal the deal when the bigger money's been on the line. Did have post 10 in one of those races if you want to kind of make an excuse for the horse, but has been second best to horses like Maryland and Happy Jack B and Gap Chronos, who are all good horses lately. I like the experience this horse has here. Nice mid-pack post. We'll see if this horse can trip out from just off the pace.
A nice price right now, Hidalgo 5-1. Justin Gabe still with us. And Gabe, nice call on the best bet of the day.
Thanks so much, Acacia. It's nice to get one home. And again, we were hoping for a half-price special off that 10-1 morning line. We got it right up the nose, $12 even. I wish I had better news about this race, guys. I had a strong opinion last race. This race, I think, a little bit more of a crapshoot, Jess.
Yeah, I think so, too. It's very competitive. And a fun fact as well. So this is the first time ever 3 brothers will be competing in the same eliminations for the British Crown race. James McDonald, of course, very established up in Canada. Mark McDonald, who made the trip down to the U.S., I don't know, about 10 or 15 years ago. And their other brother, another brother, I guess I should say, because there's about 6 of them, Anthony McDonald, who is now based out of Ohio. He runs the stable.ca, and he's got horses all over North America. So I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, a little Breeders' Crown history. First time ever 3 brothers are going to line up. They'll start from posts 1, 3, and 4, the McDonalds, and could be a little bit of a family feud, so to speak, heading in that opening turn.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's dive in deeper to this race. Gabe, you like the 7 Emotocon Legacy out of the great race mare Emotocon Hanover by Wallner. A second place finish in that qualifier most recently. A little bit of an up and down season. Yeah, I see she's 3 wins from 5 starts this season. Maybe not as good in that Mohawk Million as they hope for.
Yeah, but this is a barn, Jess, that we don't see ship south a lot. Of course, the Breeders' Crown Championships have lured them in. I'm speaking of trainer Luke Blaze. He came here and upset with Forbidden Trade in the Hamiltonian several years back. They typically mean business when they are spotted here. And as you mentioned here, the damn Emotocon Hanover, 27-time winner, world champion, double millionaire. I love her. We'll get to that family a little later on, but the Breeders' Crown weekend coming up. But I love Emotocon Legacy in this spot quite a bit. You know, the problem is just 2-1. It's just an awfully short price to take here in what I deem is a pretty wide open field.
Co-favorite as well on the 2 Tactical Dynasty. 1 of 2 in here for trainer Ron Burke, coming off a second place finish in the International Stallion. 2-back was a winner from post 8 in the Bluegrass. Plenty of speed. This guy we know does get over the Meadowlands surface very well.
One thing I'll say, Yannick Gingras, Ron Burke's main man, he had the option to numbers 2 or 5. He opts to the 2 Tactical Dynasty. That tells me that's the right Burke trainee.
Ken Workington has a call. The Breeders' Crown elimination, 2-year-old Colt and Geldings on the trot.
They're off and trotting. Memento Mori leaves out of there with Hidalgo on the outside. Karen Chak broke stride. Emotocon Legacy and Meshuggah from the outside is coming on to challenge as they are 4 across the track around that first turn. Taking over Hidalgo right there on the outside. Emotocon Legacy with Meshuggah coming on from 3rd, now 2nd. Memento Mori after quick start reined back into 4th and gapped early. Tactical Dynasty is 5th. And then it's Civilian Drone on the inside, 6th, and Go Boom. And the distant trailer after that miscue at the gate, Karen Chak, first quarter 27-4. They trot across the back stretch. In a strung out field here, Meshuggah made front. It's Meshuggah and Scott Ziron paving the way. Emotocon Legacy in for the pocket ride. Hidalgo 3rd by 3, trying to close that gap. Memento Mori is 4th, past the half. Tactical Dynasty 5th by about 2.5. Then it's Civilian Drone on the inside and Go Boom. Way back Karen Chak, the half up 55-4, 28 seconds. On to the far turn. Meshuggah at 5-1 on the board. In command as they round the turn. Emotocon Legacy carving out a perfect trip so far. Hidalgo has to pick it up now, given the cue by Dexter Dunn from 3rd. Gap at 2 lengths to Memento Mori, needs to do more. On the outside, Tactical Dynasty spinning his wheels in 5th and needs to get going. Meshuggah at 3/4 in 1:24 and 4, and they set sail for home. And turning first on the inside, it's Meshuggah. Meshuggah trying to shake loose here. Emoticon Legacy blocked with Trot. Might try to squeeze on through. Hidalgo on the outside. Relentless rally. And now here comes Emoticon Legacy. Got through and got room for Louis Wah. Emoticon Legacy at 5-2. And then it's Meshuggah, Hidalgo, and Memento Mori in 1:52-3.
Emoticon Legacy with the victory here up the pylons.
Yeah, nice passing lane technically, but up the pylon ride to get the job done in here. Hey, listen, we talked about it. The only two losses for this horse came against Maryland, who will be waiting next week for everybody in here. So nice trip up the inside, a nice drive by Louis Philippe Watt in here. And I think Hidalgo had to come first over, and I don't know if it was a little bit of the wind or flattening out too that kind of got to him late. And in between them, Meshuggah set a nice little pace in there and held well to be second. So they will move on next week along with the 4 Memento Mori, who was a bit of a price in there.
Meshuggah game to hold on, but it was Emoticon Legacy with that trip coming up the inside and getting the victory there in race 5. 1 mile trot, the 2-year-old Colts and geldings in that elimination round. Prices and more when we come back.
He possessed such natural athleticism.
It is Golden Pal winning the Juvenile Turf Sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challenges.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket. Golden Pal, wire to wire.
He's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths in deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2 as we have horses here in the paddock for today's 4th race at Belmont at the Big A. 9-2 for 16. And we do see a class dropper as your favorite. Coming in from New Jersey is number 4, Violet Smile. But I'll admit, I have a little bit of trouble trying to equate where those restricted New Jersey bred races stack up once they leave their very familiar friends and step into open company. I almost feel like this is the logical spot for them, as she was soundly defeated when trying this sort of move and going to a 40 non-2 life. So yes, on form, I think she fits well with these here in the paddock. She looks fine. I have no problems with her, real significant problems. She's incredibly fit looking, as she should be. She's had a pretty comprehensive campaign for 2024. She looks okay in her coat. It's starting to go a little bit, but she does have blinkers today, so we'll see if that has any bearing on how she performs. A horse that can be forward in her races without them in the past. Moving on to another class strapper in number 7, Find Your Joy. This is the second time for a tag for her, as she comes in here and probably, as this is her 5th start of this year, 6th start of the year, but 5th one coming back off the layoff between those races. She looks so fit today, more so than what I've ever seen her in a prior start. Great coat to her, is very forward and engaged as well, and into the bridle. So I think she stacks up very favorably in this grouping today for this 16,000 Acacia.
Coming in from the Finger Lakes, Maggie, thank you. The last time we saw her on the NYRA circuit, Find Your Joy, was sprinting on the turf in the New York Stallion Series, and maybe just the right spot for her. We'll meet the field, kicking things off with the 1, Dashing Della.
I actually thought she ran okay in some recent starts, and didn't think she was completely impossible here. 9-2.
Taking some of that early money. Been a long time since she's seen the winner's circle. Here's the 2, Your Forever.
Had a bit of a issue stumbling at the break and then being wide last time out when dropped in class. Will run on the same level again today.
Permed, second off the claim for Wayne Potts.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't know what race you go to get this horse to win. If you like this one, you're just relying on Wayne Potts.
Blinkers on, Violet Smile.
Ran one of her better races on a turf to dirt switch. I mean, this is technically a softer spot. I mean, can you trust her? We'll find out.
I picked her. I don't want 5-2, though.
There's Accelerina going by. Here is the 6, Jay's Love.
Blinkers coming off here, dropping in class a little bit.
And Find Your Joy.
6 returner Ramon Vasquez. Find Your Joy, once again, the best figure is really at a wet track, but does have a race that gives her a chance. In this spot, you don't need to be too picky.
Some long shots, the 8, Proper Grammar, and the 9, Play Freebird.
She's a horse, Play Freebird, who ran well on the turf. I mean, she's getting bet. I just don't get it at all.
And her turf race is better?
She's never really run at all on the dirt. I mean, I know she finished behind Your Forever, the 2, but she's a shorter price than Your Forever. I mean, it's a knock on Your Forever, but I don't know what anybody sees in her as a dirt horse. But listen, in this race, you don't want to pick it apart too much with a fine-tooth comb.
Back over to the Meadowlands, we owe you some prices from race 5, the Colts and Geldings in this first elimination race for the Trotters. We saw Emoticon Legacy with a good trip, getting the victory here. Paul Louis Roch in the bike.
Yeah, and bet down from that 8-1 morning line as well. I don't think that the top 3 horses anyway ran all that hard, in this race. I don't think this race took a lot out of them. They basically were 1, 2, 3 around the track. So we'll see how that plays into next week. I think they all have a little something left, but I also think they're all going to be running hard to chase Maryland around the track.
Have to wait for that tough 2-year-old waiting in the wings. Maryland, who got the bye, already qualifying, moving forward as we mentioned. 2-year-old filly Trotters coming up here, the other elimination for the fillies. And right now it's our Duchess to the outside, no surprise, who is a short price.
No, and driver Jody Jamieson, who we've interviewed on the show before too, he's pretty aggressive too, and he shows that those kind of moves win races, just like they win races here with the thoroughbreds, they do with the standard breds at times too. So, Jody does just enough to get those horses in the right spot in the right places to get in the final. So we'll see what our Duchess can do.
Race 4, Belmont at the Big A coming up. There's your favorite, 7-2 on the number 4, Violet Smile. And Andy, Maggie brought up an interesting point. How do those restricted New Jersey bred races stack up coming here to NYRA? The last time we saw her on this circuit was against a bit tougher. Didn't do much running that day.
I mean, in this case, I'm just going to rely on the speed figures, and you look up the figs and see if they seem to work out. Her best figure actually was a race last time she came from turf to dirt, as she's doing in this race. Her figures are fast enough to win here, and she's also getting a rider upgrade to Kendra Carmouche. So there are things to like as she comes in as sort of a new face in here. I'm not You know, I do prefer her. I think she's a better bet at a similar price than the 7, Find Your Joy. Find Your Joy, who found the recent success at Finger Lakes and hasn't run in the dirt in NYRA since actually this past February. But I guess you could say her maiden win, Paul, her first race in the dirt, was fast enough to compete here, and that was quite a while ago.
Yeah.
But has she improved at all?
I don't know, because it's hard for me to make a case for the race that she ran here, too, back in January, too. I mean, the rail was good that day, too, and you just wonder if that figure was inflated because of it.
Well, the January 18th race,
yeah.
one of the few horses that didn't win is the inside speed
yeah.
that day. I agree. I think the 5, what are the 5s? A 5 and overlay at 7-1?
A bit, yeah.
Why doesn't she fit with this bunch?
She was second last time out. I know that was at Finger Lakes, but she was not too far behind Dashing Della and wide 2 starts back.
Yeah, and I mean, no shot with the way the track was playing 2 starts back either. So, and I thought the cutback was okay. I mean, she sat a good trip. Maybe 5.5 is just a little too short. I mean, I know she was 1-2 in there, but I mean, against this group in here, I mean, she's reliable, at least I would think, getting back, stretching out a little bit.
The 7 can win here, but 2-1 seems a little bit crazy. Is we starting to see some money coming in on Dylan's horses? Is that possible, or is this just? I mean, I'm surprised by this.
She is a class dropper as well, but not a ton of form overall to sink your teeth into. But Maggie Accelerina, she is a bit of a price right now, finishing second last time out.
Yeah, I agree. As Acacia, we'll take a look at these 2 horses as I've watched warm-ups, one of which loved in the paddock, didn't love out in the track. The other didn't really care for in the paddock, but really liked what I saw in the warm-ups. As Accelerina was that one I really liked in the paddock. She is one that in the past I've seen get very washy before her starts, and today not the case. Really just a bright disposition to her overall. Physically looks the best of any of these in here. Dappled head to toe, just really strong and just exuding overall health. But watching her warm up, in which I've had this, kind of complaint about her in the past, is that she just really doesn't extend herself. She kind of has those more shorter front legs where there's not much reach there. So she underwhelmed me once watching her out in the paddock, but out on the track, I should say. But 7-1 is a very fair price on her. As number 2, Your Forever, I didn't necessarily care for back in the paddock, as she's very quiet acting. I've seen her just look better overall. But once she got out on track, she really perked up and framed herself up beautifully, is moving the best of any of these in the prelims and getting their warm-ups. So I think both these horses definitely deserve a look at their respective prices.
You'll get some value on them, Maggie. Thank you. 7-1 and 5-1. Your Forever. She was second behind Devil Blue Dress, who was the short price favorite that day, and that was after a big drop in class. Comes back at the same level, Andy. And I know it wasn't the fastest race, but maybe she just finds the right field.
Taking a stand against anybody in this race is a recipe for disaster. If you have a reason to like a horse in here, bet that horse. I'm not going to be surprised if Find Your Joy wins, but Paul, I think 2-1 is too short on anybody in this field.
Yeah, it's a short price to take for sure. And I mean, then you start hunting around and looking at some other horses. I mean, I'd rather take the 7-1 on Accelerina. I mean, 4-1's not bad on Violet Smile either, based on the drop down. I mean, I don't get the money for the 9. I felt that kind of race, they ran 1, 2, 3 around the track, and Devil Blue Dress wired the field. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, am I supposed to like? I mean, Your Forever. Well, now they've come together in price.
You can like anybody you want.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, for me, it's Violet Smile.
9-2 on Your Forever. 2-1 now on the 7. Find Your Joy, who does get a bit of a drop in class.
We didn't even get to make fun of Maggie. Maggie, this is a very rare Tom Morley selection. What did you? You're being nice to your husband? What's going on here?
2-1. She did give high marks to the filly in the paddock. Yeah, it's tough, when you're close. I think for all of us in the sport of horse racing, we try to be objective in our jobs day by day, but of course your emotions always take over no matter what. So when you try to pick, and you pick what you think is the best, at the end of the day, you're always going to be rooting.
Objectivity is a problem for anybody handicapping. Very few people don't have any relationships, people they like, they don't like, situations from the past, and keeping that in. And obviously when you get family or friends involved with horses, it's very hard. No question about it. You want them to do well, but you have to find a way to be able to evaluate them honestly.
Absolutely. 2-1 now on Find Your Joy. Pick 4 coming up here. And don't forget, you can sign up with NYRA Bets and get a $25 free bet, plus that $200 deposit match bonus, and you'll be just in time for the Breeders' Cup World Championships. Use promo code CUP25, that's the new promo code this week, and dive into the excitement of the Breeders' Cup. Sign up at NYRABets.com and claim your $25 free bet and $200 bonus today. So 2 weeks from today, in fact, will be Features
I
next
know.
Friday
It's
over the
amazing how
Breeders'
close
Cup.
it is.
Yeah, be there quickly. There's Find Your Joy. Andy finds joy in every day and little things.
I do.
Yeah,
I do.
I was serious about that.
Reading. Rooting against the Yankees, you know.
There you go.
things
Hey,
like
listen,
that.
last night was something to behold.
Nah, I'm not really rooting that hard against the Yankees. Last night's game was really fun.
Race 4 coming up. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Permed. Find Your Joy. 3 out. Proper grammar. Play Freebird. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Play Freebird breaks well from a far outside draw, and there's Your Forever is hustled along, and Dashing Della wants to be part of the early mix as well. Now 3 of them across the racetrack is Violet Smile. Those 3 speed together, and the leader is Dashing Della. Dashing Della is up by a half length with Your Forever. Romero Mirage is stalking from second. 3 wide there comes a Violet Smile. Accelerina is progressing at the rail, is now a challenging 4th. Is right there with Find Your Joy, who travels with that one. Then comes Play Freebird, is now in the 6th position, right in behind rivals, trying to make up some ground with a wide run. Proper Grammar, the 2 at the back. Permed and Jay's Love, 22 and 4 for that pumped up opening quarter. Dashing Della's got the lead. Violet Smile is in pursuit, is losing some ground there, was Your Forever. They approach a quarter mile left to go, and Dashing Della's got more for Christopher Elliott down towards the inside. It's Dashing Della, Violet Smile, Kendra Carmouche in pursuit, every chance to run by, but Dashing Della's still there. It's Dashing Della still with a neck in front of final furlong to go. Find Your Joy is commencing a rally grandstand side. Here comes Violet Smile to the outside, but they've got to deal with Find Your Joy. Find Your Joy is going to push on by. Find Your Joy, Dylan Davis with another one. Find Your Joy wins it, then Violet Smile. Dashing Della, late run there flying, was permed in a photo with Accelerina in 1 minute 11 and 3.
Dylan Davis with another one. Find Your Joy on the drop in class, and the best momentum late.
Another perfect trip for Dylan. Works out a perfect trip here. This filly, Paul, did not look like she was getting there until the very, very, very late stages.
And no, and it took her quite a while to get on track, too, because I was wondering at first if they were, who was stopping the least, actually, out there. But it seemed like she picked up her feet late and got the job done off a perfect trip. I mean, I thought the 4 was just a lock. Yeah, home free when they turned for home, and she just kind of idled out. And the 1 ran a good race. I mean, Christopher Elliott put the horse on the lead, aggressive there. And at the end of the day, Dylan Davis just had a really good trip and just ran them
A good
down
trip,
late.
but you're right. It took her a little bit of time to get going.
Yeah.
And when she finally did, she finished with that good momentum. But yeah, the last move, the winning move for Find Your Joy.
I liked my 4 with 1-5 boxes going down the stretch. Wasn't meant to be.
Dylan Davis, second win today, I believe. Yeah, second win for Dylan Davis. 4-win day yesterday, 7-4-1-3. Find Your Joy gets the victory here in race number 4. Closing well on the outside for Tom Lorley. 2-1 ended up going off as the favorite. Find Your Joy, as we have stakes action coming up next here at Belmont at the Big A, the Glen Cove. After this, talk a little bit more about it, bring you prices from the 4th when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
It's America's original sport. And no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 44 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sales sire at the September sale. Curlin, the classic sire.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by NYRA Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Look at the High Line, New York City. Great place when it's nice weather.
Love the
around.
High Line.
I love it. Walking over to Chelsea Market, one of the best spots. I haven't been down there in a while. Now I'm having nostalgia for the High Line in New York
High Line's
City.
great.
Yeah. Into the winner's circle here at Belmont at the Big A in race 4. Find Your Joy. And Dylan Davis, Paul, with another one.
Yes, the money was right in here for this horse. But when you watch this race, too, I mean, on the turn, you thought, well, okay, she's done. She's not getting there. And kudos to Dylan, because Dylan kept on her to get her going. And finally, when they got to mid-stretch, you could see she kind of picked herself up, and she picked her stride up and came after the 2 leaders there and got the job done. I'm a little disappointed in Violet Smile, who just kind of idled out on the front end. But make no mistake about it, this was a good run for a horse on the drop in here.
Drop in class, she found her friends, and last move, the winning move, Find Your Joy, able to run them down. $6.20 winner, 7-4-1. It's official in race 4. As race 5, as we promised, a stakes race coming up. This is the Glen Cove, rescheduled from last Friday when we had to cancel. Unfortunate with the scratches in here, Andy, and no surprise to see Ellen J a short price because she's likely the controlling speed now.
Yeah, the daughter of Kofefi really did get a break. It was a tougher spot last week, and obviously before the scratches there was more speed. The race has totally changed. She's the speed, but you and I both think that the 8-time Dazzle can stalk her and beat her.
Might just be a little bit of a better horse. We'll see how it plays out. Glen Cove coming up next in New York, but back over to the Meadowlands as race 6 is the 2-year-old filly 1 mile trot here, elimination round, the other elimination round for the 2-year-old filly trotters. And Gabe and Jess with us because this does kick off a pick 4. Guys, how did you see the sequence playing out?
Yes, it does kick off a pick 4. And Gabe, I know earlier on in the card you had a strong opinion, end up being a $12 winner. Did you have a strong opinion in this sequence?
Yeah, you know what? I think, Jess, especially in some of these elimination races, we're looking at, a lot of form. I think it's going to be, maybe some short price in this. So what I like to attack is to try and keep my ticket as narrow as possible, and we'll just repeat that as many times. So actually, I've got a play here that's just $6 for $1, but I'm going to play it 5 times, so it's a $30 investment. We've got 2 singles in the middle part.
All right, walk me through it.
All right, let's go. First leg here, we've got Deja Blue again, first full from Atlanta. She's up there right now at even money. Like the 7, Art Duchess quite a bit, though, and I think we're going to get an aggressive steer from driver Jody James, and I think she'll leave here, and I do give her a big shot to pull off a little bit of a minor upset. So I'm 2 deep. 4 and 7 to kick things off. As you see the play there, we hope it's Deuces Wild, Jess, in the middle leg, because I've got the 2 Rose, who rides a 6-race win streak into that one in the 7th race. We already saw trainer Ron Burke go 1-2 in the prior elimination today for the 2-year-old Pacing fillies. He's got Rose, so if Rose is victorious here at a short price, he could have the 3 favorites in next week's $700,000 final. 8th race of the day, well, rolling right back to the Ron Burke barn. Number 2, Lou Prent. He's 6 of 8. His losses by a neck and a nose, so he's just a short amount from being undefeated. I think that he is the best there today, so we'll take a stand and single him as well. We'll try and snag a price in that last leg. That's really the leg that I'm trying to beat some of the favorites. I like the 3 Spicy Nice. She added the trotting hobbles last time. The 4 What a Bit ahead of her, a race you just had to see to believe last time. She finished 3rd, by the way, behind Sound Judgment, a live race who came out to win earlier today. And then we're going to go back to the Luke Blaze barn there. Lasting Dream. I don't want to get that barn by me. Already a win in the eliminations today. So 3 deep there. You'll see it's a $6 total play for $1. We'll punch that 5 times for a $30 investment.
You know, I'm really looking forward to those 2 middle legs with your singles. I think those are 2 really nice horses, both homebreds for the Burke Brigade. But for now, race 6 is 2-year-old fillies on the trot. Deja Blue, of course, filly out of Atlanta, and then Our Duchess. I thought that was a really nice bounce-back effort from Our Duchess.
Yeah, and it was a bounce-back effort. I'm just worried how much did that race take out. But cool story, guys, on Deja Blue. Atlanta, if you're worrying about the math, does not add up here. It's because she was still racing in 2021 when she was bred. It's an embryo transfer. So she was transferred to a surrogate mare. And how about this, Jess? This was the most surprising part for me. It wasn't a standard bred. A Palomino mare carried Atlanta's first foal. Almost impossible to believe, but that was the case. Hey, it didn't make any difference. Deja Blue's a nice one here. She's 4 of 7, already well over 100,000.
The 2-year-old filly trotters, Breeders' Crown elimination number 2. Behind the gate, Hall of Fame announcer Ken Workington has your call.
Trotters, sponsored by SBOA of New Jersey and Trot Pack at 4 to 5. The 4 Deja Blue at 3 to 1. The 1 a Perfect Annie. Now even money in the 4 Deja Blue. Here they come. Fillies are off and trotting. Lady Landia, Our Duchess, boarded the leave there with Deja Blue between horses. A Perfect Annie is quickest of all on the rail. A Perfect Annie, but being outsprinted by Lady Landia now, who sweeps up and gets the lead around the first turn. Deja Blue is off stride. Deja Blue off stride, and she bumped into Our Duchess at the rear of the pack, who is severely affected. A Perfect Annie, after an eventful opening quarter, takes the lead from Lady Landia past the opening quarter in 27 4/5. Princess Jackie tracks along in 3rd position. Across the backstretch they go. Teresi is 4th. Our Duchess is 5th and settling down. Then comes Cadena. Back trotting is Deja Blue after that first turn miscue. Single files, they march towards the half. A Perfect Annie on the point here at 7 to 2 with Todd McCarthy. 2-hole ride for Lady Landia. Princess Jackie on the inside 3rd. Teresi is 4th, and Our Duchess is 5th, followed by Cadena 6th, and catching up to the rear of the field, Deja Blue. The half was 57 3, just 29 4 in that second quarter stroll. It's a Perfect Annie raiding along here with 3/8 to go. Perfect 2-hole ride for Lady Landia, and it's Princess Jackie edging to the outside 3rd, and there she goes, flushed out by Teresi 4th. Now Cadena slips through on the inside. She has Trot with nowhere to go. Our Duchess setting up a rally. She's 3 deep and driving, 4.5, 5 to make up, but gathering steam as they turn for home. 3/4 for a Perfect Annie, 127 3. Can't rate them any better here. It's a Perfect Annie in front. Lady Landia looking to shake loose with Trot. Cadena on the inside retains 3rd. The others fan out. It's a Perfect Annie. On the outside, surging Lady Landia. Lady Landia at 6 to 1. Lady Landia gets the upset. A perfect trip paid off. Then a Perfect Annie. Cadena and Teresi in 155 2.
The 6th Lady Landia in the final strides, able to pass a Perfect Annie, who had control of the race throughout, Paul.
Yeah, I thought Todd McCarthy did a great job putting a Perfect Annie on the front, especially with the give and go early, and kind of just threw off. And we've seen today, you really cannot launch from far off the pace today at the Meadowlands. You've needed to be in range to get the job done. And, you know, Team Sponstead, you know, you cannot ever count them out, and gets up in the final stride here with Lady Landia. So a Perfect Annie keeps the second itis going for me.
That's a brutal beat.
Yeah, I've taken a couple of beats today.
That's a tough beat.
Yeah, but 6-1-5. So those 3 will move on to the next round next week. to the finals. So
what could possibly go wrong over there?
Yeah, I know.
Sorry, we're trying to get a little shade in the corner there from the window.
Good at keeping a straight face while this goes on. Actually,
That's right.
Something flies
That's
on the
right.
set, don't be surprised.
Yeah.
At any
Well,
given
this
moment.
is a perfect opportunity for me to say farewell, at least for now.
I don't blame you. Can I come with you?
I gotta get out of here. Be
Paul's
back in
really the line of fire over there.
Yeah.
That's a lawsuit waiting to happen.
Yeah.
Get that thing away from me.
Be back in the paddock reporting later. This is Greg Wolf's problem now. The pick six carryover over 100,000 coming up next for the Glen Cove. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Looking for bloodstock that shapes the world? You can find it here. Foundation mares that will shape the breed. Weanlings with prime potential. Your next moment in the winner's circle. It's all waiting for you here at the world's marketplace. Keeneland November Breeding Stock Sale, where the future is found. Beginning Tuesday, November 5th.
Back with you on our continuing coverage on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races, Breeders' Crown Elimination races. Still more to come. Greg Wolf stepping in for Acacia Clement. These two guys still around. Andy Serling, Paul Verderosa. Good to see you both.
I don't know. Is it? We're still around.
I mean, we survived what happened
here?
before the break. Yeah, still here.
Paul?
Yeah, still here. Still here, still hanging.
I'm leaving you soon, though.
Best yet to come. We have over $100,000 carryover in the pick six. Begins with a stakes race. Obviously, a lot of changes. Quite a few horses have come out in the race in this Glen Cove to kick off the pick six.
Yeah, bad choice by the connections of Cairo to run sixth in an impossible spot at 44-1 at Keeneland. Twirling Queen, who would have been the favorite. We wanted to see her. She's going to try the dirt in the Raven Run. We wish her good luck. But scratched down to 4, and it makes L&J the controlling speed.
Even money. Looks like, yeah, gone here. Absolute lone speed. Is it that easy?
I just, on paper, yes, but in theory, probably not, because there is a horse in here that could beat her.
I like Time to Dazzle in this race. I think L&J is a little bit dressed up in this race. Time to Dazzle should be able to sit second to her. I think sometimes these small fields mitigate a horse's tactical advantage, and Time to Dazzle had a real trip last time, so I do prefer the 8. Time to Dazzle.
There she is, L&J for Brad Cox, trying to win her 3rd in a row. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
And we do have 2/3 of Ellen J. Foxwoods here as Larry and Jamie Roth here in the paddock to watch their daughter of Covfefe, Ellen J., compete in her first stakes race as she has found new life, if you will, switching to turf sprints. And she looks that way, too. She's very stout, compact, has that flatter turf hoof to her. Covfefe was, while her markings are very similar to her dams, Covfefe was a bit more large, taller, a little bit more leg to her. So this makes sense. We'll see, and I know it's only half a furlong, but a lot of times the 5.5 versus the 6 can be actually, I don't want to say drastic, but it can it's a different animal at times. So we'll see how her speed is able to stretch today, but really no problems here in the paddock. She fits the bill quite nicely. As number 7, Agra, I find a bit intriguing as she got up to win going 6 furlongs at Kentucky Downs. She was kind of mid-pack inside early, and then she tipped to the way outside in the stretch and ran on really well, I thought, to run down a more forwardly placed runner that day. So maybe a horse that is trending in the right direction. And she's definitely filled out and gotten quite a bit stronger now as a late 3-year-old here for Bill Mott. Looks sensational in the paddock. And if she can build upon that effort last time just a bit more, I think it puts her right in the mix, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. We see that pool growing fast and furious as we get set for this 2-day Pick 6 carryover.
So where's the big leans? I guess a lot of people lean on the 5 here. I would not be that person. I don't know where they're leaning in race 6, Paul.
Yeah,
I don't know where they're leaning in race 7.
For sure, right?
I think you'll see Floki's Flight. A lot of people lean there a little bit in the 7th or the 8th. And I think you're right. In the last race, they'll lean on the 7th, slap in the face.
Yeah.
But this could be the biggest favorite in the sequence.
Yeah. How do you guys feel about that one in the last, the slap in the face?
I picked him because I couldn't pick anybody else. I don't love him and trust him, but I think he's much the horse to beat.
I agree. I think he's the horse to beat. I don't know what kind of price you're going to get on him in there, but
that's 8 to 5.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the multi. I mean, I would think a lot of people are going to lean here with the 5 too. At least I would think.
Here's our post parade. We'll start with Ready to Jam as we kick things off for the Glen Cove.
1 of 2 for Mark Cassidy. I prefer the other one, but this one has run okay going shorter.
Dylan Davis already having a tremendous Friday afternoon. Here is Ellen J. Speed, and coming off the bench from Ellis for Brad Cox.
Yeah, I don't totally trust that big 92 fig at Ellis and want to see it against tougher.
Big effort at Kentucky Downs on the grass for Bill Mott's Agra.
A bit of a plotter, though, in a race without much pace could work against her.
3-1 right now with Junior Alvarado. There she is. Time to Dazzle next door at 2-1. Mark Cassidy, John Velasquez, and a Group 3 winner at Woodbine 2 back.
Yeah, and I mean, no one else went, and she did, so she got away easy in there. But last time she took a lot of money, and just kind of got buried, could never get clear, but rallied late. She's the main danger in here if the 5 can't replicate that race, at least I feel.
So 6 minutes away to get your Pick 6 tickets together. Good luck, everyone. Big pool, and it will be rewarding no matter what happens with a 2-day carryover coming up as we get back to the Meadowlands and the Breeders' Crown eliminations continue. Lady Landia for Oka Sponstedt, a win.
And, it's pretty funny because when you look at last time out, the horse brushed to the top, didn't really have an answer for Spicy, is nice in the lane. But she does have wins over the Meadowlands track, and I think that matters for something with some of these horses coming back here and getting a little bit of home cooking in here. And we've seen today, horses are winding up second over and third over overloaded, but they're just hitting a wall in the lane. So staying close has been good. And these horses in here, the 6 and the 1, they ran 1-2 all the way around with a perfect Annie, getting a good trip on top and just getting picked off late.
Up next, here's a look at the current odds for the 2-year-old filly Pace and the second of the division in here. And Rose, 6 wins in a row for Ron Burke, who had a track record earlier with his other filly.
Yeah, ran 1-2 in there as well. So
looks good in Lulu.
I mean, and when you look at a horse like Rose too, I mean, she blazed the fastest mile ever by a 2-year-old filly pacer at the Meadows back in August. So she's 7 for 8 on the year, and she's just blooming into a really nice horse, and she's going to keep improving.
Back to our Pick 6. We're 5 minutes away here from this Glen Cove, and there is now, was odds on a moment ago. Back to even money. L&J, we expect her to control things up front. Let's take a look at her in action. Both those 2 wins coming sprinting on the grass at Ellis.
In smaller fields like this, a particularly small field of 4, I find a horse's pace advantage is mitigated a bit. And, you know, I think Flavien Prat is probably not going to just nurse her along. You got to use that speed to your advantage, unlike, you know, nursing horses. I think of Risk Threshold last weekend in the stake, where they sort of held her back and it just didn't work out badly. I'm going to say why she lost, but it's not the way to ride a speed horse. My problem is I don't really trust the race she comes out of. I'm wondering how good it really was and if she's really as good as that 92 buyer. And I just think the 8 Time to Dazzle, who isn't that compromised, who can stalk her, she's just run better races. And she had a real trip in her last start trying to go short.
There she is, 2-1. John Velasquez, one of 2 in here for Mark Cassidy as we head back downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, let's check in with that outside runner, number 8, Time to Dazzle, as this is actually the shortest that she's ever going to run in her career. And I can't say that she is your typical prototype for a turf sprinter because she's actually quite long and stretchy, but I do agree with what Andy said when turning back to 6.5 furlongs in that $2 million Music City at Kentucky Downs. She just didn't have anywhere to go for a while, and then she battled her way in between horses, all while maintaining forward progress. So I thought that was very promising. Now, I don't know her. I'm not familiar with her, having never seen her in the past prior to a race, but back in the paddock, she did seem a touch nervous. You know, she kind of got a bit hot on her neck. She was a little bit kind of girthy and crampy and short-strided back in the paddock. She looked better out in the racetrack. I upgraded her in that respect. But again, excuse me, is she really, you know, a true 6 furlong sprinter? I think that's a question of that weirdly a lot of these horses have to answer. Can number 5 L&J, you know, see out the 6 furlongs against some better company? So we'll see who proves to be best here in this short field. I thought it was fairly competitive, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thanks. Public, though, all over. What looks like a very heavy lean to kick off this pick 6 on the 4-5 favorite L&J, who's going to try and control it, should be able to up front. And we'll see if she can last the 6 furlongs.
Yeah, I get that. I'm not her biggest fan, to be honest. She may win, and she may wire this field. I think she's very vulnerable in this race. I'm not sure how good her races really are. I know she has tactical advantage. I'm not sold on her. I could be wrong.
And the other thing, too, is, you know, using her speed in small fields, we always see that they come together. They just got to go with her. Just let her roll. Try and string them out and have the 8 a couple of lengths behind her, you know. So we'll see if Flavien does that. I mean, I think she's just faster than these, and she should be in front by a couple. We'll see how it plays out on track, though.
Here we go. Big pick 6 carryover coming up. And it's a good way to start it off with a stakes race. We have this Glen Cove here to begin it. We have the Carle Place a little bit later on as the 3-year-old boys get their turn in that race. We're going to see Little Knee try grass for the first time. Intriguing storyline in that one. A horse who was right there with Bookham Dano.
Just has no pedigree at all, you know?
Does not.
If he had pedigree, I mean, he's a really good horse, but I just don't trust him at all with his lack of pedigree, to be honest with you.
That's to come at 4:50 Eastern time.
It's a good race.
And pool getting up there, 330,000 in today's pool here. It's still growing. Final moments to put this together. And got to think here and in the last, people are going to heavily lean. And we got some races where you want some coverage. Certainly that next race, New York bred maiden special weight for 2-year-olds.
Yeah, I mean, I like the 6 and 4 in there. They would be the 2 that I would lean on the most in that race. I think the 6 is an interesting threat to wire the field, but hit the post. I thought ran very well first time and didn't run as badly as it looks. Both of them were a little against the bias last time.
And
you have any thoughts there?
For me in race number 6, I'm actually going to take a flyer with the horse on the rail, number 1 Solar Glare, second time out. So maybe a little bit more speed. I know kind of chased a little bit early and then kind of backed out, but made up a little bit of ground late. So did some running in spots in that race. So maybe second time out has a little bit more to give from the inside. I thought race number 7 was the head scratcher race where you could make a case for a lot of the field
I
in
like
there.
the 2, 4, and 11 there. That's where I would lean in there. I think that both box wine and starts now are very dangerous, and the drop down Artemis Sound I would use sort of defensively.
River Tay was a little interesting.
I like River Tay, and I just think when you look back at River Tay's turf races and you see the horses that she ran against, you know, Can't Fool Me's No Show Sammy Joe's 4 for 5, and best performance usually Byers in the 70s. Looking for Bargains was a Chad horse that hasn't run since March, but Byard in the 80s each time, and St. Benedict's Prep got good on dirt then for Linda, and Can't Fool Me's in there, and Reflexivity last time out came back and won with a 77 Beyer. I just think the 2 sprints to the route, I'm a sucker for the old school that way. I love those 2 sprints getting to a route off the layup. I'd like to give River Tay a look just based on the previous turf races too and who she's run against at a big number.
First things first, got to get through this leg to kick things off. Can you narrow down here and get more coverage later on the card, potentially with this filly as the odds-on speed?
Depending on how much I played and how much, if I was ABCs, I'd use the 8 as an A, the 5 as a B, and the 7 as a C. Simply put as that to keep it, reduce the cost depending on what you're putting in there. I think the 5 can win, but I'm a little bit unsure. I know it's Brad Cox and he just seems to win everything. I'd probably use, like I said, I'd try to get the 4 and 6, but this is a tough sequence. I don't disagree. I mean, a lot of people will lean on Floki's Flight. I probably would as well. I could use, though, from Another Mother. I'm seeking Unity somewhere on my tickets as well. Yeah. I would probably lean on Works for Me 2-9 with a little 4 in the Carle Place. I just didn't see any turf pedigree to go in the other ones, and you end up sort of having to lean on Slap in Your Face in the last race. Just, I think, depending on how much your bankroll is, but I think Blame It on Daddy's a long shot I'm a little interested in, and there are others there like the 5, 10, and 12 that are far from impossible. But if the favorite runs, he's going to be very tough to beat in that race, isn't he?
Oh, no question.
Just seems like he's better than those horses. And it's not like he's run badly in defeat in his recent races.
But 4 seconds now in 8 starts, and you start to
kind of
ask
race,
yourself
though,
that question.
I agree. But it is that kind of race a little bit, right? Fair, though.
But I think monumentally the one to beat, but that it is, for some reason,
no, I
just don't trust.
I agree. Believe me, I put him on top begrudgingly. I almost put the 6 on top. It was a big price, but I couldn't do it. I put him second.
And look, for a lot of tickets, if they get that far, it's probably going to come down to that horse. So we'll see how this plays out. It all begins right here. Over $416,000 in today's pool, this 2-day pick 6 carryover. We don't get a lot of these.
No, we don't. A lot of people playing. I think today's is a little more manageable. It's why the pool has been pretty good. There are some spots to at least narrow it down a bit. Doesn't mean it'll work out that way, but I like paper.
Yeah, that
right.
plays,
no,
yeah.
But I think some sequences you look at and it's like, I don't know how I could hit this thing. You know what I mean? And I think this one you could look at and say, okay, I could make a play for a certain, reasonable amount of money and feel like I have a chance. Some of these you look at it, you think I could put $500 into it, and I have no chance.
No, that's true.
Race goes through this filly right here. The one to catch on the front end, trying to win her 3rd straight since switching to sprinting on the grass. L&J for Brad Cox with Flavia Pratt. We are set for the pick 6 in the Glen Cove. Let's go upstairs to Chris Griffin for the call.
Time to Dazzle. Is in. All set for the Glen Cove. And they're off. Breaking very well was Time to Dazzle from the outside. It's Time to Dazzle has company from L&J in between horses, and now L&J and Ready to Jam. They'll duke it out here 1-2, and just watching the action there is Time to Dazzle is well out in the far outside of the turf course, but letting these front 2 pace setters now press on. The lone trailer is Agra. Still 3 across the course as they get set to move into the turn. 22 and 1 for the opening quarter mile. Ready to Jam is trying to pull away here from L&J. L&J is within a neck of the leader. Time to Dazzle, just a touch green there. Now gets the focus, and Time to Dazzle is in pursuit from 3rd. Agra starts the move from the back. Is still 6 lengths off the lead. They get set to reach the top of the lane. L&J Here comes Ellen J ready to contest, and Ellen J is now battling on here with Ready to Jam. Trying to join them is Time to Dazzle. Agra's got some ground to make up as Ellen J is going to get the jump. Ellen J for a final furlong. Agra's the main danger on the grandstand side. They approach the 16th. Ellen J still there. It's Ellen J up by 2. Ellen J wins the Glen Cove. It's Ellen J who wins it over Agra, then Ready to Jam, and Time to Dazzle. In 1 minute 7.38 seconds.
Did not break sharp. Looked like early might be a problem for Ellen J. In the end, it was not. 3 straight wins now since switching to sprinting on the grass.
Once the 8 didn't show up, and the 8 was atrocious. Johnny had her out in the middle of the racetrack. I think he had trouble keeping her in. She just cruised to victory here. A nice run by Agra to be second, but this horse just dominated.
Yeah, rather easily, too, at the end of the day as well.
4-5 favorite kicks off the pick 6 in the Glen Cove. Let's go back to the Meadowlands with Jessica and Gabe.
Plenty of more Breeders' Crown eliminations on tap. 2-year-old fillies back with us here. Gabe, Rose is the talk of the race. I feel as if 2-5 right now on her homebred for the Burke Brigade. She's riding a 6-race win streak with just 1 loss in her career.
7 of 8 so far. Jess, she could have been much better than that. And really a true homebred for Team Burke. They went 1-2 in the first elimination for the 2-year-old pacing filly. So as long as Rose delivers here, they're likely to have the 3 favorites in next week's $700,000 final. Rose actually, from a mare that the Burke Brigade raced, Rosemary Rose, she made earned over $620,000. Of course, they campaigned the stallion, Sweet Lou. He was over $3 million. So this is just the ultimate homebred. I know they're proud of her. That's big billing to live up to. But this filly here, 7 of 8, she's already over $330,000.
Give me a quick hit on the last Martini. Doug McNair in town, the only drive on the weekend. Pretty confident in her. Comes off a 2nd place finish, and she's a great lady.
Yeah, and I think Doug McNair, she's been second in a row to Chantilly, who's a great filly, was just not eligible to the Breeders' Crown. But Doug McNair, 34 years old, one of the top pilots on that Woodbine at Mohawk Park circuit. He did not come down here to sightsee the New York skyscrapers, Jess. The last Martini, it's his only shot to get in those big money finals next week. I think he'll be aggressive here if you're trying to beat the big favorite. Who knows? Could be the last Martini here at 5-1.
2-year-old filly Pacers, Breeders' Crown elimination number 2. First 5 make it to the final next week. Ken Workington has the call.
Fillies off and pacing. Sammy Joe Hanover shoots out from between the horses. Duration and Rose right there with Can't See Me and Champagne Room in the top 5. The last Martini 6. This is a swing around the first turn. Then Treachery in the Dark and Unreasonable. Sammy Joe Hanover to the top. Going after her is Rose, and Jengra wants the lead. Rose sweeping up on the outside. Duration is 3rd past the opening quarter. Gap at 2.5 to Can't See Me 4th. First quarter, a sharp 27-1. Champagne Room is gapped in 5th. Another 2.5. Back to the last Martini. And then it's Treachery in the Dark. Unreasonable continues to trail. Rose on that winning streak, shooting for 7 straight here in front here, in full control with Jingra. As they hit the half, and Sammy Joe Hanover's in the pocket spot behind that big favorite. Duration under a tight rein in 3rd. Can't See Me tightens in a bit in 4th. Champagne Room is 5th on the inside. Then it's the last Martini as Unreasonable looks to get underway stride for stride with Treachery in the Dark. Half 55 and 1:28 seconds, second quarter. On the far turn with 3/8 to go, it's Rose in front. Rose continues to pave the way. Sammy Joe Hanover right there in second with Duration still 3rd now. She vacates the going, flushed out by the last Martini 4th, making a late move. Can't See Me 5th on the inside. It's Rose by 2 at 3/4 in 1:24. She's been well rated here. Rose looking to polish it off. Rose in front. And right there on the outside, Duration, big powerhouse first over Surge. Also trying to close in the last Martini. Duration looking for the upset. Rose digging in. The last Martini, final lunge on the outside. Here comes the last Martini and Doug McNair over Duration. And then Unreasonable and Rose in 1:51.
Rose for Ron Burke weakens late. The last Martini with this victory here in the 7th.
I'll tell you one thing about this horse, though. I mean, she's been more than good facing New York Sire Stakes horses. And Someone had to run second behind Chantilly, who can't run in the Breeders' Crown because you can't supplement 2-year-olds to the Breeders' Crown. So she's run against good competition. And today, boy, she put away Rose, which just had nothing left after being pretty well rated on the front end. So Rose will still make it into the finals, but she's got a lot of questions to be answered.
So if she's not eligible, to the first, third, fourth, and fifth finishers get in?
Rose is eligible because she ran Chantilly.
Chantilly, where did Chantilly finish?
No, she wasn't in the race.
Oh,
it was the horse that she ran second to last time out, the winner.
Gotcha.
So, yeah, because 2-year-olds can't supplement into the Breeders' Crown. So, but Rose got a lot of questions to be answered next week, that's for sure. After that effort, I'm not sure I want her back. It was probably going to be a short price.
6 in a row for Rose, and then it comes to a screeching end here in this elimination. It's the last martini, but 151, we obviously saw looks good in Lulu with that incredible track record time earlier.
Yeah, so, I mean, they are running today. So, and this horse was actually rated, on the front end by Yannick Gingras. So it's interesting that she came up a little bit empty. I wonder if there was a little something there that we'll find out about a little bit later on for next week. Maybe they'll tighten something up, but it's tough when a winning streak comes to a halt like that when you've been good for most of the year.
Much more to come from the Meadowlands and these Breeders' Crown eliminations. We're going to say goodbye to Andy Serling in just a moment. I want to remind everyone for the big Saturday we have coming up. 11 hours of coverage. Begins with British Champions Day on FS1, 9 a.m. Eastern. Start time. We'll have live action from Belmont at the Big A, Far Hills coverage, and then late into the evening, Breeders' Crown eliminations continue from the Big M, beginning at 7:30 Eastern on Fox Sports 2. So pace yourself. Long Saturday ahead. Andy, good to be with you for a short and sweet segment. Pick 6 underway, long way to go.
Yes. But a lot of people's single got home, not mine.
Indeed. All right, we're going to take a quick timeout. We'll be back. Richard Migliori stepping in for Andy right after this. We'll be back with a lot more on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Stay with us.
Tonalist, a 4-time Grade 1 winner with 11 triple-digit buyers, including the Belmont Stakes and the Cigar Mile. He's already living up to his potential as a sire with multiple graded stakes winners, including Grade 1 winner Country Grammar and Grade 2 winner Tonalist Shape, plus multiple 6-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Tonalist, standing at Lane's End.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With NYRA Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with NYRA Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nyrabets.com.
Took the lead. 8 to main 2. Get an anchor out. 250. 8 to down to get down to 50. Down to get down to get down 50. Guess not. Here to get down to get down to get down 50. Here to get once. Here to get down to get down to get down. They know down. But at the very when it gets twice. Here to get down to get a third and final call. 2 main 250 and a half. Roger, you win today. 2 main 2. Thank you.
9.5. Thank you. In the back. $1,900,000. Thank you. $1,700,000. Jody, thank you. Please hold your applause.
Back with you on our coverage from South Ozone Park, New York, including the Breeders' Crown eliminations. Coverage brought to you in part by NYRA Bets, where you can play it all, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Still have not brought my kids to Jane's Carousel in Brooklyn Bridge Park. That's going to happen. It's on the to-do list. Mig stepping in for Andy Serling. Good to see you as we're on your way at our Pick 6 carryover, late Pick 5 coming up next.
Yeah, great to be on with you guys. I think it's the first time you and I are on together, if I'm not mistaken.
I think we've done a couple together.
Yeah?
I think so. Little Brown Jug.
Oh, that's right.
We did
You're
Little Brown Jug together.
100%
By the
right
way,
about that.
just so you know, I've had a funnel cake since then.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
I know that was a big on your list.
That's
so
right. Yeah, you hadn't had one.
Yeah.
L&J kicks things off in this pick six carryover, 2-day pick six carryover. Despite not a sharp break out of the gate, Mig still able to get the job done. Her game is speed. She had to work to get to the front.
Yeah,
well,
but
she didn't even get to the front.
Yeah, but she was always traveling. You know, sometimes you see a horse that gets cast into a chase mode, and if they're off the bridle, but she was always traveling like a winner. Flavien Prat could not have looked more confident.
3 in a row for L&J to kick off this pick six. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Here with the J of L&J Foxwoods, Jamie Roth, and a horse that has to be special to you guys. Obviously, a daughter of Covfefe, Breeders' Cup winner, champion. It's her daughter.
It's her first foal. It's her daughter, and I mean, just to have her even make it to the races means a lot. But to see her win a stake in our home base, it's really special. As a breeder, I can't really put into words. It all has to work out, and she's done her job, I feel. So I'm just thrilled for everyone involved that's been a part of her.
As you should be. It's just so much more meaningful when they're homebreds.
Oh, there's no, listen, I mean, to win a race with a horse you buy is wonderful, but with a homebred, when you follow them from birth and all their pictures when they're babies, and I mean, I've never live streamed. We live streamed her after she was born, and I just love to share her with the fans because I know that's how I got into racing, and the fans love her, and you know, so do I. So hope she can go on and do more things. But you want to know what? If she never did, she's a stakes winner, and I'm just so proud of her.
And, well, she looks like Covfefe in her face and her markings a bit. She likes a different surface. Turf is where it's at, 3 for 3 on the surface.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of turf in the family. I think maybe sometimes people don't realize that because they just saw Covfefe as a dirt horse. I'm not the trainer, but I wouldn't say that, you know, that she can't run on the dirt. I think she's just learning, and I think the first 2 races she was very immature and just still, you know, trying to put it together. But hey, I don't make the decisions. I'm happy to, you know, run on grass as well. So we'll see what he does.
And doing so, you've gotten a stakes winner. So much happiness, joy, congratulations here for getting L&J to the winner's circle.
Thank you.
All right, the daughter of Covfefe is now stakes winner as she takes this Glen Cove. Guys.
Yeah, thank you, Maggie. I mean, you just see the emotion right there. It means so much. Obviously, as she said, to win through auction as well, but with a homebred and being with that horse through the birth, through all of it, every step of the way, now to become a stakes winner, just very special.
I mean, it even starts long before that, right? When they're deciding which stallion they're going to send the mare to, trying to match up the matings, and then waiting for that foal to be born. And hopefully everything goes well. You get them to the races, and then to become a stakes winner out of a champion mare like Covfefe. And I'm a big fan of Jamie's because she's a big New York Ranger fan, so we're kindred spirits.
There you go. 3 in a row. L&J stakes winner now as well, and overcoming adversity, doing it, not breaking all that sharp when what she usually likes to do is be on the front end. That's the way she's won her races. Up next is our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Spendthrift, home of North America's 5-time reigning champion, General Sire, Into Mischief. It's a New York bred, maiden special weight, all trying to get that first win on the resume. 1-turn mile, 4 2-year-olds, and 5-2 favorite. Wow, Solo Mio, David Donk, outsider's debut, came on turf.
Yeah, came on turf. I guess Johnny Velasquez was sticking, though, Paul, right? Doesn't that kind of give a little vote of confidence?
I'm sure that's a bit of the money, because when you look at this horse, I mean, although the dam did sprint on the dirt, and, you know, there was that behind it. I know David Donk's numbers, it's a small sample. He's 0 for 2 with 2-year-olds, turf to dirt, going route to sprint, and second-time starters, 0 for 3 overall with that number. So it's a small sample, just something to keep in mind, but it does say that the board's kind of wide open in here when you take a look at this, and 5-2 is a little short to take on this.
It was just early money. I don't think it's going to switch up, but there is an intriguing dirt drill out of the gate for this one, which we'll talk more about in a moment. Let's get back to the Meadowlands and these Breeders' Crown eliminations. Not rose today. That 6-race win streak comes to an end. It's the last Martini, Paul, with the upset victory.
You know, when you looked at this horse, and I said it before, is running against one of the best 2-year-olds that are out there that can't be in the Breeders' Crown because they can't supplement a 2-year-old to the Breeders' Crown in Chantilly. So, you know, this horse is on the improve. Came over with a head of steam. It's had a good trip today. It'll be interesting to see where this horse draws in the final because I don't think this horse needs to be too far behind to get the job done.
Well, up next, 2-year-old Colts and Geldings, 1 mile pace, and the second and third highest earners among 2-year-old male pacers with Sip and Sea-Rock Blueprint, and Sip and Sea-Rock as well, the fastest 2-year-old in history lining up in here.
Yeah, but the funny thing is he's the fastest 2-year-old in history, but the problem with him is he hasn't figured out the horse to the inside of him yet in Blueprint when they've met. I mean, but you can't fault his efforts because he's run well and he's run fast.
So 2 eliminations here, races 8 and 10. Top 5 advance and extra benefit. You win guaranteed. Somewhere between 1 and 6 in pole positions for next week's finals.
Yeah, that's important. You know, at the end of the day, you don't want to be hung out in post 10 if you can avoid it, or post 9. I mean, even if you draw a post 5, it's ideal. Being in a mid-pack post 6 and out's starting to get a little bit dicey depending on your running style, but it's an advantage to win.
All right, we'll get back there in just a little bit with Gabe and Jessica. We return to look at the favorite for now, Solo Mio, David Donk, so second time out and first time dirt, Meg.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of changes, although, I mean, the pedigree itself didn't scream turf jumping off the page at me. Horse has a run under his belt. Johnny Velasquez stays put. Dave Donk's horses usually get better with a race. Gets a good outside post.
Third choice, by the way, in doubles, so probably will not be your favorite at post time as we head downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, there really isn't a lot of form to sink your teeth into. You know, a lot of these horses very light on speed figures in their young career so far, as this is your Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. And we'll begin with that favored horse on the outside, number 9, Solo Mio. He does switch surfaces, and it's kind of a pedigree that admittedly could go either way. For the most part, Solomini progeny seem to be best going long on the dirt. Well, that's what he gets to do here. And the Dam, she was a little bit on the slower side, but she did win 2 races sprinting on the dirt. But you go back a generation and it is strictly turf. So I see why they entered him on the turf, and I was quite convinced that he would like the turf first time out because he has very slack pasterns, a flatter foot to him. But at the end of the day, as an individual, he's quite impressive looking. So those horses, you tend to feel as though there's some talent and there's some ability in there, and maybe it's just a matter of finding the right conditions for them, / getting the experience, getting the fitness into them. And as Richie just said, this is kind of typical for Dave Donk. So while taking a short price isn't that appealing, he is appealing as a proposition in this race as a win candidate. As we'll move on to number 4, Hit the Pose. He was disappointing as the favorite last time, well beaten while turning back in distance for his second start from 7 to 6, and now he's going to stretch back out. And I understand why they thought less ground was better, because he was very green in that he started running off in the middle of that first race going the 7/8, and it kind of did him in. But I do think that, at least looking at him physically, longer is better. He's big, he's got a lot of leg, and there's a lot of scope to him too. So I'm actually in more favor of more distance for him if he can harness it, if he can learn from his 2 previous outings. He is very calm, composed here in the paddock, which was something he was not in the prelims first time out. Now, number 1 is a second-time starter, Solar Glare, who does come out of that Butter race. And Solar Glare is one that really kind of broke slow. He was then on the inside, not really asked for much speed, but actually picked his way through horses and having to change lanes, weave in and out down the lane. But he continued that forward progress where you think that this 7 to a mile should suit him perfectly. He is well turned out here in the paddock, dappled head to toe, and I really think that the mile is right up his alley, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thanks. Yeah, I'm just a lot of question marks here. Inexperienced 2-year-olds, just about everybody trying this distance for the first time in here, and we could see massive improvement, potentially even, I mean, from anyone. But here's one, Solar Glare on the inside. I know, Paul, you like. I'm intrigued by this one a little bit as well. Took some money in the debut. and Jose Gomez will ride.
Yeah, and I just think maybe we'll see a little bit more speed this time out now, knowing what's going on in a race, and actually ran a little bit in spurts in there as well. And I just like that the horse made up some ground late, wasn't beaten when this horse could have folded it up, you know, turning for home. And this trainer has popped well here at time.
We're going to take a break. We'll have the post braid for you to kick off the late pick 5. When we come back, still your favorite, Solo Mia, although that should change when the gates open. Stay with us.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Breeders' Crown Elimination Day 1 at the Meadowlands in East Rutherford, New Jersey. Up next, we have the 2-year-old Colt and Geldings on the pace. Gabe and Jessica with you. Gabe, I think the 2-year-old Colt pace division has been the most wide open all year long, and not because there isn't a standout, because there's multiple standouts.
You know what? It's a deep group. Really tough sledding here. These ranks, Jess. No question about that. If you need proof, the fastest 2-year-old in the history of the sport, Sip It on Sea Rock. Well, he's in here. He won 148-2. Took an $80,000 stakes race down at Lexington. And he beat Fallout in that start. So it wasn't like he was in an easy field. Fallout went on to win the Metro. He'll be the favorite a little later today in race 10. So that was a big effort. But the problem is he's been unable to figure out his stablemate. That's number 2, Blueprint, also from the Ronberg barn. These two have hooked up 3 times throughout their career so far. Sip It on Sea Rock's gotten a little closer each time, Jess. He was 4th in their first matchup and behind the winner, Blueprint. Then he was 3rd and behind the winner, Blueprint. And he was 2nd last out, being just 3/4 of a length. So he's gotten a little closer, but he's been unable so far to turn the tables on his stablemate.
Yes, and speaking of Blueprint, he's your 4-5 favorite right now. I think it speaks volume as well for Ron Burke to bring in his regular pilot, Ronnie Wren.
Yeah, Ronnie Wren Jr. made his Breeders' Crown debut. He's 38 years old last season. So he's back here for the second time for trainer Ron Burke once more. He's his primary pilot over at Northfield Park in northeast Ohio, there just outside of Cleveland. Ronnie does drive 95% of his races race is just on a half-mile track. You've got 4 turns there, a little bit different strategy, but Ron Burke has all the confidence in bringing Ronnie Wren Jr. here in town for the drive. He's done a great job. This one, 6 of 8, the favorite here, Blueprint. His loss is only by a nose and a neck.
2-year-old Colt and Gelding Pacers, the first 5 will head to the final next week. Ken Workington has the call. Good luck.
On Ciroc is 2-1, 5-1 on 8. Captain Optimistic, and they're on gate, ready for start. Here they come. They're off Railroad Station. There goes Captain Optimistic with a blast-off move on the outside with Dexter Dunn. Poppy's Pistol from the inside away alertly in third, with Blueprint getting away fourth. Into the first turn they go. Sippin' on Ciroc is settling in 5th position, followed by a World Beater on the inside and Riding the Waves. And the early trailer is Stranger in the Night. At the opening quarter, it's Captain Optimistic in command there. Railroad Station second, 27-2 for the opening quarter. Pappy's Pistol is third. Gap at 3.5 lengths, and trying to close that gap is Blueprint in fourth. Sippin' on Ciroc, the world champion, is on the helmet in 5th. Followed by World Beater on the inside, 6th. Then it's Riding the Waves, a gap at 2 lengths to Stranger in the Night, well gapped out in single file at the half here. Captain Optimistic at 3-1 on the board. Continues to dictate the terms here in 55 seconds. Captain Optimistic, 2-hole ride for Railroad Station. Whip tap urging for Pappy's Pistol. As they continue into the far turn, Blueprint is 4th. Sippin' on Ciroc is asked to pick it up as Blueprint takes to the outside. So Sippin' on Ciroc will follow his stablemate to the outside. Gap of 3-4 to World Beater. Riding the Waves with a long way to come, and Stranger in the Night trails at 3/4. They come after Captain Optimistic. Railroad Station has dead aim now out of the pocket. 122 and 127 and 1 speed. Captain Optimistic diving to the inside now. Railroad Station. Blueprint needs more, so does Sippin' on Ciroc on the outside, and Pappy's Pistol on the rail. Good battle at the wire. Captain Optimistic, Railroad Station. Captain Optimistic all the way. Then Railroad Station. Blueprint, Sippin' on Ciroc, and Pappy's Pistol in 1:49.
Captain Optimistic look beat, re-rallies, wins for Nancy Tactor. Of course, we'll send out Hamiltonian winner Carle tomorrow night in race 9.
Yeah, that was a big effort. Knew what they had underneath and run and gunned them to the front and just held on late.
This was a game performance. Looked like he was collared from the inside by the 4-horse, but kept battling.
Back to Belmont of the Big A. Late pick 5 starts here. Favorite has become Corvus at 5-2. We're going to look back at Solar Glare, though. 6-1 here. Paul, that's your selection again. Second time out. And now the slight stretch out went 7 furlongs in the debut.
I think the mile hit this horse just fine. Took money in that debut. Ran in spots in there. And for the most part, second time out, see horses improve. And this horse looked good in the paddock, Maggie said. So put all those things together. And I think maybe a little bit more speed as well from the inside today. I'm hoping for a cleaner break and just get out and be closer anyway and be in range. But I think this horse, you know, when you look at his first effort, I always say with first-time starters, I like when they don't lose a ton of ground. And he didn't lose a ton of ground. And when he lost a few lanes, he picked up his feet again and ran late. So for me, putting that all together, I'm going to take a shot with this horse at 6-1 today, second time out, for a trainer who knows how to win.
Post time coming up. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, Solar Glare is a great price too. I think 6-1 is value with him, or a horse who definitely has a chance in here. As I do want to mention a horse that I'm not quite ready to give up on yet, and that's number 8, Oath of Omerta. As he does drop out of that New York Stallion Series stakes, I get it, they're very lucrative races. You've got to take a shot, and he actually ran okay first time out in what ultimately proved to be a slow race. But then again, Butta did come back and run second to Sacrosanct, who was so much the best in that Bertram F. Bongard. Sorry, it's not a Stallion Series stake. It's just stake. But he is so attractive. He's also very big, and so I'm wondering if being down on the inside as he was last time just put him in an uncomfortable position. Now he's posted more towards the outside yet again, and I think the mile is well within his wheelhouse. If anything, he probably wants to go further than this, but not a horse that I'm ready to give up on yet at 9-1. I did land on Hit the Post, Greg. he's kind of the same thing. Not ready to give up on him yet, and I think he'll appreciate the mile.
Yeah, I felt the same way. Oath of Omerta seems like a quick give up on a horse that at least showed a little bit of ability. Couple of starts now, going 7 furlongs, now gets the mile today, 9-1. Jose Lezcano for Jenna Antonucci with the 8.
Love the name, too. By 1,000 words, Omerta is vow of silence. Very clever name.
Meanwhile, that's the one you like, the 3, Stepping In. What'd you like?
I think first race, even though he was well beaten, actually there was some things to build on, and I think he could take a step forward. He was climbing from kickback. He adds blinkers. He stretches out a bit. I think he could take a step forward. I was between him and the 4 Hit the Post, and he's just a bigger price. They were about 4.5 lengths apart, and it was his first start.
It's a puzzle. Lightly raced 2-year-olds trying a distance really no one has tackled in here. One trying a completely new surface for David Donk on the outside. Let's go to Chris Griffin with the call. Here's the start of the sequence, race 6.
Solomeo goes in, all set. And they're off. Good speed towards the inside from Chasing Colton is in the early mix, and also Magni is right there. Beach Invasion joins the early leaders, and now Beach Invasion puts ahead in front. Magni goes right with this rival. At the rail there still is Chasing Colton. Splitting rivals, here comes Hit the Post. It's up with the early action. Those 3 across the track as they come out of the chute. They're 3 across the racetrack, and it's Magni towards the inside. Battles on there with Beach Invasion at the rail. Here comes Chasing Colton's trying to push on through, is now just going to wait for room, is back there in the 3rd position. Out wider has Hit the Post. Progressing on the far outside, that's Solomeo in the blue silks. In behind them comes Oath of Omerta, who's in the 6th position. Then in 7th, that's Solar Glare. To the outside of Solar Glare, there comes Corvus, and far, far back, Uncle Barry is the trailer. 46 seconds flat for the half-mile time, and they work into the far turn now, and there is Beach Invasion with the neck in front. At the rail is Magni and Chasing Colton. Romero Mirage, they've got some run here. They move towards the outside. They're coming right after the leader, and the leader is Beach Invasion. Beach Invasion and Manny Franco up by 3/4 of a length. In pursuit is Chasing Colton, coming right after this leader. Trying to re-rally there is Magni as they get set to reach the top of the stretch, and Chasing Colton ready to challenge Beach Invasion, who's very stubborn towards the inside, and the front 2 are sprinting clear. Here comes Corvus on the grandstand side, though, is starting to pick up rivals with a final furlong left to go. Chasing Colton has now dispatched a Beach Invasion, has to deal with Corvus. Corvus up on the outside. It's Chasing Colton looking for the wire. Corvus is now lunging late. Corvus to the outside. Corvus gets up and wins it. Chasing Colton 2nd, then came Beach Invasion and a late run from Oath of Omerta in 1 minute 38-1.
For a moment, it looked like we'd have a 17-1 upset here to start this late pick 5. In the end, it's a 2-1 favorite. Flavien Prat on Corvus for Jose Jimenez.
It came with the last run, and it was a strong, contested pace for 2-year-olds going this distance, Paul.
Yeah, and you said it during the race, too. Going that fast, that early sometimes is not a recipe for being there at the end of the race. And, I mean, my hat's off to Romero Mirage on Chasing Colton, because here's a horse who, I mean, dropped in class and still lost ground in the lane in every start, including the last one. Still found a way to get to the top and really looked to be home clear for a while in there once put away the 6. But I'm telling you, Corvus came on the outside. I mean, the horse has gotten better every start from a figure standpoint. And I mean, the only problem with this horse today against this group was having to take a short price, because this horse was a big price in the other 3 starts, but it's gotten better, and today got the job done with Flavien aboard.
Flavien is just so good. He times his runs so well. Strong finisher. Vino Rosso getting 16% with horses routing on the dirt.
5-2, 6-8, 2-1 over 17-1 for that exacta here. And yeah, Prat making his presence felt back in town, teaming up with the barn of Jose Jimenez. And a favorite kicks off the late pick 5 as a 17-1 shot. Unable to hang on late down the stretch. Here comes Prat. And here comes Corvus. We're going to have prices for you. Set up the pick 4 when we come back.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Macoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
It is Macoma, the one to catch. Macoma has a 5
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Now the sport of thoroughbred racing is combining those timeless traditions with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards of equine safety to the highest level. Wearable biometric devices measure subtle changes in a horse's stride to help optimize safety and performance. State-of-the-art imaging technology helps pinpoint areas of potential concern for early intervention by expert veterinarians. And the sport's new independent regulator, the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Authority, is using AI and enhanced data modeling to help prevent injury.
Opening quarter mile was a quick one.
From sunrise to sunset, there's an ecosystem of trust and care and a commitment to well-being. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Late pick 5. It's Corvus, Flavian Prat, Jose Jimenez rolling by, chasing Colton to kick off the sequence. And the son of Vino Rosso breaks his maiden career start, number 4, Mig.
Yeah, just a really nicely timed ride. I thought it was a very strong pace for 2-year-olds going this distance. He was patiently handled, and Flavian Prat tipped him out in the clear. And he just came with this kind of grinding run. Chasing Colton tried extremely hard, but he kind of got involved into the teeth of that pace around the far turn.
Yeah, he made the first move into it, and sometimes the first move isn't always the winning move, and this one came with the last move in here. But just as you said, I mean, patiently, yeah. I mean, Flavian Prat does that with most of his horses, too. Just quiet hands and just puts them in a good spot to grind it out. And this was the easiest field, I mean, that this horse has faced, too, in the New York bred ranks for sure. So that's why you got 2-1 today instead of the typical prices you were getting on him previously.
Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. It goes to Corvus, going beyond 6 furlongs for the first time as we take a look at this 2-day pick 6 carryover. 2 legs in. Very formful to this point. A couple of favorites. Begin it, including an odds-on favorite that was probably a single for many. As we move on to race 7, things get a lot more interesting and wide open in this race at 1 mile and a 16th on the turf. Our favorite right now, 4-1, to show you how difficult this race is.
Well, this is a deep, contentious race. I thought there was several ways you could go. Price, at least I don't have to make my picks early, so Price can help kind of push me in a certain direction.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, I think you could make a case for at least a good 5 or 6 horses in here on the win end, and I think it's going to have a little bit of separation. Finally, the price maybe we're looking for in the sequence.
All right, we'll have more on the 7th. Mile and a 16th on the turf. Non-winners at 2 Life. All for sale for $40,000 in that claiming race ahead. Back to the Breeders' Crown eliminations at the Meadowlands, and Captain Optimistic for trainer Nancy Tactor-Paul with the win.
Listen, you know, I said it earlier today. Horses come back here, and they've got some home cooking when they get back here. And this horse has won the New Jersey Classic here earlier this summer, and you know, got picked off in the Metro last time, but showed that race was no fluke, actually. Come back here, showed speed from the outside, and Dexter just put this horse on the point and had enough to last, actually re-rallying a bit to get that win.
Here we go with 2-year-old filly Trot, the third of 3 eliminations for this division. Top 3 will advance here, and we have the fastest rookie female trotter in the game, Luna Lovegood, lining up.
Yeah, Luna Lovegood's done some nice things down at the Red Mile and Sire Stakes action. So, you know, it's funny. A lot of these horses you see, Greg, especially down at the Red Mile, they battle each other all spring and summer long because they also race in these Sire Series legs that last for months. You know, they run for a low range and then a high range of money. So it's good to see them compete, and you kind of get a good gauge of where they're at against each other. And Luna Lovegood's done some good work, and it doesn't hurt that Dexter Dunn's in the bike, too, for this horse.
We'll get more from Jessica and Gabe in just a bit as we get set for the 9th on these Breeders' Crown eliminations from the Big M. Stay with us. More coverage on Fox Sports 2 right after this timeout.
Down, get in, 350. Here we go. 3 here, 50, down 4, 8.5, in the back. 1,400,000 stands way in the back. Thank you.
$1,500,000 and I'm $1,600,000. $150,000, $1,550,000 and a half. $1,500,000. Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage on this Friday afternoon in South Ozone Park, New York. It heats up even more on Saturday. Over 11 hours of coverage beginning with British Champions Day on FS1, 9 a.m. Eastern start time. We'll have Belmont at the Big A. A couple of stakes on the Saturday card, Far Hills as well, and then late into the nights, these Breeders' Crown eliminations continue on FS2 from the Meadowlands. So a lot to look forward to on Saturday with our coverage as we get back to race 9 at the Meadowlands for this 2-year-old filly Trot. Third of these 3 eliminations for this division. Paul, and your thoughts on this one?
I'm going to go with the 7, Lasting Dream in here. I know on paper, you look at this horse, got a lot of seconditis going on lately, but they were all solid efforts. Mona Lishi's got good up in Canada, and Maryland. We talked about that horse earlier being some kind of creature in this division and tops. So I think she's got a shot today. The price is a little short for me, but she's running some really good horses lately and played second fiddle to them. I think today she finally gets the job done in the elim.
2-1 favorite, Luna Lovegood. The 5, let's go to Gabe and Jessica.
They're coming to us. Well, Gabe, another filly Trot division on tap, another elimination. Very nice group we have here. Maybe not so much standout either, as the tote board is telling us. You and I actually both like Spicy Nice. I liked this filly in the last week of the Kentucky racing. They put the trotting hobbles on her. But one thing is, she never showed any, bad miles here over the Big M.
No, she hasn't, Jess. And the problem was, she was making breaks in stride. She was off stride 3 consecutive starts. So sometimes when these 2-year-olds are just beginning their careers, they're learning. Trainer Nancy Tactor, obviously going to try and make adjustments week in and week out. When a horse like that makes a mistake, she added trotting hobbles. Most trotters will race 3-legged, as you likely noticed, unlike the Pacers. But the trotting hobbles seem to have been the key because she raced on those for the first time down in Lexington last out. That was a convincing win by nearly 4 lengths there, and she beat Lady Landia, who we saw earlier come out and win one of the earlier eliminations. So it was a good race. I think a good step forward for Spicy Nice, and if they've got her figured out, 6-1 in my mind, Jess, is a major overlay here heading into the ninth.
Let's talk about that trip in the International Stallion, Gabe. You know, she had post 8, and he just kind of floated her on out of there, got out of the way in the middle of the pack. But when she come good, and she comes strong and aggressive.
Yeah, it really just coasted home. But I think the key was it looked like driver Andy McCarthy had all the confidence of being able to steer her. Then the prior starts where she did make breaks in stride, you could see he almost handled her with kid gloves, so to speak, Jess. I think the confidence that he had, as aggressive as he was with Spicy Nice, really seems to think that, did the trick, at least in his mind, and she stepped up and delivered.
And tell us about What a Bit Hanover. Aki Sponza trains and drives here. This is a daughter of Muscle Hill. Third in that International Stallion last time out. Made a break 2 back in an overnight event. This is just her 4th lifetime start.
Well, if you are a replay watcher, Jess, which we all likely are on the hardest side, What a Bit Hanover is a horse that has had all sorts of alibis of late. 2 starts back, she was rolling up at the outside. She made a break in stride. I think she was going to win that night. Ultimately, obviously, that was to her demise. Last time out there in Lexington, she was 3rd in a stakes race there for over $68,000. Completely bottled up, completely pinned in. When she got out, she exploded there. She was sort of the best of the rest at that point. 3rd was the best she could pick up. But this is a horse that's flying under the radar here. Just her 4th career start. Olga Sponstedt, one of the top trotting gurus in the sport. We all know that. And I think with the top 3 finish, Jess, you have to get here with these 2-year-old trotting fillies. I think Oka will take the training wheels off here today on the 4 What a Bit Hanover. I think he's going to be very aggressive. Again, you need that top 3 finish to punch your ticket into next week's $700,000 final.
Louis Waugh and Luke Blay have already teamed up once this afternoon for a Breeders' Crown elimination win. What about Lasting Dream? You know, she's only missed the board once in her 8 career starts. That was in her Peaceful Way elimination when she finished 4th. She come back to finish 2nd in the final there. I thought her freshman campaign has been very good.
It's been very good. Her most recent start was on September 21st. That was in the Mohawk Million, and that's primarily against male competition. Rarely do you ever see a 2-year-old filly at that stage of her career step up to take on male rivals. She had a tough trip that night, but she was still a very game runner-up behind Maryland, who's obviously one of the top trotters in North America. So I think Lasting Dream has proven herself. She's proven her credentials. She does land a little bit of a tricky post here in what is a deep group top to bottom here. There's really no one in this field, in my mind, that you can throw out.
Give me a quick hit on Luna Lovegood. We've seen this filly race plenty of times in Lex.
Favorite right now. She just missed last time. I know it was a quick mile, Jess, but really no excuse, in my opinion. This is a favorite that I'm trying to beat, quite frankly. I know she's going to be out there and forwardly placed. First crop here from Chimpanzee, but I just think in such a deep group, 2-1 is not something that I'm looking for.
2-year-old filly trotters in Breeders' Crown elimination go behind the gate. First 3 advance to the final next week. Good luck. Ken Workington has the call.
And Trot Pack, field of 8. First 3 advance to the final from this elimination at 2-1. The 5, Luna Lovegood. It's Luna Lovegood. And 9-2 on 3, Spicy Nice. 7-2 on the 7, Lasting Dream. On gate, here they come. They're off. Conversano broke at the start. Conversano off stride. Luna Lovegood and R Charm leaving alertly with Lasting Dream on the outside. And Pink Shoo on the inside. Cuts the corner. She's now 3rd as they head to the opening quarter. Lasting Dream is going to float away and tuck in 4th. In front of Spicy Nice on the inside, 5th. And then it's What a Bit Hanover. Gap of 2 lengths. Urged on is Vogish. And way back the early breaker was Conversano. At the opening quarter, it's R Charm and Scott Suran in 27-2. Across the backstretch they go. R Charm 9-1 on the board, paves the way and setting a soft pace here. Luna Lovegood right there, bump drafting the helmet for Dexter Dunn. Pink Shoo is 3rd, and Dexter Dunn's had enough. Luna Lovegood swings out and takes over from R Charm. Pink Shoo still 3rd, Lasting Dream 4th on the inside, and Spicy Nice is 5th. And then What a Bit Hanover 6th. Urged on is Vogish. Conversano way back. Half 55 and 4, 28-2 second quarter. Luna Lovegood takes them into the far turn with a length advantage on R Charm. 3/8 to go now. Pink Shoo tracking from 3rd, Lasting Dream on the inside 4th. Spicy Nice needs to get going 5th on the outside. What a Bit Hanover shoots through on the inside. And then it is Vogish and Conversano. But Luna Lovegood looks to give them the slip. Is opened up. It's got some daylight for Dexter Dunn. Accelerates away by 3.5 lengths in 1:24 and 2. Luna Lovegood drifts out a bit here, but is in front by about 5. Full out is R Charm. Trying to squeeze through. What a Bit Hanover. and late trot from Lasting Dream as well as Spicy Nice. But it's a romp all alone. Luna Lovegood at 5-2. Luna Lovegood. Then What a Bit Hanover. Spicy Nice, Lasting Dream, and Vogish 152-2.
Luna Lovegood, the fastest rookie female trotter in the sport. Easy here, Paul.
Yeah, nice drive by Dexter Dunn. Had enough, pulled the right line, took over, and just drew off. Got the separation that you need at the Meadowlands as you head to the top of the stretch. And when they open up like that, they rarely get caught. She did not. She was the goods in here, and the battle was on for the minors behind her.
What you saw in the other two elims for this division, races 4 and 6. What do you think?
You know, I mean, still looking at who took those races, I mean, you still have to think, you know, she ran good. She's going to be tough, though, I think. I think right now, Luna Lovegood is going to be tough in here. But Maryland's Maryland. Maryland's waiting. So we'll see what happens as they go into next week. And the draw is going to be important, too, to see how this race plays out.
Back to Belmont at the Big A, this 7th race, mile and a 16th on the turf. And there is the very modest favorite at 7-2. Past tense, Tom Morley Barn, first off the claim and coming off in start number 10. The first win of her career when dropping in for 40 maiden claiming.
Yeah, and it's a tough thing after you break your maiden going up against winners.
There's Tom Morley.
Yeah, you know, it's just a tough step, right? You're facing other horses that have found the winner's circle before.
Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
We'll take a look here at the full sister to City Man. She hasn't quite run as well as him, but that would be number 6, Miss City Girl. She looks the part, though, as she does run for a tag for the first time for the Christophe Clement barn. And she, you know, going from 2 to 3, she had really grown and filled out. She paints a lovely picture here in the paddock, just really nicely composed, does have cotton in her ears, but I've never seen her turn a hair. So I think this is the right spot for her, though. In the same breath, she's actually going to have to get a little bit faster to be competitive with some of these other, maybe a little more seasoned horses. As number 10, Downtown Channel, she kind of has the same profile, but she ran for this condition last time out. She was quite headstrong early, and she was down on the inside, which was the place to be throughout that time period on the turf course. And she took that stretch. She stayed on well to run second that day behind Longshot Bertrill. She finally looks fit. It's the horse that I've always written down, kind of just looks like a little bit of a dumpling. But sometimes that comes with age, just a little more athleticism, a little more definition. She's getting there slowly but surely. And I thought her last race, while with the racetrack for the most part, was a step in the right direction. Number 11, Artemis Sound. I've actually never seen her before, despite having 2 races here at the NYRA circuit. Her turf routes 2 and 3 back make her a player here against, I don't know if they necessarily tougher competition, but decent competition down there at Monmouth. I do think she obviously gets a class relief running for the 40 for the first time. She looks sensational overall here for Todd Pletcher. And just on that wide chase throughout in her last effort to nowhere, and rightfully so. Now she's going to have to work out a trip from that more outside post position, but against this field, I think she has a legitimate shot. Craig?
All right, Maggie, thank you. Yeah, Artemis Sound, Pletcher, Dylan Davis. There's Dylan getting a leg up. 6-1 right now. And the drop in class alone would seemingly make this filly dangerous.
Yeah, Todd Pletcher, you know, not only a good horseman, but a good manager, placing horses where they need to run. Had that sprint, might have sharpened her up a bit, too. Maybe that helps her overcome the post.
Here's our post break. We start with Raining at the Beach, Joe Sharp.
Yeah, it just feels like this one's going to have to vastly improve.
Boxed wine, blinkers on.
Usually runs the same race all the time. Takes back, comes on late.
River Taste stretching back out, actually broke her maiden going longer.
Yeah, so I thought her races going longer were better and has those 2 races to tune her up.
Starts now, major contender. Price right now at 7-1 with Flavien Prat.
This is the right drop for this horse. It's a logical spot and picks up Prat, which never hurts.
Baroness Bourbon for Jamie Begg.
Yeah, this one would be one of the few in this field that would surprise me.
Miss City Girl for Christophe Clement, yet to win on the grass.
You know, but if she can run back to that number of either race, it makes her a competitor in here. Just her lack of speed hurts her.
Here's diamond status, Jose Gomez for Carlos Martin.
No lack of speed here, and she should be forward.
Here's past tense, the Tom Morley filly off the claim.
Maybe the light bulb came on. Sometimes it happens when they win their first race. We'll see first time against winners.
5-2 favor right now in the 8. Here's Artemis Girl for David Donk.
Yeah, another big price, another one that feels like she'd have to take a step forward.
Downtown Channel. Jose Lezcano will be aboard for Horacio de Paz.
Got a good trip and ride last time out. Was gaining on that winner late.
Artemis Sound, who we were just touching on, 6-1 with Dylan Davis for Pletcher.
Yeah, gets a lot of class relief, stretches back out, has to overcome that post, but should be able to get her position going forward.
And big price outside Ramon Vasquez on Bossy Jeans.
Yeah, dropping in class, but does have some speed to get herself forward in here, but just has to work out something from post 12.
So 5 minutes to post here in the 7th, and we look back here at Downtown Channel. Lezcano for Horacio de Paz came out of a stakes race to drop into this level. Meg back on September 22nd, just missed by a half length.
Yeah, it shows you what that class relief can do. Maggie talked about it. She was a little bit keen early, drawn more towards the outside. She did everything but win here, Paul. She tried, she ran hard, just didn't quite get it done.
Yeah, and I thought Ricardo Santana did a good job with this horse, too. I mean, saving ground and then getting this horse to swing out and rally late. Like you said, everything was right except getting the nose down on the wire, and definitely was gaining late. I think more than anything else, I think the drop in class helped this horse. So right spot again today. He just has to now work out the trip from a wider post.
See if Downtown Channel can get over the hump here and get through this condition here. Second try at this level. Back to River Tay, and I know, Paul, you like River Tay. 9-1 here. Bruce Brown Barn, Junior Alvarado, and as we brought up, stretching back out, but has been successful going longer before.
Old soul that I am, I love the 2 sprints to a route, especially whether it's for first-time starters, their first 2 starts, or especially now coming off of the break. But even if you don't care for that, go back and look at this horse's turf races, and 2 of those races compete here. Plus, the horse ran into some good horses. No-show Sammy Joe, 4 for 5 lifetime. Best performance buyers in the 70s. Looking for Bargains was a Chad horse who got good for a while. Hasn't run since March. Had back-to-back 84 buyers. Even St. Benedict's Prep ran in one of those races. Got good for Linda here on the dirt. And Can't Fool Me was a good horse, too. And the other thing I like about this horse, too, is just handy enough, tactical enough to be inside and get a good trip and not have to launch from far back, where a lot of these do. They're at the mercy of the pace.
We're going to set it back down to Maggie. Past tense. She might be the now filly. She's the favorite on the board.
Right, maybe the one trending in the right direction, but as you guys were mentioning before, Greg, having to face winners for the first time, but it was promising that when she finally got that class relief, she did deliver. Now, she is one that can be a little bit quirky, can be a little bit finicky when I've seen her at the races. As she can act up with the pony, though I have to say it's kind of finally all clicking with her. The last several times she's been good, and physically she looked great over the summer. She looks great now. So I get it. It's tough to take a short price on anybody in here because you feel like they're not that reliable, but there's also some upside with some of them. So she is your favorite, looks the part. I have no problems with her as number 4 starts now. She's only run for the 40 twice before, and she broke her maiden, but that was against State Bred Company and only one time on the turf. So I get the appeal, but I feel like she's not the winningest type. There's not that kind of go out and get them killer instinct. She was a little bit nervous back in the paddock, but since being able to expel some of that nervous type of energy out in the racetrack, she did warm up quite nicely. So definitely one that took a step forward, having watched her warm up. And 2, as Paul was pointing out, with number 3, River Tay, it was a big price. So wishing him the best of luck. Starts now, can be tactical. She can be forward, which might be a feather in her cap. Greg.
9-2, Pratt for the Cantermachi barn. And getting a little bit easier here after trying State Bred A Other Than Company as we go back to River Tay. We're going to take a look at Mig, the one you like, Boxed Wine, here in a second, who was making an equipment change and 2 starts ago was in a stake and been competitive against New York bred Allowance Company as well.
Yeah, I mean, if you go back to the 10 downtown channel, she came out of the Susie O'Kane as well. The same race, was beaten 15 1/4 lengths, drops in for that 40 and gets beat a half a length. Boxed Wine was beaten 8 1/4 lengths there. So she was over 7 lengths in front of downtown channel. And now she makes that drop in class. And I think that just underscores what class relief can do for you, Paul.
Yeah, it's always the great equalizer, right? Like if you feel like your horse is not, and you have to spot your horse well too. So you obviously know coming out of those races, and we're coming to the end of turf season as well. We got about another month left too. So trying to pick and choose those spots where you think your horse is going to run best. And really, when you look at the odds and the board and the post position, I would probably rather have the 2 than the 10 because 10's going to have to work out a trip from out there as opposed to the 2. Maybe the blinkers on too will keep the horse a little bit closer today to key her up a little bit.
Yeah, I'm just hoping then she maybe gets that, kind of finds that coveted pocket spot heading in the first turn. I like her draw. I like the class relief. I just think there's a lot to pin your hopes on here. And she was a bigger price, but now she's down to 5 to 1. So isn't it funny, right? When you're looking up and you're 8 to 1, you're like, man, I really love that price. But she's a little cold on the board. So you're happy that she's taking some action because obviously other people are kind of having the same view as you are.
Yeah, you're kind of on the same wavelength with them. And listen, you look at the board as a whole. I don't think there's one horse in here that you can say is a definitive winner of this race that you could hang your hat on. You can go multiple ways in here. So why not take a swing at the horse that you like and bet that horse and play it at the price you're getting?
We've seen Dylan Davis, talk so much about he's just risen to another level. We're seeing it this meet. Last couple of days has been sensational, and he's just making a lot of the right moves and being aggressive. He has the opportunity on Artemis Sound here, the 11, to be very aggressive. This is one who has turf sprint speed. Is he going to try and force the issue here?
Well, I think he's got to be very conscious of the fact that he needs to overcome that position. You don't want to be wide on both turns in a 2-turn turf race, and we've seen Dylan be consistently aggressive when it's necessary. His whole game in general has gotten extremely consistent.
Yeah, I mean, it's leaps and bounds in the last year and a half when you watch him out there ride. And being a former rider yourself, I mean, you know what it's like to be in that zone. And when you're pushing all the buttons and everything's going right for you or you're making the right moves out there, it makes you smarter and you prepare harder, I would think.
Well, and I think it just took a little maturity for Dylan to kind of, you can see his preparation is consistent, his approach is consistent, and confidence is key with any athlete, right? You got to believe you can get it done.
When you felt that change, did you significantly notice things just sort of slowing down for you?
Absolutely. It's like in baseball. They say the batter starts to see the ball. The pitches, seem to come at them slower. They're coming at the same speed. It's just your mind starts to process things faster, and it slows it down.
I mean, you can see things that are happening in front of you in the race before they actually happen. Like the moves are being made, and you know what's happening.
There's Dylan.
Every minute detail, Greg. You can see the way a horse is carrying their tail in front of you and know, need to find someone else to follow. Don't like the way this horse's tail is flagging.
5 to 1, Dylan's mount here. Again, turf sprint speed for this one. Will he utilize that? Maybe try and go to the front and get some good position early on here as we get set for the 7th wide open mile in a 16th turf race for non-winners of 2 life. And what so far has been a formful 2-day pick 6 carryover. We'll see if that changes here. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Bossy Jeans to the outside. And in. All set. And they're off. Good speed from Starts Now right out towards the front, and Starts Now is now a neck in front of to the outside. Diamond Status now joins this leader. At the rail is going to be River Tay, is going to be in that shared 3rd and 4th position, being passed now by Miss City Girl. Moderate tempo early is now Diamond Status. And Jose Gomez, they press on. They'll get over to the rail, and they are very tightly bunched right in behind this leader, Diamond Status. Diamond Status into the turn. Starts Now is now going to have a ground-saving journey, is at the rail and gets passed towards the outside here from Bossy Jeans. Bossy Jeans is right there with Artemis Sound. They've taken 2nd and 3rd. Back there in 5th. Comes past Tense as they now move to the back stretch, and behind them is Miss City Girl, who's in the 6th position. In 7th is River Tay. Then in 8th at the rail is Boxed Wine. In 9th in the Purple Silks, that's downtown Channel. At the railing behind them is Raining at the Beach. Baroness Bourbon is towards the back end of the field, and the trailer Artemis Girl, 48-3. That half-mile time, the leader is Diamond Status. Diamond Status doing it easily, is up by 3/4 of a length. Now encouraged to move forward. That's Artemis Sound, is in between horses. Bossy Jeans 3 wide. They get set to move into that far turn now. These three across the course with starts now. Flavien Prat towards the inside. Starts to progress, and in behind them, trying to rally on there is River Tay. They're well into the far turn right now, and it is still Diamond Status doing it nicely. Diamond Status is ready to open up on the field here at the top of the lane, and Diamond Status now gets the cue to kick for home. Artemis Sound is fully in pursuit. River Tay is now in the clear and down towards the inside. Starts now has got some momentum. The leader can find no more now as they swarm, and they are 5 across the course, and Starts now is down towards the inside. Also right there is Past Tense, who splits rivals. Now Past Tense has taken the lead. It's Past Tense in front. Past Tense is your winner. Past Tense wins it. Diamond Status did re-rally there, as in the photo. With Starts now, and behind them was River Tay. And 1 minute 43 and 1.
3 riders had swept the races so far, 3 of them with 2 each, now 1 of them with 3. That's Manny Franco for Tom Morley off the claim.
Yeah, horse took 10 starts to break her maiden, comes right back and adds win number 2, trying winners, and a very astute claim by Tom to get it done. And nice ride by Manny Franco, got free of traffic. And this is a race, Paul, I think you got to go back and watch several times and identify the trips and horses that you might want to follow back.
Yeah, I think in your case, your top pick, Box Wine, kind of got the shuffle down inside, could never find a way or get comfortable through. And my horse, Junior, did a good thing with the 3 Rivers Hay, take it back, but kind of spun 5-6 wide off the turn and flattened out. But Light Bulb came on for the winner. 5-2 if you like this horse today, and sat off the pace, which was moderate, you know, as they went to the 1/2 and 3/4 and still found a way to run them down late. And actually, I thought the 4 actually ran a good race, too, coming up the inside. Got the run of the race down in there. So if you had them, I mean, listen, 2 for 2 now. Maybe it's time to come on. Sometimes this happens with horses, too, where they win one and they think, we could do this.
They learn that they like getting their picture taken.
Yeah.
Not too bad getting the attention. Is it 3 races in this 2-day Pick 6 carryover? 3 favorites so far, and we thought this race, so much for being so wide open, goes to the chalk. Past Tense, 3-win day for Manny Franco so far. And that man, Tom Morley, nice win off the claim.
But it's all Pinehurst.
Grade 1 winner at 2.
Very impressive in the runaway Delmore Futurity.
Graded Stakes winner at 3.
Pinehurst so gutsy.
The highest earning son of Twirling Candy.
Pinehurst lasted home to win it for the United States.
Bred on the same cross as Gunrunner. Pinehurst, standing at Womack.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With NYRA Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with NYRA Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NYRABets.com.
Every sire hopes to have a son to follow in his footsteps.
An impressive debut.
For Munnings, that son is Jack Christopher.
Jack Christopher to win the Champagne.
Unbeaten Grade 1 winner at 2. Dual Grade 1 winner at 3.
And he is pouring it on here. It is Jack Christopher winning the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins Memorial.
Jack Christopher, standing at Coolmore, America.
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton, offering over 70 graded stakes winners or producers. A night of stars featuring champions, Grade 1 winners, millionaires, elite producers, and selected weanlings. One catalog, one electrifying session with a star-studded selection of the finest quality breeding stock anywhere in the world. The Fasig-Tipton November sale, November 4th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage on this Friday afternoon from South Ozone Park, New York. There's Tom Morley and Manny Franco getting their picture taken for the Elkstone Group with Past Tense first off the claim win and back-to-back wins for this 3-year-old filly.
Well, Past Tense used to be a professional maiden and now starting to develop a winning habit, Paul.
Yeah, better late than never, right? So actually good effort here. Sat just off of the pace, which was moderate, and swung out and got the job done in here. After a nice drive, too. Actually ran to the wire in here. It's not like they slowed down anything. She ran all the way through. So nice effort for her. And as you said, got to go back and take a look at some of the trips in here, especially for Boxed Wine and River Tech.
A length and a quarter win in the end for Past Tense. Not easy to do, facing winners for the first time. And get your picture taken again, but Past Tense does just that after starting out her career 0 for 9. Now she's won 2 in a row, and it has been favorite so far in this two-day Pick 6 carryover with a pool of $542,000. Still plenty of time for things to open up, and we'll get to the next race momentarily. First, it's back to the Meadowlands. Look at the current odds for this 2-year-old Colts and Gelding mile pace coming up. We're going to see Fallout, who's ranked 10th in that Hamiltonian Breeders' Crown poll, the Metro Pace champion, the sport's richest freshman male pacer at even money right now. Let's go to Gabe.
Thanks so much, Greg. And this is Pick 4 time, one of my favorite times of the day, of course, here on a daily basis at the Big M. We didn't do so well the early Pick 4, but we're going to circle the wagons here and take a good swing late. We've got a $12 base play, but we're going to play for $3 here with a $36 spin. And the horse you just mentioned, Fallout, he opened up here a little chilly on the board, guys. 5-2, 3-1. That money started to pour in there. I see he's clicked down to odds on. 3 wins in a row, nearing in on $500,000. He goes for the Captain Treacherous Connections. That's his sire, Trainer Tony Alanya, driver Tim Tetrick, Captain Treacherous himself, a runner-up in the Breeders' Crown at 2. He was a winner at the age of 3, and this is a very nice offspring stud here. Fallout, again, I just think a much the best winner there as you see that price continue to plunge. Second leg here, race 11. That's our final Breeders' Crown elimination. We'll show on the program here. 2 deep. These are my absolute 2 favorite trotting colts in North America. The 1 Super Chapter is going to be the favorite, but I urge you not to overlook the 5. Go, Dog, Go. He's adding the trotting hobbles here for the first time. He's made consecutive breaks in stride into today, but this is a wicked, fast 2-year-old for young trainer Carter Penske. I give him a major chance to pull off a bit of an upset. In fact, I'm quite happy that he's drawn in against Super Chapter because that is going to help our price. Now, we won't be showing you the back half of the Pick 4 ticket on air today. You can check that out, of course, at NYRABets.com. We've got a couple of overnight races. I'm 3 deep there and a bit of a crapshoot race number 12. Gemini Express is going to be your favorite. That's the one. First time Dexter Dunn. That's always a live angle. We've got a rare Minnesota shipper in. That's number 6, G. Wilkers. He's 15-1 in the morning line from post 6. Going to toss another double-digit morning line, Warwe Yankee from post 10. He's a dedicated closer at a race really without much closing speed. So I'm 1-6-10 there. And if we're still marching 2 deep into the final leg of the Pick 4, we'll use the Class Dipper from Yonkers, a 3 hunt for cash. At the gate, T.H. McMurray moves over to the trainer Ron Burke, the sports all-time leading trainer, for his second start for the New Connections and his second stateside start in from Canada. So again, it's a $12 base play. We'll play that base for $3. We'll spend $36 here and take a swing. We'll take a stand right now. Fallout, the favorite, our single here to kick off the late Pick 4.
Gabe, thank you. Look, this is one of the real stars we have, Paul, on these Friday eliminations here. Does anyone pose a threat?
I mean, that's why they got to run the races, right? I mean, he's tough in here on paper, and he is the best right now. A little bit of a look to Swingtown, the 4, gets Dexter Dunn for the first time, and I think coming off those races in the Metro, they were not good, but the second place effort last time out showed that he's coming back around into form.
Fallout trying to win a 4th in a row. He's a 2-5 favorite. Let's go back to Gabe and Jessica.
Thanks, guys. Another elimination for those 2-year-old Colt and Gelding Pacers. Gabe, I know you touched on Fallout. What a family he comes from. He's got siblings like Blue Diamond Eyes and Captain Kirk, who are very nice in their own right. And Fallout reminds me so much of Captain Treacherous.
He really does, and not just because Tim Tetrick is sitting behind him and he hails from the Tony Alanya part, but really just the look and how he is on the track. He's just a confident colt, and he is in rare form. Josh, he comes off, he was in against some of the top stakes colts in North America down at Lexington last out, a double-digit win. So not only is he winning, that was sort of some of the knock on Captain Treacherous, his sire. He always made it close. He wanted to fight everyone to the finish. Rarely did he blow anyone out. Well, his offspring here, the 6 Fallout, won by well over 10 lengths at his last start there, the part of that 3-race winning streak.
You know, people were making an argument that, you know, he benefited off of a perfect pocket trip in that Metro elimination, off of some hot fractions. He came back and I thought he raced extremely well in the Metro, and he come back in the International Stallion with, you know, like you had mentioned, a 10-length win.
Well, the good thing is with these 2-year-olds, they're just beginning their careers. So a lot of times, you know, we continue to see start to start horses really can improve or they can regress, for a matter of fact. When that season gets a little long, I don't think we've seen the bottom of Fallout yet. So not to continue to harp on a short price here, but I think they're going to have to pack a lunch to knock off this favorite. And we did have a late scratch. Just want to pass along. That's the reason here for the slight delay. Just the 3 Madden Oaks were scratched off the track here. So that's why we have just another moment or so to get those wagers in for the 10th race.
Year after year, we see the Ohio breds burst on the scene, and that's the case for Swingtown and Sippin' on Sea-Rock, I guess you could say, in that last elimination. But Swingtown here, he was a horse who set those hot fractions in that Metro elimination, 26-4, 55. A comeback, was parked every step of the mile in that Metro final. And on the Ohio Sire Stakes championship last week, post 7, left aggressively off of the gate. Pretty nice fractions there, 27 and change. He had the lead and got out sprinted by his stablemate, Sippin' on Sea-Rock. I figured, he'd take some action on the tote board this afternoon with Dexter in the bike.
Yeah, and he is taking action there. Again, I mentioned it even on one of my pick 4 plays. First time Dexter, always going to track the tote action, Jess. He carries the flag for the Buckeye State. The Ohio Sire set up down by the seaside. Started off his career 5 for 5 at Ohio. He's since stepped up against better company nationally, but he's given a good account of himself. A runner-up last time out that Ohio Sire Stakes final, but close in the Metro. We'll see. I still think a little bit of a stretch if he's going to step up and deliver the knockout punch to the favorite Fallout.
Elimination number 2 for 2-year-old Colt and Geldings on the pace. First 5 advance to the final next weekend. Ken Workington has a call.
3-1 on the 4, Swingtown. They're on gate, ready for a start. Race 10, here they come. They're off, and Fallout is leaving, and so is everybody. As Mount Elite on the outside, early speed from Prince Hal Hanover, and Makes Sense on the inside. Cuts the corner, Prince Hal Hanover, Makes Sense. Left 3 deep is Fallout on the outside. Driving on between them is Pappy's Rocket. It is Swingtown on the inside. 5th is ahead by the opening quarter. Then comes Banderas and Manolete trails 2 wide at the quarter. Ronnie Wren Jr. and Pappy's Rocket to the top here, 32-1 in a torrid 26-4. Pappy's Rocket on the engine revved up. A give and go for Prince Hal Hanover. Now stays in 2nd at this point. Makes Sense on the inside 3rd. Fallout next in line 4th. Swingtown off the speed in 5th, then Banderas and Manolete. Single file at the half. Pappy's Rocket in front. Pappy's Rocket, Prince Hal Hanover 2nd. Makes Sense is 3rd. Half up in a more reasonable 55 4/5. Fallout takes a peek to the outside. He's fed racetrack now into 4th. Swingtown to follow him off the speed. Then Banderas and Manolete gets underway. 3/8 to go, chasing the long shot. Pappy's Rocket. A length and a quarter advantage on Prince Hal Hanover on the inside 2nd. Fallout is inching closer, first over. Tracked by Swingtown on the outside. Makes Sense with no racing room. Then Banderas and Manolete has to pass them all as they turn for home. Pappy's Rocket drawing the crowd. 1:23-4 into the stretch. Fallout takes the lead, but Swingtown on the outside getting to him. Fallout digging in. Swingtown and Dexter done. Swingtown out sprinting. Fallout to the wire. Then it's far back to 3rd and Makes Sense. It's Swingtown, then Fallout, and then Makes Sense. And Prince Hal Hanover 150-1.
Huge upset here. Trainer Ron Burke, Dexter Dunn, and Swingtown with the win, Paul.
Boy, this makes things wide open for next week, Greg. I'll tell you that much. And not for anything. I mean, I said it before the race. This horse was starting to get good again last time out in the Ontario Sire Stakes. Follow that second over cover from Fallout and just drew away late. I mean, Fallout didn't run that bad, was out a long way first over, but at the end of the day, still got clipped by a horse who's back on the improve. Makes things wide open next week with a horse like Captain Optimistic and Blueprint and Sippin' on Sea-Rock.
Convincing win.
Yeah.
3rd in a row, too, for Dexter Dunn.
Huge upset.
One of the best. Yeah.
Swingtown. We'll get back to Belmont at the Big 8 when we return. Race 8, back to the main track, $50,000 claiming race. And a 1-turn mile. That is the one to beat. Floki's Flight. Linda Rice, 2nd off the claim. And look at it go back-to-back in the winner's circle.
It's amazing. I mean, we're used to having horses in claiming races, and here we're at the undercard of the Belmont.
And they're off in the Woody Stevens, and here's Bookham Dano. who has blown by them all. Bookham Dano, Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Bookham Dano
winning on New York's most important day of racing.
I can't. That was awesome. He's the best.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Race 8, one-turn mile, main track. Floki's Flight, 8-5 favorite. Looking to go back-to-back for Linda Rice. She won first off the claim with this one. Jose Lezcano will be aboard. Going to head downstairs to Acacia.
And Greg, we do have a slight delay, just a little bit of a holding pattern waiting for the tractors to finish up out on the track. But going from the inside out, we'll start off with the number 2, Seeking Unity, who did win last time out in a first level allowance for trainer Rudy Rodriguez. And it was a race that I was not entirely expecting. It was a bit of a price that day as well at 12-1. And he was incredibly game in that race, dueling with From Another Mother, who will be drawn inside of him today. That one fading. And this one kicking on and then digging in to hold off a closer. I was a little bit dubious as to whether we'd be able to see that race again, and I still do question that, especially with him coming in here for the 50,000 today. But I think Rudy being realistic with him, and this horse looks fantastic today. I thought, he's one that always handles himself well, but this is probably one of the better times I've seen him look, coming in a little bit brighter, a little bit more forward, great in his coat, in his weight, really well muscled, really good energy, just looking like he's doing really well off the back of that win. So maybe more than anything, it is a sign that this is a horse who's just kind of turned a corner as he'll look for back-to-back victories. But they all have to get around the number 5, Floki's Flight, who did win in an off-the-turf race last time out. Yes, it was on a pretty wet track and was part of the early pace that day, but just always looked the winner. But you look back through his past performances, and he's run very well on fast tracks with previous connections for Dale Romans and at a variety of tracks as well. So I think he's very much the horse to beat. As run fast figures, I thought last time out he was one that was a little bit underwhelming in the paddock, but just really seemed to move well over the wet track. Like I said, I think he maybe handled it better than some others, but I don't think it's necessarily something that moved him up. But he looks great again today, and he stacks up favorably against his competition as he too will look for back-to-back victories, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. 2-1 favorite. Floki's Flight as we get you back to the Meadowlands. 3 in a row for Dexter Dunn, including this big upset over Fallout on Swingtown. Let's go to Gabe.
Thanks a lot, Greg. And Dexter, the man of the hour with those 3 consecutive victories, but he's usually the man of every hour here in the sport of harness racing. And Dex, take us through this trip today. I know, obviously, you had Swingtown here that pulled off the upset, but you really got this horse in a perfect spot. You get to draft off the favorite Fallout. You basically gave him an invitation to drop in front of you there in the first turn.
Yeah, that's right, Gabe. You know, it's the first time I've sat behind him, but he's, he's obviously had a great year. Yeah, there was a bit of action early first turn, so we bailed out, and Timmy bailed out, and, he got in front of me, and it was a good helmet to follow, like you said.
Yeah, supremely confident, I'm sure, turning for home, following the right horse there, and you appeared to be loaded at that point.
I mean, yeah, he was, really travelling like a winner all the way around that last turn. I don't know how the other ones are travelling as well, but he gave me a great feel, and, once I moved him off that helmet, he really sprinted hard.
Now, success can create its own problems as well, Dex, because you have qualified both winners for next week's $700,000 final, which we'll see next Friday night live on this air. You had Captain Optimistic in the 8th race. You've got Swing down here and won the 10th race. You've got a tough decision to make, my friend.
I might have to flip a coin, Gabe. But, both great colts. Race both put in great miles today. So, I'll just sleep on it and see what we do there.
All right, well, good luck the rest of the way. Dexter Dunn, 3 in a row. Guys, whomever Dexter picks, that may be my pick for next week's $700,000 final.
Good decisions to have to make, Paul.
Oh, 100%. And, listen, Dexter has been a star now over the past year or two, easy in this sport, and he may very well beat and shatter the record next week for most Breeders' Crowns wins in a weekend. The record's 5, I believe, with Dave Miller. So he's got a shot to win 6, 7, 8 maybe. We'll see what happens, but it's a good decision to have.
I love the way he explained it, too, following who he was following, just what you alluded to, that live cover.
Yeah, and sometimes that's the easiest thing to do. Find a helmet and go.
Back to our Belmont of the Big A coverage. Riders up. There's your favorite 3-2, Jose Lezcano for Linda Rice. Floki's Flight could be very tough in this spot. I thought Irish Exit, though, could be another one that's going to be difficult for Jamie Ness. We'll get to that one in a moment. We start with From Another Mother. Gustavo Rodriguez from the inside.
Yeah, stretched out to 2 turns last time and threw in an unusually poor effort for him, but previous efforts were good.
Seeking Unity 9-1 from a 4-1 morning line with Flavian Pratt.
Yeah, coming in off a win the last time out. Likes it here, 5 for 7 in the try.
Here's Irish Exit for Jamie Ness.
Has several races that would put him squarely in the frame. Last time maybe took a little step back, but finds his form be tough.
Here's Celestial Glaze. Rob Atras first off the claim.
Yeah, got knocked around at the start last time out. Ran behind St. Andrews.
Favorite at 8-5, Floki's Flight.
Comes off a huge win. Has good races on a fast track, but his best races have been in the mud.
St. Andrews, an out-of-this-world performance last start. Can he do it again?
Yeah, I mean, especially after that start, we'll see what happens, but certainly poised to do it.
Here's a look at the 8 Mystic Knight. Actually, that last race, if he can repeat it against better, puts him in contention.
For sure. So we'll see what happens on the rising class.
Midnight Trouble. Tom Morley off the claim. We just saw him win with that maneuver.
Yeah, and Tom has 2 in here, and Midnight Trouble coming off the claim. Has races good enough. Recent ones need to improve, though.
I don't think we saw Didinger. Or no, we did. Sorry. Back to the favorite, Floki's Flight. So 8-5. Controlled things on this sloppy sealed track from the outset back on September 28th.
Didn't he always look like he was comfortable? He was just kind of running over the top of the ground, traveling so nicely. When Irad Ortiz Jr., who was aboard this day, Paul, turns for home and he's giving those little light reminding taps on the shoulder, he has a lot of horse.
Yeah, and not even looking behind him. He's like, I've got this. We drew off at the end. And listen, he's shown that when he's able to be comfortable out on the front end, he can actually, carry his speed. He's run some good races out of town and ran one here. We'll see how the pace sets up for him today. I mean, he should be in front. So as long as he breaks well.
Just seems to have a class edge, too, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think that's a very fair point. And running back now for the 50 that he was claimed for, Linda Rice, very good at spotting her horses, making a nice impression here in the warm-up. I landed on the 3, Greg, Irish Exit. This horse has a winning habit, 11 for 24. I love horses that have the trail map to the winner's circle.
And that last one had some issues in that race. Cleaner trip today, and then it's 2-3 starts back. Both races have put them in contention. Let's go back down to Acacia.
Now, I'll pick up there with the number 3 Irish Exit, who, as the wind starts attacking me today, as the number 3 Irish Exit, as you mentioned, Greg, last time out, not the cleanest start. It looked to me like the horse next to him was really antsy and acting up, causing this horse to kind of break out, hit the gate, and the winner, Nelson Avenue, who had been in very good form, putting back-to-back wins together, wired the field that day, whereas Irish Exit was just kind of stuck in that chasing spot. So dropping in for the 50,000 today, my first time laying eyes on him, but incredibly well muscled, an eager warm-up out there on the track too. Definitely great energy warming up there. So he was one that I had kind of dismissed a little bit at first, but the way that I see him in the preliminaries here, I definitely think that he is a big player. Now, the number 1 from Another Mother, who I had alluded to back in the paddock, is coming out of at least 2 back for him. That same race is Seeking Unity. And then last time out, I thought really just running against very tough competition and going a mile and an eighth, which may not be best for him, but he just never looked comfortable when being taken out of his preferred running style, which is being forwardly placed. I think the mile suits him better, and I do think we will get a chance to see him be more forward today, and he'll have to from the rail. The one thing that is concerning me is that, yes, his races 2 and 3 back, especially 3 back and first off the claim, were strong, but his top line has started to dip a little bit. It looks like he's just not carrying his condition as well now. So I'm wondering if towards the end of the year, we're starting to see him trend in the opposite direction a little bit. Now, the number 9 is Midnight Trouble, one of 2 in here for Tom Morley. He's looking for 3 on the day, I believe. And this one's actually a reclaim, which I always pay attention to. That race in May was a 90 buyer speed figure and would make him a huge player in here. He looks great back with Tom. And I think that if he's able to get into a tactical position back at a mile, should be in a good spot, Greg.
We'll see if that barn can go back-to-back here coming up. 6-5 favorite. Everyone's got potentially a real tough one in front of them, trying to deal with Floki's Flight. If he can reproduce what he did last time out on that sloppy sealed track in that race we showed you. But this one, who you've gone with, Mig, certainly a contender, as you said, just loves to get his picture taken.
Of course, 11 for 24 lifetime. You get Ruben Silvera. One thing you know about Ruben, he's consistent. He puts horses in the game, and this horse runs his best when he's close. Last time he was compromised when he was bumped hard at the start.
Here we go with the ace. We send it upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Midnight Trouble. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Good speed from Celestial Glaze, but now gets passed towards the inside here by Seeking Unity, and also right there is From Another Mother. The far outside is Floki's Flight. Now to join this early leader, it's going to be Seeking Unity and Floki's Flight. They're 1-2 out of the chute. On the far outside, there's Mystic Knight, who's in the green cap, and in between horses comes Irish Exit, starting to move forward there with Didinger in the early mix. That's the leading 5. At the rail, From Another Mother has lost some ground, is 3 lengths off the lead. In behind rivals there is Celestial Glaze, who broke with the leaders towards the back end of the field. St. Andrews second to last, and the trailer, Midnight Trouble, tightly bunched in behind the runaway leader, 23-1 for that opening quarter mile, and Floki's Flight has seized command. Jose Lescano and Floki's Flight doing it easily up by 2. Seeking Unity is content to sit right there in second. Less than a half mile to go, 46-1. That half mile time. From Another Mother tries to rally towards the inside here of Didinger in between horses. Out wider there is Mystic Knight. About to split rivals, here comes Celestial Glaze, and Celestial Glaze has got some momentum, is in the 2 path, has just taken third, has got the leader in sights. It's Floki's Flight doing it easily. Floki's Flight approaches a quarter mile left to go, is back up by 2. Floki's Flight now gets the cue and kicks for home. This sustained rally from Celestial Glaze is trying to push on by Seeking Unity. The closers are coming from the back, but Floki's Flight has a 4-length cushion. Approaching the final 16th, it is Floki's Flight. Jose Lescano, they're going to win this one easily. It's all Floki's Flight for trainer Linda Rice. They get the win. Floki's Flight wins it over Midnight Trouble, then Seeking Unity, and then a photo. That's Celestial Glaze with St. Andrews in 1 minute 35.45 seconds.
Jose Lezcano aggressive with the favorite, Floki's Flight, and that's back-to-back wins now. Another favorite. It's been all chalk in this Big Six.
Got his position going forward, always was going comfortable. To give you a little context, right? They went the first quarter in 23-1. 2-year-olds, or just previously going a mile, went 22-4. And those are 2-year-olds, so this was a very comfortable kind of pace for him. He ran on nicely, well spotted by Linda Rice. Paul, your selection ran on well here. The 9, Midnight Trouble.
Yeah, not really a two-turn horse. Got back to the mile today, was wide quite a bit of the way, and man, he had, quite a bit of horse at the back. Got up for second anyway, but there was no doubt about the winner today, though. Ran them off their feet late, got away from Seeking Unity early, and just poured it on.
Floki's Flight dominant here as the 7-5 favorite. Will be heading to a new barn after claimed by Linda Rice. She gets 2 wins out of this 5-year-old. One of 4 claimed in here. The 4, 5, 6, and 7 all going to be going to new barns.
Yeah, and listen, when you run horses where they belong, you run the risk of losing them, but it's the right thing for the horse, and that's how you manage horses. You spot them aggressively, make it easier on them. Don't make it harder on them. I think horses only have so many A efforts in them. Why waste an A effort finishing 4th or 5th? Get the money.
Yeah, and eventually, too, sometimes it messes with them mentally as well,
Sure.
too. It could take them right out of the game after a good effort, putting in a bad effort in a spot they didn't belong.
5-9-2-4 finish as we get you back to the Breeders' Crown eliminations. 2-year-old Colt and Gelding Trot coming up, and Super Chapter, even money for the Grand Circuit and Kentucky Sire Stakes winner, Paul.
Yeah, he's a good one for Team Melander, and put any doubts about that break a few starts back to rest. And his main competition, I think, is the 4 in here. We'll find out. Maximus Muris.
Dexter Dunn, a chance to make it 4 in a row.
Yeah. And Dexter is one of the best in the game. And he, embarrassment of riches. We talk about the Burke Barn having an embarrassment of riches. Dexter Dunn is on the driver's end of that.
Let's head out to Gabe and Jessica.
Well, Gabe, there's plenty more action to come, including this final Breeders' Crown elimination here. Go Dog Go is the big question mark in here. We know how talented and how fast this guy is. He just needs to mind his manners, and he actually reminds me a lot of his father, Green Chew.
Yeah, he really does, Jess. And I'm going to take a swing to beat Dex. I know that's been a tough task here this afternoon at the Meadowlands, but I like Go Dog Go. Driver Todd McCarthy, unfortunately, each of his last 2 races, he's been down in Lexington with us at the Red Mile. At about the 50 to 100-yard mark, he's decided for no reason to jump off stride. So it's been a very odd last couple of races for Go Dog Go. He snatched a defeat from the jaws of victory. But I think this horse, trainer Carter Pinsky's made plenty of changes. He said he's happy about the change of scenery. He said he can just get geared up over the smallest of things. So he was happy to put him here in a new setting today. And I think the key thing is he puts those trotting hobbles on this horse for the first time. But I think this is a wicked fast trotter here in the 5 Go Dog Go. So I'm actually going to try and take a shot to beat the 1 Super Chapter. No disrespect for him. He's a very nice colt in his own right.
You know, speaking of Go Dog Go, that race ended up going, with Gap Kronos in 151-4. He was up by, I don't know, almost 10 lengths, it felt like. How fast would he have when it went?
That's the key question. He was really going to, break out with that explosive performance. Had he stayed trotting in that race, Jess, I think it was going to be an eye-opening finishing time. That would have made him a short price back today. I think he would have likely been your favorite. But since he made that break in stride, obviously, some folks out there still have their questions of the 5 Go Dog Go. But I can tell you, there's no question about his talent. It's just minding his manners. We've talked about it all day. We've had the 2-year-old eliminations today. Tomorrow night, of course, the 3-year-olds at Even Up. But, they're just learning. They're figuring this game out. I'm hoping that we've given trainer Carter Pinsky enough time to make some equipment changes here with this change of scenery now up on the East Coast to get the dog back on track.
Super Chapter, Dexter Dunn, Marcus Melander. They're going to team up once again in here. They're going to get the rail to work with. He's coming off of a very convincing win there in Lexington in the International Stallion Series.
Yeah, and prior to that, he won the $400,000 Kentucky Championship down at Lexington. This is a horse with a high turn of speed. He's got that inside post. He's got the red-eyed Dexter under the bike. He is a deserving favorite, Jess. I don't want to take anything away from him, but I'm just very anxious to see what happens when Go Dog Go gets a clean shot at him. He defeated Go Dog Go in that $400,000 Kentucky final, but since that point, I think Go Dog Go has just continued to progress. Super Chapter, he's been a solid sort throughout. So, again, it's not their first matchup, but I am excited to see here if we see these two drop the gloves and stay on the trot at the top of the lane.
Big shoes, post 3, another son of green shoe here for Hall of Fame connections of Ron Burke and Yannick Gingras. Now, was in the Kentucky Commonwealth, Sire Stakes action down in Lexington, ended up winning the final there, made a break when facing Grand Circuit Company in the Bluegrass. It couldn't have asked for a better, effort in the International Stallion.
Yeah, it was good. It was a good, solid third there, beating just a couple of lengths against a horse we saw a little earlier today in the first elimination, Memento Mori, that will check into the final next week. So he was okay. I just think when you get past these two taking the majority of the tote action there, Jess, speaking of the 1 and 5, at least in my opinion, in terms of talent, these two stand out. I thought things opened up a bit and behind these two favorites. So, rather than throw out maybe a third or fourth choice, I decided to swing with the horse I know is going to be a long shot. And the key thing is, too, he's got a very aggressive pilot in Yannick Gingras. We see Yannick pretty aggressive almost at all times. Sometimes in these elimination races where you have to be in the top 5, aggression is not always key. A lot of guys that, look to trip these horses out to make sure they're finishing well, to have plenty left in next week's big money final. But I think Yannick will leave here with the 3 big shoes, and I think that could put him in the mix for a slice.
I think this elimination is probably going to be one of the most interesting ones. 2-year-old Colt and Geldings on the trot. Elimination and number 2, Greg.
All right, Gabe, Jessica, thanks. We'll get back to you in a moment. Going to wrap up the 8th we just saw here. Belmont at the Big A. Jose Lezcano, Linda Rice, and Floki's Flight. Back-to-back wins now off the claim for Linda Rice.
A very logical result. He carried that form from that off racetrack last time onto the fast track today. Set a very similar trip, always prominent. And Jose Lezcano consistently gives you a solid ride.
Yeah, it doesn't matter the condition. It doesn't matter the race value. Jose is one of the good guys down there that knows his prep well and gets the job done more times than not. And good effort from the winner, and I thought a good effort from the 9 as well. Midnight Trouble, who was taken back early, and it's not like the pace was hot. Had to come wide and rallied on for second. Much better 1-turn horse than a 2-turn horse.
Tom Morley having a good day, right? 2 wins in a second now. Horses are running well.
All favorites of the pick 6 so far run out of time for something chaotic to happen with 2 legs remaining in here. So very formful to this point, but it was such a big carryover anyway. Just hit it, and it's going to pay well. Wide open Carle Place next. Boys get their chance sprinting on the grass. We'll get to that in a moment. First, back to the Meadowlands with Gabe and Jessica.
Thanks so much, Gabe. Another elimination to go, but, it's been a good day of elimination races.
It really has. This is the 9th, the elimination for the 2-year-olds. So, again, the 2-year-olds will head next Friday night. We'll have 4 $700,000 finals next Friday night right on here on America's Day at the Races. It's going to be a great night here at the Meadowlands, a part of a $7 million plus weekend, because we'll have more eliminations here tomorrow night. Of course, that'll be shown live on FS2 as well, and that will punch tickets for next week for the 3-year-olds and up. So we've got a great weekend this weekend, but it leads to the big stage here next week.
Before these ones go to the gate, what about Maximus Miras here for Lucas Wall and Scott Zeron?
Upside, 3 of 4 so far in his career. Comes off a runner-up performance, so he was 3 for 3 part of the last start. Good effort. A horse I think that has a lot of upside. I just want to see, does he have the type of speed here to hang with Super Chapter and Go Dog Go? He's won, but he's done it in a manner maybe not quite as fast. So, I don't want to be too hard on him as a lightly raced youngster, but he is going to have to prove that he can step up, and there's more under the hood.
Big questions in this race, obviously. Will Go Dog Go stay flat with the addition of trotting hobbles? And can Maximus Miras stay up to a task with, being on tap with the Grand Circuit Company? Or will Super Chapter get the job done from the rail? The final 2-year-old Colt and Gelding Breeders' Crown elimination is behind the gate, up to Ken.
Right now 4-5, 5-2 on the 5. Go Dog Go taking strong action. 5-1 on the 4. Maximus Miras, and 9-2 on the 8. Happy Jack S. Here they come. 2-year-olds off and trotting. Happy Jack S on the outside, leading hard with Montserrat. And it's Maximus Miras stepping out sharply and looking for the lead. Out sprinted here, Super Chapter. He's in the top 4 around the first turn. Blank is 5th. And then it's Big Shoes on the inside, 6th. And Go Dog Go in that 2-path now being steered in front of Elan Hanover as they trot past the opening quarter. Pressing on, Happy Jack S and Elkis Fonstead takes the lead. 27-2, used hard early here. Happy Jack S at 6-1 finally clears Maximus Miras, so yields grudgingly. It's Super Chapter right on the helmet, and on the inside that's Montserrat, and Super Chapter is 4th. And then it's Blank on the inside, 5th, followed by Big Shoes, 6th, and Go Dog Go, and Elan Hanover. And there goes Super Chapter, launched to the outside, and he picks them off like they're standing still. Super Chapter with a power sweep to the top for Dexter Dunn. And the halftime not displayed. On to the far turn they go. Super Chapter by a length and a quarter. Happy Jack B back in that second spot with 3/8 to go. Maximus Muris on the inside, 3rd as they continue towards 3/4. Montserrat 4th on the inside. Blank is 5th on the cones. Then comes Big Shoes and Go Dog Go and Elan Hanover. They're single file 3/4. And it's Super Chapter who has them seated there. 1:24 and 4 into the stretch. Super Chapter in front by 2. Happy Jack S is 2nd, and all out now, full out. Maximus Muris has to pick it up and looks to rally, darts to the outside, and Blank has late Trot on the inside. Super Chapter needs the line. Maximus Muris with a Maximus late lunge. Maximus Muris gets up over Super Chapter. Then came Blank, then came Go Dog Go. 1:52 and 4.
Super Chapter looked like it had locked up with Dexter Dunn, but Maximus Muris comes and nails him at the wire.
I love this drive, actually, from Scotty Zeron because he took back, he yielded, he let the 8 go on by, sat pocket until Super Chapter went up and took the initiative, came first over and grinded him down. Listen, Super Chapter did not run bad in here. It's going to be fun next week to see how this shakes out because Maximus Muris figured out Super Chapter, at least for today.
It looked like Super Chapter made that brush run. It looked like he had turned the page, but Maximus Muris had other ideas. I thought a very nice finish from the 2 Blank as well as the 5 Go Dog Go. I thought they finished with interest and looked like they got those kind of drives that Gabe was talking about that kind of save a little something for next time.
Yeah, and it was nice to see Go Dog Go, the 5, stay flat, too, well, for those last 2 wild breaks when he had races won. So shaping up to be a good week next week. Should be fun when the 2-year-olds battle for big money.
Next weekend, finals, nearly $7 million on the line. Championships, big way in Horse of the Year honors and divisional honors. A lot will be said next weekend, so it's going to be fun.
Yeah, and I love the way they do it. Give the 2-year-olds their own day, and then also give the 3-year-olds their due and older in the opens on the next day. It's the way to do it. You know.
Paul, we enjoyed it.
Always a pleasure, guys.
Great job.
Enjoyed it. Thanks.
We're going to close out our card here. We have another stakes race coming up next. 2 more in this 2-day Pick 6 carryover. Carle Place is next, and Little Knee, who gave the talented Book of Dano all he could handle on dirt. Couple starts back. We'll try the lawn for the first time. Stay with us.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
Night Beacon airs at the home of Spun to Run's Breeders' Cup victory.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With NYRA Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with NYRA Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NYRABets.com.
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. An undeniable force on the West Coast, Ida went from strength to strength during her on-track career. After winning on debut at 2 for owner Bayoma Corp and trainer Bob Baffert, the daughter of Munnings later embarked on a 7-race winning streak that featured victories in the Grade 1 Starlet,
Ida has top billing in the Starlet,
the Grade 2 Great Lady M, and the Grade 3 Santa Isabel and Rancho Bernardo.
Just no stopping her. This is 7 straight.
Out of a Lemon Drop Kid mare, Ida's family traces back to the foundation mare La Troyenne. She sells carrying her first foal by Triple Crown winner and remarkable young sire Justify. The foal she carries is bred on the same cross as Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf heroine Hard to Justify and champion French 2-year-old Ramatuelle. Grade 1 winner Ida selling this November at Fasig-Tipton with Hill and Dale Sales Agency agent.
Back with you on this gorgeous Friday afternoon here in South Ozone Park, New York. America's Day at the Races brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa, and our second of two stakes on this Friday card coming up here at Belmont at the Big A. Carle Place. 3-year-old boys getting their turn, 6 furlongs on the grass, and Little Knee trying the turf for the first time. Has been an exceptionally talented sprinter on dirt so far, Meg. Not seemingly a lot of turf pedigree.
No, I mean, even the sire, Mohamed, only gets 5% winners in turf sprints. The mare was not turf. The the mare did produce 1 turf winner at a lower level. I think it's interesting because the horse had that good, strong work September 20th on the turf in Saratoga, but I didn't think he'd be co-favorite.
Yeah, a little strange. See him right now, co-favorite along with the 4-run Carson. John Velasquez will ride. There's already a multiple winner on this surface. Let's go back to the Jersey Shore. Keep in mind, completely different surface. But this is where we saw how good he is, battling with Grade 1 winner Bookham Dano.
He gave Bookham Dano fits. I mean, he gave him all he could handle. This horse has good speed. He's shown it on the dirt. Last time in the Allen Jerkins, uncharacteristically, did not show the same kind of speed. Had to deal with kickback and everything that comes with coming from off the pace. But maybe this is why this horse is garnering so much attention, because Bookham Dano is a very recognizable name, a horse that's very accomplished.
See how he takes to this new surface. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
Yeah, surprising to see that he is a co-favorite right now, tepid 3-1, along with Run Carson, because he is trying something new for the first time, speaking about Little Knee. Now, as you guys mentioned, he was a horse that started off very strong at the beginning of his career and then running that 101 Beyer speed figure in the Jersey Short behind Bookham Dano. Totally run off his feet in the H. Allen Jerkins, but I'm not going to hold that against him. I looked, there's not much turf pedigree in there. The dam never tried it. The second dam never tried it. There was one sibling who won a rather slow race on the grass. And yes, the Tappets can certainly get turf, but the Mohamed, not necessarily the biggest influence as far as turf is concerned. Now, that said, this is his second start for trainer Mark Casse. He's strengthened up a bit since I last saw him. I thought he was a horse that maybe lacked a little bit of push behind, which sometimes those horses have an easier time of it on the turf. So maybe that's a little bit of the influence and the thought process with him here. But he's rather upright in his pass turns. He has kind of those smaller, cuppier feet, not a typical type that you would initially look at and say turf is what he prefers. So it's not something that's initially screaming and grabbing my attention and saying he's going to move up on it. But that being said, I do really appreciate the fact that he had the opportunity to work on the turf course up in Saratoga, and that is a huge benefit of horses still being stabled up there. Now, another horse trying the turf for the first time is the 3-1 Sharp Cookie. Not a ton of turf pedigree here either. Sharp Azteca by Freud, so a good influence there. The dam was 0-for-1 on the grass. The second dam did win twice on the turf and once on synthetic. This guy, though, is more convincing, actually, from a physical perspective. Has a little bit more of a flatter hoof on him, one that also has plenty of natural early speed, and he's been sharp coming in here. Big, imposing, good-looking son of Sharp Azteca. You really see that influence from the top side coming in, and was good against Florida breds, good against open. We'll see if he can transfer that speed over to the grass. Now, taking a look at some of the known commodities, starting off with Run Carson, who did run second in that Mahoney, which has proven to be a very live race. I thought last time out when he was off slow at Kentucky Downs, just kind of then rushing up on the inside, or excuse me, at Keeneland, rushing up on the inside, then having to steady back, and it just didn't kick on from there. But sometimes when horses are taken out of their comfort zone and out of their preferred running style, they don't really kick on. And I felt that that was the case from Run Carson. He's better when he can be forwardly placed, so I'd be willing to give him another chance, but especially if one Sharp Cookie transfers his speed, there could be a pretty honest pace in here. The 2 Works for Me also ran in that Mahoney, and he was very far back that day, much further off the pace than he typically is, because he has some tactical speed as well. maybe it'll actually prove well for him today, because while the pace did hold together in the Mahoney, ran on a little bit. I know that his recent wins have come on the dirt, but I've always thought physically he looks more like a turf horse. I think he's run good races on the grass, and if he does get a setup today, could be running late. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. About to get riders up here for the Carle Place. There's Flavie and Pratt hopping aboard Works for Me. And, you know, with both these two horses trying the grass for the first time, both Little Knee, one Sharp Cookie, they're both been quick on dirt. Dirt speed, as we say all the time, does not necessarily translate to turf speed.
I think it's a great point, and, you know, you expect him to go quick. Little Knee does not have a pedigree that screams turf, but he does have that good turf work, and Mark Casse, you got to have some confidence that he has a pretty good handle on what surface his horses would excel on.
Post parade coming up for the Carle Place. We will start with Little Knee. Dylan Davis looking for his third today.
Yeah, horse that reeled off 3 consecutive wins, was beaten in O's by Bookham Dano, and then well beaten in the Grade 1 Alan Jerkins, switching surfaces.
Works for Me. Flavie and Pratt rides, trying to get his first win on the grass.
I'm a big fan of this horse. He is as honest as the day is long. He does not have a win on the turf, but he has races that were very good on the turf.
Another one trying turf for the first time, one Sharp Cookie.
Well, he has that dirt speed that we talked about. Didn't flash it in the Gallant Bob last time. Grand Dam was 2 for 4 in the turf with a second and a third.
Two-time winner on the grass, Ron Carson for Kelsey Danner.
Yeah, you get Hall of Famer Johnny Velasquez. Horse ran extremely well in the Mahoney Valley. Did not show any speed and was steadied last time.
Twisted Filigree's been quick and adds blinkers.
Quick, adding blinkers should intensify that speed. It's going to have to get faster.
Barksdale, first time sprinting on turf.
Yeah, interesting, turning back in distance on this surface.
Typhoon Fury, interesting performance last out, but it's a big step up in class. But it's a good effort. Live high, live low. George Weaver.
Yeah, another one, turning back in distance, has never run this short on the turf.
And Mike Maker, Smoky on the outside.
Really nice run here at Aqueduct in the Paradise Creek back in May. 5.5 at Saratoga, and then 6.5 at Kentucky Downs. But Kentucky Downs, difficult surface. Some horses don't handle it.
There's Ron Carson. John Velasquez has his hands full right now.
And you could see how hard that horse is pulling. That's when a rider has to use their body weight as leverage to keep a horse in check.
Let's go back to the Mahoney for Ron Carson. Just missed by a neck at 36-1.
He was always forward. He was always involved. And I think the key to success for Ron Carson is to be forward, to be involved. I believe there's a lot of speed signed on. Is it going to benefit a horse that has a little bit more of a closing style, or a horse that could at least stalk, Greg?
Came out of that Mahoney where he ran so good. And had some problems in that next start at Keeneland. We'll see 3-1 right now. As we take a look at this one, has become the favorite. Works for Me. Pratt for Joseph Lee.
I'm a fan of this horse. He shows up. He tries hard every time. And even though it's only a 16th of a mile difference, 5.5 furlong races in Saratoga, like the Mahoney, which Works for Me comes out of, are run far differently than 6 furlongs on the turf. And I think the 6 furlongs benefits Works for Me. I don't think he gets outfooted as much. I think he gets a different trip. And I think he scores today.
Public agrees right now, 2-1. As we go to Smoky, who was a stakes winner here back in May in the Paradise Creek.
If he runs his Paradise Creek back, he's going to be very tough. And you like the fact that it was over the distance, over this course here at Aqueduct. This son of Mendelssohn was always poised in a good position under Ramon Vasquez this day. And I think he projects to get a similar stalking kind of trip. Maybe not quite as close, because I do think there's ample speed signed on.
Yeah, it just seems like it's going to be a pretty hot pace up front. Maybe this one can sit just off of things. 5-1 from the outside post. Luis Rivera Jr. will be aboard with more on Smoky. Let's go down to Acacia.
Yeah, I agree with Richie. That Paradise Creek, I thought, was a strong performance from this horse. And then 2 starts back in the quick call, nobody was beating Star of Mystery that day, who was impressive. And I didn't think that he ran that badly. One thing I've noticed about Smoky, though, is that while he does have some tactical speed, he typically doesn't break that well. He doesn't have a lot of gate speed, and then he kind of takes a few strides to get into position. And so, to Richie's point, 5.5 up at Saratoga just might have been tough for him given that running style as well. He's obviously run well going the 6 here at Aqueduct given that Paradise Creek win, and then last time out at Kentucky Downs off slow. And then you can see early at Kentucky Downs when horses are not handling the track, when they get really high-headed and off the bridle, and that was how Smoky was throughout the whole running of the race. So I like him to potentially get a good trip in here. The number 8, Live High, Live Low, is one of 2 for George Weaver, and they do have complementary running styles. You have Twisted Filigree, who has speed, especially with the blinkers going on, and then you have Live High, Live Low, who theoretically would be coming from off of it. It's a big class test for this guy. I mean, how good is he coming in off the back of that Meadowlands victory and then being exposed for claiming races prior to that? But I don't mind shorter, and he should be able to settle nicely, and very eager in his warm-up out on the track at a big price. Maybe one who could just kind of find himself in a good spot. And just to wrap up thoughts on the one, Little Knee, I mentioned how I didn't love how he was warming up last time. Kept very quiet and reserved with the pony out there on the track today, but moving well. And I do think the second time for the barn and a little bit more strength should help him. We'll see if that all transfers with the surface switch today, Greg.
And just adding such an extra dimension of intrigue, Little Knee, to this race, getting on grass for the first time.
Yeah, if he can, his speed and ability translates to the switch and surface. I mean, that Jersey Shore Stakes, he ran as good as a horse can possibly run in a losing effort. I mean, Bookham Dano needed the length of that Monmouth Park stretch to run him down. I like the fact that he has that good solid work on the turf. I didn't expect Works For Me to be 9-5, but like I said, I am a big fan of this horse. Despite the fact that he has not won on the turf, he has run some winning efforts on the turf.
Short number, no question, for the 2, as we see Twisted Filigree step in, one who could potentially be part of what we expect to be a pretty hot pace. Has shown quickness already, now adding blinkers as well. As we look again at the favorite with Pratt.
Yeah, usually when they add blinkers, they're looking for a horse to kind of intensify that speed, right? Get their focus a little bit more. George Weaver has 2 horses in here, right? He has Live High, Live Low, who's turning back in distance and going to be more of a closing type. And then you've got Twisted Filigree, who should be speed, horses that complement each other, different styles.
Carle Place, 3-year-old, 6 furlongs on the grass, Works For Me, the 2. Your favorite? Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Goes in. All set for the Carle Place. And they're off. Good speed from Live High, Live Low, and in between horses, here comes Run Carson in the early mix, and Run Carson with a neck in front. It's Run Carson who secures the front end with Twisted Filigree. Now challenging from second, shoved along as One Sharp Cookie, is right there with Barksdale, and Barksdale is moving up quickly, is taken third. Up on the 4 outside, here's Smoky trying to get into it, is in fifth. In between horses, Live High, Live Low. Just having a tap on the brakes there was Typhoon Fury, who's towards the back end of the field. Second to last is Little Knee, and the trailer Works For Me as about 10 lengths. The trailer 21-3 for that opening quarter mile, and they're moving up front, and Run Carson is clear. It's Run Carson, no turning back here, is 3 lengths in front, and Run Carson still in hand, reaches the top of the lane, and Run Carson is trying to run them right off their feet. It is Run Carson who is 5 lengths in front. Here comes Live High. Live Low is fully in pursuit to the outside of Twisted Filigree. Can Run Carson finish the job? It's Run Carson who approaches the final 16th, still has a 3-length cushion. It's Run Carson, got right to the front, no turning back, and Run Carson wins the Carle Place dominantly. Run Carson wins it over Live High, Live Low. Late run there from Works For Me. Photo for fourth in 1 minute 6 and 4.
Run Carson, one of the multiple winners on this surface in the race, gets his 3rd on the turf under John Velasquez.
He just ran them off their feet at every point of call. He was blitzed down the back stretch. You could see he was almost a little keen. We talked about it. Johnny Velasquez was warming this horse up, and this horse was pulling his arms out of the socket, and it carried over to the race. He exploded out of the starting stalls, and just ran hard and fast. And, you know, to give you an idea.
Not far off the track record.
No, I mean, he just ran 106 and change, 106.85. 106.4. The Phillies ran 107 and change in the Glen Cove, the Philly division of the same race.
Course record's 106-3.
And this was a gigantic effort. I thought he would be forward. I did not see him clearing this field as easily as he did, and kept to the task by the Hall of Famer, John Velazquez, who, to me, is just such a wonder. You know, the first thing you see start to deteriorate with riders, Greg, is their legs. You start to see a little movement. You start to see them not as rock solid. Your legs are your foundation as a jockey. Johnny Velazquez still rides with the stirrups the same length, short, tight, and you don't see that movement of the legs. I'm beyond impressed. I have never seen a rider at his age continue to ride at his level without any signs of slowing down.
And that's commitment to staying in elite shape at this level.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he has a regimen of stretching. He keeps himself extremely fit. He eats properly. You know, people will maybe not be able to relate to riders as much as premier athletes because they're smaller than average people. But the fact of the matter is their leg strength is incredible, and their durability is incredible. There's no season. A rider doesn't take extended periods of time off and recover from all the little bumps and bruises.
That gets overlooked, doesn't it?
It really does. You know, you don't see a rider win the Kentucky Derby and someone's got a mic in their face going, "What are you doing now?" "I'm going to Disney World." No, I'm going to catch a plane because I got to ride in New York tomorrow or California or wherever it may be.
And not just physically, mentally the toll that takes.
Mentally, to stay in focus, stay in the game, and not have any mental lapses. I honestly, Johnny Velazquez, to me, you know, for me it was always Jerry Bailey was the guy who stayed in his prime longer than anybody else. It's being rivaled now by Johnny Velazquez.
It's a marvel. Ron Carson, third choice on the board. It's our first non-favorite to win in this Pick Six carryover. Gets his third victory on the grass for the barn of Kelsey Danner. Price is coming up.
And they're off in the Grade 1 4-go. And it's going to be Yopon who gets to the wire first. The 7 furlongs in 1:21 and 3. The leader is Yopon. 6 furlongs in 1 minute 8 at 2:57.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Ron Carson in the Carle Place. John Velasquez aboard, our winner circle lead-in. Brought to you by Fasig-Tipton November Sale, world's premier breeding stock event. Nominate now to the sale where stars are sold. This horse was impressive, Mig.
He was. I mean, I thought there was a lot of speed sign on. Well, it might have been, but he was just faster than the other speeds because he ran them off their feet under John Velasquez.
A fraction off the course record in doing so as well. Let's go to Acacia.
And here with winning rider John Velasquez. And Johnny, you were just talking me through the warm-up with Ron Carson because he was fired up and ready to roll today.
Yeah, well, I got a little bit scary. I turned him look from the pony in eighth of a mile. It's like, oh my God, I think I did the wrong thing with it. It took me all the way to the third-quarter pole to pull him up and call the pony to pick me up because I was afraid he was going to run off with me. I mean, he was pretty much in the race, pretty much the same way. He broke well, and I grabbed him, and he grabbed me to the bit. And just basically trying to, settle down the best I could and let him run down the lane, and he did, so very nice.
And with turf sprinters, you do like to see them open up. You can do that with them, but obviously you don't want to expend too much. What are some of the things you as a rider can do to get them to kind of keep it under wraps?
Well, the first part, I mean, it's like he jumped second jump, he grabbed onto the bridle and then ran right away. And I got close to the rail, and I was like, oh, maybe I was the wrong thing to do because as soon as he got on the rail, he got really strong. So I just got him with the same tie hold that I was having him from the second jump all the way to the quarter pole, and to see hopefully, he didn't overdo it. But when I let him go, he responded nicely, so very nice.
and obviously, you've been aboard some tremendous horses, but I imagine that horses like this and in turf sprints, those races are just fun when they're kind of flying over the turf like he was today.
Anytime you have a fast horse like this and continue running, it's very fun. Going that fast, and when you ask again, you can fill in the switched leads and then go on again. It's the best feeling. I mean, you can't explain any better than that. It's just the feeling that you get and the reaction you get from the horses. It's incredible.
He delivered today. Congratulations on a nice victory.
Thank you very much.
John Velasquez and Ron Carson. Ron Carson certainly was running today, Greg.
He really was. I mean, that is flying. 106.85, not far off the track record of 106.3. And expand on what he was talking about there in that interview.
Yeah, he said when he was clear, he started angling towards the rail, and the horse got more aggressive with him. And it stands to reason. In the morning workouts, the way the track is laid out, you have multiple horses training on a track. Some are jogging. They stay on the outside rail. Some are galloping, a contained gallop. They're in the middle of the track. When you breeze horses, what we call fast works is a breeze, in the mornings, you angle to the rail. So these horses get conditioned in their mind when they angle to the rail, it's time to get aggressive. And sometimes you'll see a rider down the backstretch in a race keep a horse 4 or 5 paths wide. It's not because they want to lose ground. They're on a straightaway. It's because they're trying to keep that horse switched off because they know once they start to angle in, that horse is going to go, oh, it's time to get real serious. We're going down closer to the rail. So that's what Johnny was saying. When he started to angle down, that's when he got really on the bridle. But we saw that in the post parade, and Johnny expounded on it how he thought he might get run off with. These are 1,000-pound animals. The bridle is your bit. The bit is your brakes and your steering. That's how your total control right there. And if they get away from you, it is not fun.
Well, it was fun to watch Ron Carson do his thing. 3 wins now on the grass, did it incredibly quick. And our first non-favorite to win in this 2-day Pick 6 carryover so far, with 1 leg remaining. Mile and a 16th on the turf, New York breds, first allowance condition race in the 7th. There's no question about who is the massive favorite to try and beat here. It's slap in the face, but that is a horse who is 4 for 8 as the runner-up. A lot of seconds. That will to win, maybe you'd question a little bit.
And he's been in positions. It's not like he's getting beaten clear lengths. He's getting there, and it just seems like he laps on horses, and he's not as keen to go by a horse as he is to run with a horse. He's a horse that looks like you really have to time your run well with.
5-2 right now. Probably will drop it even a little bit lower. 7-5, maybe 8-5 post time in that region. We'll have more on the 10th to close out this card when we come back. And, of course, we'll have a recap of everything that happened in these Breeders' Crown eliminations at the Meadowlands. We'll hear more from Gabe and Jessica after a short timeout. Stay with us. Our Fox Sports 2 coverage continues right after this.
He always showed up. From June at 2 and through 2 championship seasons, week after week after week of consecutive works. That's toughness. He always showed off. You know all about those 4 G1s. Here's his maiden on the Derby undercard. That's brilliance. Now his yearlings are at the sales. That's opportunity. Essential quality. Showtime.
You have to be here to feel the rumble from 40,000 race fans. Mixed with the Pacific breeze, you have to be here to taste extravagance and witness greatness race after race after race. You have to be here to witness unforgettable and to believe the unbelievable. This November, be at Del Mar for an experience that's truly a breed apart.
The 2024 Global Symposium on Racing, celebrating 50 years of being the premier networking event of the year. 50 years of connecting the who's who of racing and collaborating face-to-face with key decision makers. Discover the latest technology and innovation while being a part of the international conversation. Join us December 9th through 11th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part where you can play it all at NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Nightcap still to come on our Friday card. Belmont at the Big A. Meanwhile, 2-year-old eliminations for the Breeders' Crown in the books. From the Meadowlands, let's go back to Gabe and Jessica for a recap on all that happened today.
Well, Gabe, what a day of racing. No real big upsets, I feel like, on the day. Maybe just one stand out to you?
You know, I think looks good in Lulu. You know, paced the fastest mile for a 2-year-old in history here, 148.4. That 2-year-old pacing filly, that stood out. But I'm like you, Jess. You know, we either saw favorites or 5-6 to 1 shots. We had no monster upsets. You know, it was a pretty true to form here today, as these horses will be set, of course, next Friday night. We'll be in those $700,000 finals, part of a huge Friday night card here next week at the Meadowlands.
Yeah, big weekend coming up. But kind of to go back on this afternoon's racing, we had plenty of action on tap. A couple of maybe pacers that stuck out. I think both 2-year-old Colt and Gelding winners there. Maybe not upsets, but maybe not who we thought would win.
Well, I'm very interested to see who Dexter Dunn, who qualified both of those, being Swingtown and Captain Optimistic. Whom does he come back and choose next week? In the sport of harness racing, traders will list their preferred driver, and then it goes to those drivers' hands. They had ultimately that choice. So I think it's going to give us a big key. Nothing more than sitting behind a horse to see, how much you think of him. So I'm interested to see who Dexter comes back with. That's going to be sort of our midweek question that'll be answered heading into next weekend.
And a horse I think we should all keep our eye on, too. We talked about it there before Maximus Miras won, but Go Dog Go, I thought he looked tremendous.
He did. He was very cautious. They had the hobbles the first time. He had make breaks in stride, but a sleeper, perhaps, that we'll swing back with next Friday night in that final.
Plenty of action that happened today at the Big M. We'll be back tomorrow night with the 3-year-old and older horses, including the #1 ranked horse in North America, Twin B Joe Fresh.
Yeah, and I think she's a layup, Jess, for Horse of the Year, particularly when you consider, unfortunately, Jiggy Jog has been recently retired. That was sort of the rivalry of which one of those two perhaps could be the Horse of the Year in the sport of harness racing, but it's all Twin B Joe Fresh, the #1 ranked horse in the sport. Will be live on this broadcast tomorrow night. In fact, 5 of the top 10 right now currently in harness racing will be part of those Breeders' Crown eliminations here on this Saturday night.
She's going to have her work cut out from post 10, Gabe, but she's not done one thing wrong this season. No matter where she gets put at in the race, she just continues to prevail.
As she does, and it's not going to be no easy task there in that spot tomorrow night because it's a good field,
Mm-hmm.
you know. But I do look for Dexter, hopefully, to leave out, get a little position, and not leave her so much work to do.
And we'll also see Hambletonian champ Carle return to the Big M tomorrow.
Yeah, Carle, he has been just one of the bright spots in the sport. So one of the most well-known horses, I think, in the sport all year. And he did capture the sport's biggest prize at Hambletonian here for $1 million at the Big M. That was part of one of the America's Day at the Races broadcasts as well. You know, he comes off a little bit of a lackluster performance. Jess, we recently learned that Carle will be standing stud next year at the age of 4, so we're running out of chances to see one of the sport's superstars. He made well over $1 million at 2. He's made well over $1 million at 3. So the double millionaire, again, his elimination tomorrow night. We'll see if he can bounce back. I don't think he can count him out.
I don't think so either. And another interesting thing as well, we're going to see, you know, the 3-year-old Colt and Gelding pace the Glamour Boy division. We're going to see horses that have won just about every signature race. We'll see Nijinsky, who won the North America Cup. We'll see Captain Albano, who won the Little Brown Jug. And we'll see Mirage Hanover, who won the Tatterstalls.
I think Mirage Hanover is a horse for right now.
Yeah.
He's had a late season resurgence, and that's no disrespect to the others in there, but I've been so impressed lately by Mirage Hanover. I think that he will continue to step forward here tomorrow night.
A great day of racing today. We'll be back tomorrow evening with so much more action on tap for Breeders' Crown Eliminations Part 2. Back to you, Greg.
Gabe, Jessica, terrific job today. We look forward to it tomorrow night. That's going to be a lot of fun. Some of the true superstars of the sport, as they mentioned, that crew lining up tomorrow. They've won just about every big one on the calendar. And our coverage tomorrow, nearly 12 hours of it, begins 9 a.m. Eastern, FS1 British Champions Day. You're going to be live on site at Far Hills.
Keisha and I will be down at Far Hills, joined by Joe Clancy. A beautiful day of racing, our sport in its purest form. It's an amazing party, a lot of tailgating going on, a great atmosphere. A little tough to get out of there. Got to come up with a strategy getting out of there tomorrow. But it's a fun day. A lot of these horses that have run on the flat, thoroughbreds, are repurposed into steeplechase horses, and just shows how versatile and game they are, and how they can learn new things. And Sean Clancy, Joe Clancy's brother, has a horse racing at least one tomorrow, and he's so good at identifying what horses will make that step, you know, how athletic they need to be to compete over fences. It's a great day of sport.
We look forward to it. And of course, as you heard from those two out at the Meadowlands, Hamiltonian winner Carle, part of that all-star lineup coming up tomorrow night as those eliminations for the Breeders' Crown continue. We still have the nightcap to come. Has been moved to the outer turf, by the way. It was not scheduled for that, but has been moved to the outer turf here in this finale. And that's your big favorite. Price should come down even more. Slap in the face for Anthony Dutrow, Manny Franco. Looking for another win to close out the card.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 44 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sales sire at the September sale. Curlin, the classic sire.
Nightcap coming up to close out this two-day Pick Six carryover here at Belmont at the Big A. And this race, no question, goes through slap in the face. Current 2-1 favorite. Here's as we get to our post parade, and we start with Dolly's Bank.
Yeah, nice effort last time, closing at a big price to be third.
Post parade happened just a few moments ago. Here's the two, Kid Creasel, Linda Dixon, and this one wants to be forward.
Yeah, he's game. He's a fighter. He comes back of back-to-back efforts where he was on the lead and fought all the way to the wire. Last time he kicked the stall in the paddock, and I didn't think he looked good warming up, and he still kept on fighting and got the win.
A-lister, we have a rider change. Joey Martinez here.
A horse that could be a part of the pace. Wants to get a little keen, particularly after the first eighth of a mile.
Your mission, huge long shot, Romero Mirage.
Yeah, huge long shot that we just have to take a step forward.
Maybe an alternative if you're playing against the favorite here, BD Saints.
Yeah, a couple of turf races are good. I like the effort last time. Comes out of the same race with Dolly's Bank, the inside runner.
Carmouche on Blame It on Daddy.
Yeah, came off of a layoff and ran like a horse that needed a race last
Favorite
time.
went by at 8-5. Here's a look at the 9, Solo Empire.
Yeah, Solo Empire, another horse that could be forward in here.
83-1. Miracle Mike, Eric Cancel for Tom Morley.
Yeah, a horse that I think got too far back last time. If he can get some position, doesn't have to be on the lead, but get some position, we'll give him his best chance.
Behind the favorite, 2 starts back. Zapruder, Flavia Pratt.
Came from far back last time in a fast pace, a race that you really go have to watch the film to appreciate.
Here's Easy Roll, also eligible that draws in Tom Morley Barn as well. Dylan Davis at 10-1.
Has some races that would make him competitive here. Has to overcome that post.
Yeah, Courtly Banker, Sakatoga Stable, Barkley Tag, Funny Side Silks, John Velasquez.
I like this horse a lot. I don't like his post. I wish he was drawn more to the inside. Johnny rode him twice. He put him in the game. He's a horse that's kind of got a grinding style. I think last time the pace was too fast and it kind of made him get out of position. I don't think he's a horse that has a turn of foot, but has that kind of relentless grinding style.
So there's the favorite, Manny Franco, trying for a 4th win on today's card and running seemingly a lot faster than so many in this field, but 4 runner-up finishes in 8 starts and near misses too. Races looks like he could have won.
Yeah, that's the disturbing part. It's not like, okay, he was second, beaten 3 lengths, 4 lengths, 2 lengths. He's getting right there, and it looks like he has the race at his mercy, and he just doesn't quite finish the deal. And to me, that's a little bit problematic when we're talking about horses that are favored. Even here, he's in between horses. It looked like he wasn't ever going to go by the leader until that horse came on his outside, and it made him get interested for a few strides. And when that horse didn't continue to put pressure on him, he leveled off a little bit again late. Listen, he's a homebred for Niall Brennan. He's got a terrific conditioner in Anthony Dutrow. I just don't trust that he wants to run by horses.
Let's go down to Acacia.
That's a big concern of mine as well. I mean, slap in the face, yes, has just been running races that are faster, but of his 8 starts with the 1 win, 4 second-place finishes and a 3rd. I have a theory with slap in the face as well. I had compared him earlier today to a horse that won yesterday in Dancing Dean for Bill Mott. She is a massive filly that just takes a long time to get her stride and get her feet underneath of her. It's not quite as evident with slap in the face, but I think he's a similar kind of horse, that he doesn't necessarily have what we often talk about with European closers on the turf, that phrase turn of foot, that acceleration on the grass. He doesn't really have that. He takes a little bit of time to get going, and so very easily can kind of idle and pull himself up a bit. Maybe horses to his inside or outside will help. A little bit late sometimes with switching leads. Maybe it's a focus thing as well. All that to say, he looks great. He always does. I just have trouble taking him at a short price, given all of that. The number 5, BD Saints, could potentially be an alternative, as this was a horse who was a little bit awkward at the start last time out and didn't look very comfortable early. Ended up kind of running on in between horses and then second best when cleared to a wire-to-wire winner. But I thought ran a good race that day, getting back on the turf. He's a turf horse. Certainly can handle either surface, but I think this is the surface that he does prefer, and looks like he's just doing well for Mark Maker. But I'm going to take a shot with the number 6, Blame It on Daddy. I talked about him in the paddock last time out. He's an even bigger price today at 25-1. And this is a horse that I've always had a little bit of an affinity for. He was off of a layoff last time in his first start with Horacio de Paz. I thought that he looked really good, but a bit hot, much more settled today. He also had a far outside post, totally against the bias on the turf course where you really wanted to be inside on the rail. He was 4 wide throughout. So at a monster price, Kendrick Carmouche climbing aboard in here today, second time for the barn. I'll take a shot with him, Greg.
Swinging for the fences. All right, we like it, Acacia. 4-5. Meanwhile, I didn't see this short on Slap in the Face, but it shows you what a massive lean is. And in terms of the pick six, too, it bears out. It's coming back to pick six to Slap in the Face, $699. And then the second smallest is well over $2,000 to, I believe, Zapruder. Oh, excuse me, it's Courtney Banker, $2,470.
Yeah, I mean, he certainly has the ability to win. Now he has to show he has the desire to match the ability.
Chance for Manny Franco to get his 4th on this card. He's the big favorite. Slap in the Face, the 7. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Your Mission moving forward. BD Saints. Blame It on Daddy. Blame It on Daddy moving forward. Towards the outside, here's Courtney Banker. Easy Roll. Last to load.
1 out!
Easy Roll. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Dolly's Bank is asked for speed. Kid Creasa's quickest. It's Kid Creasa who will take him towards that first turn. Dolly's Bank towards the inside, and Slap in the Face is now back to 4th as moving up. There's Solo Empire is now going to stalk this pace setter. The leader is Kid Creasa. It's Kid Creasa in front, is up by a length and a half. Solo Empire is tracking from 2nd. Slap in the Face is down towards the inside and 3rd. Miracle Mike has come alongside there, is now going to share that 3rd and 4th position. Out wider there comes Courtney Banker, 3 wide. 4 wide in that group is Easy Roll. Nowhere to tuck in yet, and just behind that comes BD Saints to be mid-pack. The orange cap, that's Dolly's Bank, pretty tightly bunched on the front end. There are a gap of 4 in front of Zapruder, who's going to lead that trailing group. Zapruder is in front of the purple cap of Your Mission. From the back, A-Lister is on the move. So they work up the backstretch, and 23-3 was the opening quarter mile. They are 3 across the course, and they're duking it out. It's Kid Creasa towards the inside. Solo Empire in between horses. Out wider there is Miracle Mike. These 3 go into the far turn together, 47 seconds flat for that half-mile time. Courtney Banker is now ranging up on the outside here of Slap in the Face, and Slap in the Face is looking for some clear running room. BD Saints, nowhere to go yet, looks to have run. Nowhere to go with Easy Roll towards the outside, making a move. Dolly's Bank is all in, 110-4. For 3/4 of a mile, these 3 have been at it here as they reach the top of the lane. The leader is now Miracle Mike towards the outside. In between horses, here comes Solo Empire. Slap in the Face now gets loose, and BD Saints finds a seam, and a dream run here for BD Saints. BD Saints is now going to burst on through. Slap in the Face tries to go with BD Saints. It's down to these 2 for a final 16th. BD Saints to the inside. Slap in the Face. BD Saints. Ramon Vasquez, they win the finale. BD Saints wins it over Slap in the Face. Then came Miracle Mike and Zapruder in 1 minute 40.32 seconds.
BD Saints seemed like a real logical one, an alternative to the odds-on favorite. We questioned if he wants to win. And Ramon Vasquez, Mike Maker, 2nd win on the grass for this 3-year-old.
A terrific ride from Ramon Vasquez. Safe ground, patient, interesting Slap in the Face. You're on the big favorite. You're in that position. You're down on the rail. You want to get out. You're going to see he's going to make contact with Courtney Banker here. And at the same time, that's when Ramon Vasquez was able to take his position and duck to that gap in between horses, shoot through that gap, and get it done. And I think this maybe just reaffirms, Greg, what we think about Slap in the Face. Horse that has ability, but not as keen on running by horses as he is running with horses.
BD Saints, the victory, 7-1 to close out this Friday card in this 2-day Pick 6 carryover. And after 4 straight favorites, a couple of mild upsets in the last couple of legs here. If you had this well done, we'll show you the payoff in the Pick 6 when we come back.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, continues the momentum with standouts like Ms. Big Bucks.
Ms. Big Bucks gets the victory.
As well as Born Dancer.
Born Dancer, gutsy, and Born Dancer wins it.
And 26 Black, winner of 3 of his last 5 starts.
26 Black has sprinted by. 26 Black, that's your winner.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, New York's #1 turf sire, standing at Rockridge Stud for the 2025 season.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Nightcap in the books, and BD Saints. Mike Maker, Ramon Vasquez for Cypress Creek Equine with the win at 7-1.
Yeah, came up the inside, had to wait for room, but horses are able to pause easier on turf race on the turf course than they are on the dirt course and re-accelerate. And he maybe just had a willing combatant and slap in the face, who ran second again at a big price.
For the 5th time in 9 starts. Yeah, slap in the face, winds up runner-up. So $16.60 for the win for BD Saints. Collects his 2nd win on the grass. Miracle Mike completes the trifecta. And this 2-day pick 6 carryover. $4,962 with a 3-to-1 shot. And 7-to-1 shot, it was basically, what, 4th choice. But 4 favorites before that.
Yeah, but even the horse that won the Carle Place, right? Run Carson. Run Carson. I was going to say Carson's Run, but that's a different horse. I think this was a race, the last race going into, that you had to look for an alternative to your favorite. And I think that came back a generous price.
Really did. I mean, that is massively inflated with 4 favorites coming in. Well done if you put it together. $4,962. We don't often see, a lot of 2-day pick 6 carryovers, so it's always, added extra intrigue and usually worth going after when we do have one.
Absolutely. Just add a little bit more excitement to it.
Tomorrow, from here in South Ozone Park, New York, Athenia, our ABR race of the week. 1 1/8 on the grass, fillies and mares. 3 and up, and of course the Awad as well, Chelsea Flower on Sunday. Again, you will be at Far Hills, and we'll look forward to that coverage coming up. You're there with Acacia.
And I've got the lay of the land at Far Hills. I know the good tailgaters. I know where I'm going to get lunch.
That's the best part about it, probably. Racing's exceptional as well. Nearly 12 hours of coverage coming up on Saturday afternoon. You do not want to miss it. We begin 9 a.m. Eastern on Fox Sports 1. Back Belmont at the Big A. At 12 Eastern, Ellen Jade, 3 for 3 now, sprinting on the grass for Brad Cox in the Glen Cove. Carle Place, Run Carson, just off a track record with John Velasquez. We'll see Mig at Far Hills. Meadowlands elims continue tomorrow night for the Breeders' Crown, and a couple of stakes on our Saturday action from here in New York.